to escape. When you're walking on the moon, walking on the moon. Taste your happy place. It will change your groove. When you're dancing on the moon, dancing on the moon. When we dance again, all our trouble seems to fade away. This is how I feel when you take me to some levels that I've never been. When we dance again, all our trouble seems to fade away.
Welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series, where the usual chaos of Apac appears to have infected the world. Our region is back on your screen for the Apac Open number 5 of the Paris Major Split. It's Championship Sunday, and we're back on your screens with a crucial one, battle for the major representative spot. And TSM is looking hot again, but Kinotrope now having to defend from that back foot. Can they do it? Find out with myself, Boyo and Rhino back on the desk. Welcome to Rlcs. Guys, as I said, a crucial one today.
Yeah, it's an exciting one here. We might get our major race a little bit tighter, or maybe, you know, we'll start to run away with it here. It's them in the leading seat. ESM trailing even further behind than ever thought to happen before. We're very close behind being at Northstar Gaming roster in second place. So there's a lot to play for today, and it's really going to define what comes next regional, basically. It's going to define so much of the upcoming event.
Yeah, and the storylines coming into this Championship Sunday, they just write themselves sometimes. That we're looking through the bracket, we're seeing potential matchups, potential grand finals. Based on what happened in Open 4, nothing is predictable anymore here in Apac.
No, it's chaos. But like I said, that is not just here, it's globally. So let's talk about that. I feel like EU is starting to lock in at the moment. They do have some fairly consistent top end right now in the form of Gentlemates in particular there. Our current leaders from the last major. But there's still so much happening here. And I think a lot of people are surprised by Carmine.
I mean, I think calling Gentlemates consistent is crazy considering they went out in group stage last time round. Now making the semi-finals after a redemption. Talking about consistency non-existent in the EU, the last time regional winners of Vitality got beat by ex-Vitality known as K-Dop Corp 4-3 in a Game 7, who are now going on to play against Carmine Corp. And then, hopefully, they're waiting in the wings to be playing Gentlemates in the future is what they've called out on stream. Manchester City had that 4-0 win against Gritty Goose, and then WIP got beat by Ninjas in Pyjamas, but yeah, the Vitality fall off after the first regional, and then the Gentlemates redemption after their first regional this split. It has been a real topsy-turvy situation right now, and Gentlemates will be hoping that they can make that run to the grand final and secure those points to actually get themselves a major contention again.
Yeah, for sure. But the other storyline coming through is actually WIP Esports being in that upper bracket from the Friday. That's a really good position for them to be in. Dayshift, Compact, and Toxic really trying to cement themselves as a potential European contender moving into Open 5 and Open 6. There are still a few spots left in at the major. If they can get themselves a top 4 finish, who knows what will happen in Open 6.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's the real question. Can it be locked down now, or is it going to get to that point? And that question exists for a lot of places. I feel like one of the places it might not exist for right now is Sam Furia, still looking quite good. There is a fight there. BS Plus Competition has been making a little bit of a name for themselves, and MIBR have been as well, but they are not looking so great for this weekend.
I appreciate our government and I appreciate the stream using the government name of MIBR. They're made in Brazil, making sure we know their full name there. But yeah, MIBR and Fury have been that top fighting team, but Team Secret and BS Plus certainly looking to try and cause some damage and try and find themselves a position to that major. But of course, there's still plenty to fight for coming into today and then that next event for them as well.
Yeah, it's really nice to see Raiseball back in SAM, certainly this season. Had a little foray away into NA last season, but now back in SAM and doing really well with this MIBR squad, getting a good victory against BS Plus Competition. So looking to try and get one of those 2 SAM qualification spots to the major is MIBR.
Hasn't that been the truth that every team that's left Sam has seemed to drop off a bit, and then they come back and get that? I don't know, it's a Sam play style that they seem to thrive on. I feel like MENA is in a similar position right now as well. The Middle Eastern teams losing a little bit of identity there, and that's been a crisis, particularly for Falcons. So that's a region that I think everybody's eyes have been on pretty keenly this season, especially but North America as well. I mean, they've had their big drop-offs. Everybody's in chaos right now, so yeah, I think Sam might be one of the more stable regions, weirdly enough.
And yeah, it's all about the fight right now, especially as we're getting into the second region of the split. Whenever you look at the points, it's all about that fight to make the major slot for so many of the regions. Even over in EU right now, we've got 3 teams provisional in the same amount of points. On NA, we've got 3 teams provisional in the same amount of points. Like, everyone is at the same kind of area fighting for this slot here. And especially when we get to a region like Apac, we've got Keener, Trope, Northstar and TSM, all with their provisional points, fighting to make this major slot. And TSM are on the back foot here, and they need 2 really good events in a row to actually make it. SSA doesn't really have much of a competition going on. Then over in Furia, we've got Furia, over in Sam's, we've got Furia and MIBR top 2. But BS Plus and Team Secret are right behind.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're looking at the lower points even here in APAC, those 12 are relevant. It's just that we've only got that one spot to fight for at the top there. So it kind of counts out some teams that are really coming up right now. And my eyes are on Godspeed, who have made a very convincing top 4 appearance this weekend. We're yet to see if they could make that even a top 2 at this rate. Very possible for them. But yeah, there is plenty to fight for after. Like, this is a hugely competitive season across all regions. It is probably the deepest most of the developing regions have ever looked, including us. I'm just loving that this competition is very, very real right now. And yeah, Northstar in behind Kinotrope here for that spot at Paris. That's very exciting.
Yeah, you talk there for a moment about the emerging regions being unpredictable. Certainly, SSA got split 1, and APAC is getting split 2, it feels like, because SSA split 2 certainly is back to normalcy with 5 Fears right there at the top.
And OCE is just OCE.
And OCE is just OCE. But, it's not impossible for Pioneers to make that fight back, but it's highly improbable in Open 6. The way that they would have to win the region with 5 Fears crashing out in like top 8, I think, in order to get a few enough RLCS points that Pioneers would have to do it. Yeah, it's pretty much a done deal. But everywhere else is looking pretty interesting going into that final split, or some still in that Open 5.
And I think Get's going to touch on it a little bit beforehand, but who would have ever thought we'd see Team Falcon, not in first, not in second, not even in third, but in 4th place? Currently 4th place in points. I don't think they really have a chance at making a major unless disaster happens for Twisted Minds and RA or even Team Stallion. So their chances at the major seem pretty much gone at this point, and RA Esports might be making that maybe surprise entry instead. Like, even exciting stuff happening in MENA, where usually I would expect it just to be Falcon and Twisted Minds all the time.
Yeah, so, I mean, the Chaos storyline continues, and it's not APAC alone. But now that we've talked about exactly how important those points are, this is how we get to them as well. There is our current point standings within the region, 56, 45, 30, 18 and 2 12s there on the board. But yeah, that TSM Kinotrope and Four Guys fight for the major is really the one that I think everybody is looking at. Sorry, not Four Guys, TSM Kinotrope and North Star. But yeah, it's really TSM and Kinotrope in my books. That's the two real options for our major representatives. There it is on your screen now, though. 18 points for first place and 12 points for second. That is enough to bridge a pretty big gap here. Going down the third and fourth, you get 8, and fifth and sixth will get you 6 points. So the prize pool, of course, always important to these teams, but right now there is so much on the line for just making it to Paris.
Yeah, and it's worth remembering the increase in RLCS points in Split 2 compared to Split 1. Split 1, it was 15 points for a win and 10 points for second, whereas now we're at 18 points and 12. So this all counts towards Worlds qualification, but the major qualification is also a little bit more jeopardy than it was in Split 1. So making sure to place as highly as you possibly can in every single regional across the split has never been more important than right now.
Also, because of that 4th place finish coming the way of top 3, top 4 finish coming the way of TSM in that last event, it gave Kinotrope a 10-point lead over them.
Yeah.
Typically, it'd be, maybe 3 points, 5 points, 6-point lead if you're getting first compared to second. But a 10-point lead is a bit more difficult to climb. You'd have to win both events, and it might not be as easy as hoped originally. We'll have to see how this one goes, but Northstar Gaming as well, being that 6-point difference between first place and second, puts themselves in prime position as well. And let's not count out those teams who got top 6. They're not that far away in comparison to what TSM was. If one of these teams make a big run in the future, it could, out of nowhere, spell disaster for one of these top contending teams.
And with the depth we're seeing out of Apac right now, that is becoming more and more a possibility. Yeah. It is less and less likely, that outlying scenario. But to get there, you've got to make some amazing plays. So let's look at the plays that we had to get our teams here from yesterday as well. Our 3 plays there from the day.
Plays of the day. We had this really good one from the start here with Risk. It was like our second goal of the day, double tap off the backboard to himself.
Nice.
Pass from Valid. It was then following up into maybe more of a chaotic series with 86 and Jungle Juicers, but it was a brilliant pass from Tosses onto Lunatic's car there to get that final slot
and then the
on
best
in.
goal of the day.
It was a fantastic one. And is this also one from Lunatic and Tosses linking up again? Lunatic, I don't know how he didn't get the goal credit there.
That's a touch.
Because he definitely touched that ball. This freeway passing play from the Godspeed team from Rigorous to Echo to Dansku. Excellent finish against this Northstar team. And we cannot forget the best goal of the day, the overtime winner in the Godspeed versus Northstar game from none other than Lunar into his own net.
Huge. Absolutely
huge. The GOAT of the region, really, for that. Yep.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason we put that on last, right? It just was the best goal of the day, bar none. But no, the fact of the matter is yesterday was a fantastic day of Rocket League. We got to see, yes, some chaotic matches, but we also got to see some really cool mechanics being brought forwards by people in the APAC region. So it's nice to see that level continuing to rise here in APAC.
Yeah, and I mean, particularly that last one, as much as we're making a joke about it, Luna's in a good position right now. He'll be happy to be playing out, even if he has to do it very early on stream today. In saying that, let's take a look at that bracket as well, because there is a lot going on today. We move into APAC. Welcome along with us. You saw some unbelievably good matchups yesterday. I feel like 86 versus Jungle Juicers, both those teams need a step up, and Jungle Juicers need it immediately because they're going on to face Kinotrope in our second matchup today. First up, though, will be RHHS versus Northstar Gaming. I don't feel like Northstar are as strong as they've been, and I feel like RHHS are really peaking right now. It's an excellent weekend for them, so that one's going to be really good off the bat. The winner of that will be facing off against TSM, and the winner of Kinotrope versus Jungle Juicers will be facing off against Godspeed.
Northstar Gaming have put themselves in a really interesting position because of that loss against Godspeed. They are, the favourites now to face TSM once again in the semi-finals, and obviously this has really beat them last time. Surely they've got a bit more confidence that they can do it again, as opposed to Kinotrope, who they have yet to beat. But on the other hand, they have to face off against TSM, who is an incredibly difficult team to beat. So it's a bit of a weird situation for them, where I think they probably are happy to be facing TSM right now, or upcoming if they beat RHHS. but also they're still against, I would say, the best team in the region, if that happens.
Yeah. I mean, we're talking about a very different state of play to what we saw in Open 4, right? Where Northstar in the upper bracket showed their best look against Kenotrope. They couldn't get it over the line in that 7-game series in Open 4, so they had to drop down, beat Jungle Juicers, and then got to play TSM. But it felt like they were playing well across that whole weekend. Whereas now, we come into a situation where maybe we didn't really see the best of Northstar yesterday, and they're going to need to do a massive step up today if they are to take down both RHHS and TSM. On the flip side of that, TSM are also looking a lot better than they looked last Open.
Oh, yeah.
They are certainly looking like the TSM of old, and that's going to be a really scary prospect for Northstar to try and face.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I still think that TSM need to tighten the screws on that. There was some sloppy play yesterday. There are the openings, and Northstar showed that they could make an example of those openings last Open as well. They were the ones to knock TSM out in that very bracket they will have if they can make it forward to face TSM. But they still have to get there first, and I think RHHS might be overlooked here because they're the newer entry. Northstar not looking as good as they did last weekend either, and I hate to say that for all the Pangoli fans out there. I stand with those guys on that.
You know, part of me really wants this Jungle Juicers team to beat Kenotrope, just so we get Jungle Juicers versus Godspeed and get this kind of weird subsection of APAC that has developed into the APAC classic of the Finnish, Japanese, Middle Eastern player rosters that seem to have just kind of became a part of the APAC identity with these two teams now. Because both of them have a Finnish player, a Japanese player, one from Saudi Arabia, and then one from, I believe, the UAE, if I remember correctly, for Rigorous. So it's a weird combination of rosters that's ended up developing for both of these teams, very, very similar. And I would like to see that maybe a bit of a grudge match between them. Who's the better Finnish player? Who's the better of these Japanese players on the kind of non-Japanese speaking rosters? But I don't think we're going to get that today.
Boyo saying he actively wants Kenotrope to lose is not something I expected to hear this weekend. But here we are. That's the situation.
It's a far cry to the days of old with the Boyo Kenotrope bias.
Certainly is. It certainly is. But I think there is absolutely a storyline to be had there. Whether we will get to see that storyline play out is going to depend on our second game of the day. But I'm super excited to see this first game of the day as well, based on what we saw from both teams yesterday.
I think Kenotrope as well going to get a lot of attention from Kokken. So if you want to see some Japanese coverage, go over and head over to KOKKEN on Twitch. It's not official coverage at the moment. We are hoping to get that back at some point, but we always want to pay respect to the Japanese side of this. But we have to move on. Our first one ahead of us now, Northstar Gaming versus RHHS. And like I said, it is a new startup for the RHHS roster here. It's not new names, though. Hadirius has been making a name for himself in the 1v1 scene. Rapupi is a name of old, and Hello has been coming up throughout this season and last, and they're coming up against Northstar Gaming. That is a very hard roster to ignore after their last performance.
Oh, I mean, 100%. They had a really good performance last event and had a bit of a struggling performance in the upper bracket this time around, so hard to see how they're actually on form. Maybe it was just a bit of a blip. It was Saturday, and now it's on Sunday. They're, way more on the line. They want to push even further, and they're going to be playing even better. Of course, they came in to that Godspeed game with the maybe less serious cars, and didn't really like that from them. They should be on the money today. I would hope as much. We'll have to come and see.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're saying it's a bad performance continuously for Northstar as well in that upper bracket, but that is ignoring how good Godspeed were. They've had a huge come up, and I feel like it's a lack of respect to them to not discuss the fact that they were dominant in that series off their own back as well. It definitely isn't as good a performance from Northstar, but yeah, they aren't. It's not the sole reason that they're down here now, and we should be talking about that point.
You did see the top play of today, right? You did see that?
Luna was generous, I will say that. Luna was generous.
Look, don't get me wrong, I don't think it's the only reason they lost, but I do think we do need to put some credence into it. They did not look like the Northstar Gaming of Open 4 yesterday. And we all wanted to see a much closer game than we actually got yesterday because of that. We wanted to see these two teams playing at the top of their level, and we didn't get that. Godspeed played very much at the top of their level. It was fantastic to see, but Northstar were nowhere near the level that we need them to be at if they are going to make a run today.
Well, the big run needs to be made here, coming from that top 6 position. They did it last time, made it all the way to 2nd place, very, very close to even winning the regional, just falling short at the end. They won't have a chance at the major, which I know this team does. They're going to basically just do that again, but even better. Last time they lost in a Game 7 OT in the Grand Final to Keenanshop, literally as close as you could get to winning. They've got to do better than that. Doing basically the same journey. It's going to be a hard ask.
It is indeed. Which is why we need to check who the least informed opinion has on this as well. You guys in Twitch chat, never right. We sided with you yesterday, not a chance, but we do need to get your opinion. So let's bring up those predictions here as well. It's going to come down to a pretty defined series here, I think, one way or another. But RHHS with hashtag RHHS. It's a pretty simple one for them. Northstar with hashtag star if you want to support the reigning 2nd place semi-champions. Is that a term I can use there?
No.
I want to say it for Pengoli's sake. Everybody, he's the champion in our hearts.
In
your heart specifically.
Yes. Well, boy, I mean, so Rhino, I mean, you've obviously got a take on this if he's not in yours. So why don't you start us off for our predictions as well?
No, listen, Pengoli's been a breath of fresh air since taking to the APAC field. And yeah, as much as I am not an Australian, I still do believe in Pengoli. I got burned for it yesterday.
Aussie.
I get the feeling I will not get burned for it today. Give me Northstar.
I've got to go the way of Northstar as well, and I think that Pengoli is guaranteed one random, weird, unexpected goal per series, sorry. Like, we got the one where he had the random back of the car touch last time, he had the Pengoli reset in previous. He's always going to get one. It doesn't make any sense. And that maybe just will be enough to put Northstar over the edge. I also think that Lunar and Taha have been excellent in these kind of important matches. And I think that Lunar especially had a bit of an off day yesterday. And I think that he will be coming in here to redeem himself on that matter.
All right, well, I mean, I'm glad that you at least touched on your point of why you're not doubting them for yesterday, because Rhino certainly didn't, and I'm going to back him up on the flip-floppy topic, because I was saying that I fully back Pengoli and everything, but Northstar showed weakness. RHHS are on the way up. I really liked what I saw from them yesterday. They were consistent. They had pressure, and I'm going to side with them on this one. I think it's only fair that they get one in this lineup for picks, because I don't know if they're going to get it from the chat. I'm keen to see what the percentages are there, but Northstar have a pretty big backing here in the region.
Yeah, I mean, we also just had the money raise, so if any of his OCE fans have came on in as well, I think it's going to push it
at least
even further for the Northstar side.
Northstar.
We'll pull that up in one little moment whenever it's ready, but I do think Northstar Gaming are coming in. They are actually the understandable favourites in this, just by results alone.
Yeah.
But RHHS, if they can pull off the upset here and knock out Northstar and make some kind of run, it'd be crazy to see.
Yeah, it certainly would. I mean, there is a certain expectation when you come second in an open, certainly in an emerging region, that you will continue to perform to that level. And there you go. That's going to be two-thirds
that's
of
more
the
balanced than I
for
thought. Yeah.
the Northstar. That is a little bit more balanced than I was expecting. Boyo, I did just see that.
Can we just shut Boyo's camera off for a minute? Thanks,
What happened?
production.
That's not
What happened?
We can't be doing that.
I don't understand what's going on.
You don't understand.
I don't see why you
play
all
the
got really
ignorance
angry at me.
card. That's the only way you
Yeah.
escape this. That or plea of insanity. That's the only two options you've got right now. Well, I hope that you're going to keep at least a few brain cells into this next one, because it is going to be you and me, Boyo, heading into this one. Rhino, thank you for your takes. I think they have been balanced regardless. You get the thumbs up of approval here, but we will be moving on to the first match of the day, and it is an exciting one. I do expect this to be very close per game, unless there is just a huge comeback from Northstar.
They've got history on their side here. They had such a good event last time around. I'm not that worried for them. I really am not. I think RHHS are really good, and I think they can have a really good showing. But I don't think Northstar have fallen off so much that they're going to lose to RHHS. I think this is going to be a quite comfortable series for them. Maybe I'll be proven wrong. I would love to be proven wrong. I would love this to be really competitive from RHHS and really challenge Northstar. But I'm really favouring them right now.
Well, we're going to see it on the field. Let's get onto it now. RHHS versus Northstar. And this was the bracket that became hyper successful last Open for Northstar. They went forward from here to face off against TSM and win that one. They're looking to do it all again today. Can they do it back to back? TSM still looking like they have some vulnerabilities, but I think they've filled things in. Northstar are going to have to be very impressive in this precursor to that and dominate if they want to go in there and show anything. And of course, RHHS now with their chance to show it for the first time too.
Well, to our first series of Championship Sunday. It's Northstar Gaming and RHHS. Don't let the logos fool you. It is Northstar Gaming on the orange side, RHHS over on the blue. Playing in their more normal cars, though Lunar is in a G2 decal, so maybe hope for the future there from Lunar.
That's true. We did joke about having Boyo and Boyo casting a match on the desk. It seems like we've got RHHS and RHHS in game instead. It's the mirror match right now. It's not looking exactly mirrored. I think the team's displaying already quite different play styles right now, but a slow start was probably all I was really expecting out of RHHS as a almost guaranteed thing, and now we are kind of seeing that. This is going to be the first shot from Northstar as a result as well, and RHHS just about nowhere to be seen as Huddy got absolutely annihilated.
Yeah, it's quite easy to score when there's no defender left to save it. 1-0 start for Northstar Gaming coming off the back of that demo. It's only a minute in. The Northstar side begin their push for greatness with a 1-goal lead.
Challenge on ball here from Taha is going to get its way downfield with no problem. Hello picks it back up, dropping it for Rapupi, who gets bumped again. Northstar have been very successful in the early moments of this game from physical pressure, and oh my goodness, it might not matter. Hadirius is just shooting on target. That's a good sign. Hadirius had a lot of misses yesterday, and now he is slotting them.
Good shot there. Taha left with no boost in the back wall, starved a bit by the RHHS offense. And I've got to make a complaint here, because I didn't have a chance to cast their match earlier, or yesterday. I don't like the team name. Let's sort it out. Let's get creative here.
It's literally
it's just the initials.
Yeah, it's the
Let's sort it out, guys.
It's
also a mouthful. Let's sort it out.
I've always been a denier of the initial name.
And
actually, spell something.
In Twitch right now,
then it's interesting.
People should start suggesting some better names for this team. Maybe.
Yeah, can we just get
maybe
that
they'll
right
figure
now?
it out. Yeah, so start suggesting
If
some
we
names
had a
for them.
partnered channel, I'd ask for a poll of the popular ones as well. But we'll see if we get that in the future. RHHS right now with the ball as well. It is going to be Hadirius. I'm interested to see if it's going to be a pure Rapupi defense again. It was yesterday.
Good save early on by Taha. The demo from Lunar opens up so much space. He's not got the positioning needed for this goal, but a turn of the pressure will give Northstar a little bit more space to work with here. Low boost all around. Good dunk by Pengoli. Not said his name too much this game just yet, waiting for him to activate a little bit. That Pengoli might out of nowhere perhaps. Lunar, a good pass on down. He's got Taha to his side, looking to try and make a pass. No, going slow with the dribble. Pass one, pass two.
Oh.
Lunar, all by himself, will get the second goal for Northstar.
Yeah, Luna's furious that we showed his own goal on stream before matches even started. He didn't get the chance to come out the gates hot with what we did to him, and now he's finally on the field, and he immediately wants to make a correction to that.
Rapupi. That's Harry on the back wall. That's a bit optimistic there from Harry. Diving on by for that ball, but not a chance of finding the touch. Lunar to Taha to the backboard with Pengoli there. Yes, he is, but the shot.
Oh!
Where has it gone, Pengoli?
Just lucky Luna could get back to that in time as well. A quick counter-attack would have been on an open net there, but RHHS just a little bit out of sorts. It is that slow game one I was expecting from them. And yet, still only a 1-goal lead for North Star. Not as dominant as you'd hope, because I expect a lot more out of RHHS from game 2 onward.
Who will make this catch and decide it will be sent? Federius up in a front reset. Control. And a lost there after that first flip. A bit more careful with his touches. We've got Hello Centre, but for Poopy waiting. Goal should get an easy clear away. The 50-50 actually goes into Aderius' car. These all his name's hard to say. Round the corner it will go. With Tata waiting for Hello. It's up to Lunar to make the pass. Once again, cut out, this time out of Poopy.
Buddy again to push forward on that. Big 50 goes across field, left to right across front of goal. Luna picks it up, and a huge whiff on the ball will leave it in the midfield. Hello, 1v1 scenario, can't find the flick past Tangoli. And with 1 minute left, that means that they are scrambling, RHS, to find their second goal and even up before the end of game 1.
Tangoli to the side. Ball falls into centre, it will be caught by Harry. Winner. The dunk, look for a third goal here, secure the game. You do still have that 1-goal lead, but with 30 seconds left and the Godspeed series looming over them from yesterday, they know that is certainly not a safe differential. Here comes Hello. Round the back wall, looking for a pass, can't find a touch. No momentum carried on. Gonna leave that ball for a teammate to take, but left awkward now, time ticking down in the game, looking more and more likely to go the way of North Star. Here comes Hello, let reset, trying to get it past 2 defenders, not going to find it this time. Repupi to cut it into center, gets bumped off the wall. Lunar in control, good touch from him, but challenged well by Harry. Repupi's got pushed in the corner, but time ticks on down. It's awkward at the back, it should go to the ground, and North Star Gaming will take game 1.
Yeah, it's not as comfortable a game 1 as I'd like to have seen from them, though, and my point remains, I think we see more from RHHS from this point forward. They have historically had, I mean, it's not much of a history, but pretty much every single time I've seen them play, game 1 has been problematic for them, and that one was only slightly problematic. The moment they started dealing with the aggressive bump plays from North Star, they really came good, and they had a lot of pressure, a lot of control into the back half of that game 1.
Fortunately, a bit of a too little, too late kind of moment there, where you know, they maybe got their footing into the latter half of that game, but unfortunately, facing the goals early on means that they've not got much chance to come back at it. This early goal, I mean, there's not much to be done about it. They get demoed in net and there's no one left back. It is an easy goal to score when it's a wide open net.
Yeah, as far as game 1s go, I feel like there's not a ton to read into here. I still don't feel like North Star are at their peak either. I mean, we're talking about RHHS having a comeback in game number 2, but there's still a lot more to be seen from North Star as well. There's a game 1 here has been played out by half of both teams, it feels like. And now they've got to come back in and show full quality on both those sides. So we do get back on field for game 2 quickly. I feel like RHHS are not going to want to let go of this series quickly as well. I think they know they have a chance here, and making a top 4 run would be absolutely massive for this new roster.
They could be the dream station of this event. You know, they come on in.
Yeah.
Not out of nowhere, they are very good players, but maybe unexpectedly then making a top 4. It's a big ask to try and take down this North Star side, but maybe in reach. Game 1 though, not suggesting that so far. More work to be done. Early on though, it's Lunar in control. But reset, the teammate to follow up. It's just a pop shot into centre and stalling for some time, letting Pingoli and Taha get in position.
Whoa.
That's to the post. Narrow, not close enough.
Hello with maybe a bit of a panic there to take that wide, and doesn't have the boost to make a play out of it, where his second man did. Could have been left there. That's a big demo. Is there a save? No, he's sent back into the back of net. Luna will score that one on an open one, and that is, again, every single play North Star's made coming off of huge physical aggression.
And even though the demo that time went the way of Hello onto Taha, Taha was the one going for the demo. Hello does have more speed, and even the consequence of that demo, sending Hello back to net there and unable to actually make the save, it was enough to go to sink on in. And we're seeing a lot of aggression from North Star Gaming. We're not used to it from them. A team like Jungle Juicers for sure, you see a lot coming out from Lunatic, a team even like the 4 guys, you see a lot coming out from them in terms of demos, but North Star Gaming, I wouldn't say I would typically think of them for their demo aggression, but it's been interesting to see, and it has certainly been paying off in this game and this series so far.
I mean, I was thinking of Matt when I think of North Star out of last Open, particularly Pengoli, just going off with crazy goal after goal after goal, and they really haven't been given the opportunity now. I feel like they were underestimated last Open as well, which had a big impact on their ability to just get space on field. But this time around, that's not going to happen. I feel like RHHS actually are in the position that North Star was for last time. That's a brilliant play by North Star. Another huge bump found. Can they get it off crossbar? It's set right in front of the net, but the save from Hadirius.
That could be a goal for Taha, but once again, going to be saved on the line. RHHS playing on the line defense right now. They will hold on. But unfortunately, they are still trailing by a goal. They've got work to do in the offensive half. And that is a whole different ball game. Here comes Lunar against Hello to the back where it will be sent. Hello is already up for it. Easy touch away. Pressure continues though. Pengoli to the corner. We've got Taha coming in now. Hello, really good at getting these touches, just keeping it away. There's a bit of open space here. Taha, can he make it back in time? Barely.
Ooh. Just covers it. Placement was good on that right post as well. Tried to get it as far from the approaching defender as possible, but the opening was not able to be used there. That was a great cut though from Hadirius. He's playing with confidence, and he's doing so in defense as well. Yesterday, it was all Rapupi to make those goal line clutch up saves, and Hadirius has just been making sure his position is covering more today, and that is a great pass. Is there a chance there? No. Luna takes it the distance. Backboard found, opening on the net, but Rapupi gets back to it again. It's a double click. Hadirius still has a touch, and he's going to keep it out. They have life still, but 1 goal down remains the scoreboard.
I mean, they're pretty good at defending when there's 3 players on the pitch, but unfortunately, most of the goals from North Star Gaming have came when there's 2 players on the pitch. The offense though, RHHS, they're getting close, but that is not good enough. Still trailing by a goal, yet to get one in this game number 2. 1-0, a minute 20 to go. Push down the other end, this time from Pengoli. Lunar looking for a demo, can't find it. Ball already falls past the low, caught just in time by Rapupi. The defense stats will be very high for RHHS, but unfortunately that will not be enough. That is a great bump to help Lunar get the clearance away there. I don't know if that was a team bump or the opponent's bumping him, but either way, it really helped him out.
That's a long clear from Luna. Gonna beat last as well. Rapupi cuts to back post with 0 here, and will get the huge EU clear straight at net as well. Has to be a save from Pengoli. Right on goal line. Pops it off the crossbar. Hello again. There's some really good control here from this team in blue, but RHHS just cannot get a grip on the scoreline.
Everyone getting taken out by demos there at the back. And just on the respawn, now they're left a little bit awkward. Hardy will recover. He's got the 1 proficiency to recover from weird positions like that. But more needs to be done. They're sent back to their own half again, and the time ticks on down. The chance of a goal grows less and less. Pengoli to secure the game, but not going to find the shot. Lunar off the side. Hello in control. Rapupi has no boot, neither does Hello. Good touch by Taha. What can Hardy do now? The clock ticks down, it's not going to be enough. Pengoli down the other way, send it in, secure the game off the backboard. There it goes, his first goal of the series, and it's 2-0 to North Star Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, empty time goal here. RHHS had to send everything at that with the dying moments of the game on the clock there. At 1 second on the clock now means mathematical impossibility to make this back. They will try, North Star will try for something to make that a 3-0 as well on the line, but the double kickoff pinch not going to be finding the net there. Maybe a chance here. RHHS will sink one, but they trail by 2 games now, and that little bit of momentum is, I don't know, they've got a long way to cover on that front.
At least they didn't go goalless. They can take that away with them there.
Yeah.
It was 2-1 in game number 1. It was 2-1 in game number 2. Another win for North Star Gaming. They were pounding shots onto net there. And it was a struggle for RHHS, but they did actually deal with it really, really well. Eventually, they have to try and score themselves, and that is where they could not find success.
Yeah, I mean, North Star, I wouldn't say that they are a defensive team, but that's where they won it in game number 2 here. North Star, they got a 1-goal lead very early in that one, again off another physicality play, and after that point, they just locked in. Whenever it was in their half, there was a wall of defense in the net, really only a couple of chances there from RHHS. And every time they were well-taken chances, and there was just enough from North Star to keep them out. So credit where it's due. It wasn't just that RHHS weren't good enough on offense. North Star were incredible on defense.
Some low-scoring games so far. 2-1 both times around. Will RHHS have a response? Into game number 3, North Star Gaming 1 away from match point in their favour. Well, RHHS are struggling to actually find control of the game. They're always playing on the back foot. It may have been a 2-1 that time, but I don't really want to call it a 2-1 game. It was a 0-second goal and everything was over. It wasn't particularly impactful. They did get more dominated that time around, and the second goal, of course, only came because of that try and attempt to push for the equaliser.
Yeah.
But they're not finding enough chances.
With 1 second, you can't have defense.
Yeah, exactly.
With 1 second on the board, you can't have defense left. It's got to be all on your opponent's side, and that's what they tried. But RHHS, they need more, you're right. And it has to be in their opponent's half. I do feel like they've had good defense as well, but it's like you said, they've got really good defense while they have a 3-man defense, and that has been picked apart. It's the fact that North Star are having to create opportunities that's a good point for them. It's the fact that they are doing so that's a negative. So RHHS are going to have to just make some adjustments here. I do feel like the play style is getting countered right now.
Now, can they figure out to elect not to call a timeout after going 2-0 down? I quite often disagree with that decision, but they need to go straight forward here. What can they do in game number 3? Will it pay off? Will they have a new idea, a solution maybe? Do these bumps and demos coming out from North Star Gaming, or will it be more of the same? Darius early on will go for the attack, but getting bumped and chased away by Pengoli. He went for an awkward reset there and somehow kept control of the ball for just a moment.
That's a good dribble from Hello. Does he have a second? Yes, he does. What a save from Pengoli on the line. A second one as well. Rapupi comes through. No boost on the defense from RHHS, but they don't need to be defense, apparently. Shot off the post. That had to be made. Hadirius at least there to clean up. But North Star, they take an absolute hammering on the line to force that time for the goal. That's a really brutal scenario.
It was good defensive work by Pengoli to start things off for North Star, but eventually it became too much for the whole team, and the ball just sinks on in. There it is. The back wall going to be caught by Lunar. And send that ball long, it is Hello, but off the sidewall, Taha to centre. Lunar to make the catch and Hadarius to rise up high. Hello and Hadarius trying to link up well in the air, not going to connect this time, but I like the idea behind it.
Yeah, I mean, if it was just a pure call-off, I think that's the right decision there as well, but they are going to be playing off of lower boost now as a result of that. Hello has to force Taha to make a longer clear, but he's got the link-up with Luna available. Luna, a little bit of an awkward recovery there. It's going to go across net. North Star trying to get their physicality to make them that opening one more time. They need it right now. The first time they've seen a deficit in the scoreboard. And it does look like RHHS are starting to change things up in their own playstyle, get some real pressure on the line. Oh my goodness, that's so close. Pengoli has it roll around it like a basketball shot around the hoop, but not going to find it. Rapupi off the backboard again. But it seems like RHHS, they don't just have to knock on the door for a while before it opens. They have to hammer on it. And there it is. Absolutely pounding the door down. Hello, smash that.
Not knock, who's there? It's Hello. Taha could not do enough to keep that ball out of his corner. 3 minutes still to go. And it is RHHS turning things around with a 2-0 lead.
Reset from Luna. Still chances here for North Star, but the first half of this game has been all RHHS. And it took them time to really get their swing into this series, but they're looking quite good for it now. Back pass looked for from Hello. Control found, but it is a little awkward, and he will be demoed away from it as well. Half game on clock now, and the pass in. Rapupi not right on that. 50 is huge. It's just straight through. Rapupi secures, but that is all Hadirius.
They let him get in a 1v1 position, and that T-Bow win. Lunar not got the most win proficiency from what we just saw on the pitch right there. Half of the game to go, and it's a 3-0 lead for the side in blue. A big turnaround now, and a bit of a statement to be made. Maybe calling me out after saying they should have taken a timeout. They don't need one. Straight back into the action, and straight into winning.
I mean, I agree that they should have taken that timeout. It seemed like the obvious choice. However, I understand what teams do kind of avoid the scenario where possible. This is one of them. I mean, when you take that long to warm up, you don't want to cool the tires again. And I get that. But they did seem to be in dire straits. I feel like if any time to take that was obvious, it was then. But they're making good without it, and it's looking very good.
Addy. By Taha. Ball rises high. There is a minute and 40 seconds still to go, and North Star Gaming trailing by 3. Make that 4 as Hello wins the 50. The ball just rolls on in, and a 4-0 game.
What happened here, Taha? It is a 50. It's a brilliant low 50, actually, from Hello. I thought Pengoli was going to cut back in for a bump or something on that and just, you know, force an opening for the last defender. It was really a left 1v1 scenario, and the faith in your defender is good. That one should have been a 5th from RHHS there as well. Opening miss, but they don't need it at this point. A minute 30 on the clock. Going to be a very, very tough comeback from North Star from here, and RHHS have had every single chance in this game.
Yeah, they came into this one and taking full control, maybe finding a solution to that playstyle that North Star Gaming were presenting, maybe just an off game from North Star, or just a huge step up from RHHS. And someone has mentioned it in chat, and I do have the same fear. What if they're going to run out of goals like last time? What are they going to run out of all their goals again?
They did have an actual allotment of goals per game, and it has to recharge like a boost in drop shot. But we'll see. Maybe they've upped their boost tank from last time, downloaded the 200 boost DLC.
Here comes Rapupi round the corner. Going to make a statement, try and make it 5, why not? Add insult to injury, make them feel something about it. Off the ceiling, it'll be caught by Pengoli. North Star Gaming have 0 chances of winning this game at this point now. It's a matter of getting themselves back into a position where they can come into the next one and take down this RHHS team. But it will be a difficult task because they have got good defense and they're showing now that they can strike.
Yeah, and RHHS just have so much momentum, nearly cracking a little more off of the post there. And Taha looking forward. North Star desperately need a goal just to get back in mental state here, I think, as well. But it is a huge win from RHHS here. The positive for North Star is that they were able to not just hold out for the entire length of Game 1, they also held out Game 2. So now they still remain on an upper hand for the series length, and RHHS still have more work to do regardless of the win here that was extremely dominant in Game 3.
I'm appreciating the success here of keeping this ball up at 0 seconds. Not that it means that much for either of these teams, but
very long.
We're still going here. Taha over to Lunar. Someone's scoring one today to make it worth something at least, even if it's an own goal, I don't mind. Oh, Hello might get it.
Some would call this the original Rule 1 too. How is this still going?
The stat pad in Central. If they just keep getting saved, the stats are going to go crazy. Hello will try it. You got Taha. Good stuff, good stuff. Okay, we're still going.
I want to know what the record is. Are we approaching it? This has been enormous. Still held up. Luna goes high. Chance against the shot block down had to be made, but wow, that was an extra minute of gameplay. It felt like after we hit 0.
That was
crazy stuff.
A lovely Rule 1 from both of these teams right there. But RHHS will take Game 3 and claw back at this series.
9 shots on the board from Hello. Massive, massive offense. And everybody on the board for RHHS as well. Everyone performing. But Hello really aggressive there. They only had to make 1 save that entire game there, though. And that really does show that there's a difference that needs to be made from North Star. They're shooting, not threatening there.
No, not at all. They didn't really have a chance that I can particularly remember. I mean, I'm sure they had some chances, but I don't recall. And RHHS, on the other hand, they just kept pounding shots to net and constant pressure on the North Star defense. Eventually, they're going to succumb to it, and that they did 5 times.
Well, I mean, they've got to make a better showing of it in the next one, or the series becomes in doubt. They've still got a hold of it at this point, North Star, but it definitely not the game they would have wanted to see as well. And that's a very, very relevant point, because how it appears to them is going to define how they play into the next game. I would expect, for sure, if there is a second game in a row from RHHS here, we would see that timeout from North Star. They can't allow this kind of comeback and this kind of momentum, because RHHS, they are on a massive roll right now.
Oh, 100%. Can they keep it up going into game 4? Will the series come to a tie? Can North Star Gaming redeem themselves? It was a bit of a shaky game from them. Not a very shaky game from them in game number 3. They didn't get to do anything. Can they fix that now as we come into game number 4? Get themselves to match point, 1 game away from moving on to that semi-final where TSM await.
I mean, look, I made my pick for RHHS in the predictions. I did say Game 7, and even then, I thought it was unlikely that would be the scenario. It was close enough to earn one of us giving it to them, though, and they're really starting to come together and prove that now. I mean, if you can take a game that dominantly, you should be able to hold on for a series. It didn't seem like RHHS were putting that much energy into it, and that's the big difference. It did look sustainable to me.
Okay. Touch off to his own ceiling here. Approach in the net. It's early start for North Star Gaming in the offensive side. Some pressure on. Can they make anything of this pressure? Has to be found by Lunar. Got a teammate waiting center. Not going to elect to go for the pass. But the bumps. The bumps are fantastic. The defense, not so much. As they go for North Star Gaming. 1-0.
Was there a bump?
I think they did get bumped,
I don't
yes.
know if... Okay. I'll trust you on that. I didn't see it, but RHHS certainly in struggle street as far as defense went on that particular play. Very odd after last game to see that being the result for the first goal here. North Star will be happy that they've got it, but I also don't think that it's going to generate them a ton of confidence, because they didn't really get it off of purely good offense. It came from errors from RHHS.
Coming Pengoli. Past one. Looks for the reset, won't find it. Lunar to the side, and a big miss from Hello. Bit of space opening up once again for North Star. What can Taha do here? Got a pass into centre waiting for him. Rapupi might be able to recover and get it past Pengoli. He goes solo, trying to get it past Taha as well! Rapupi, it has been a couple of years since you've been at this stage, but you've still got it!
What is that control? The fake on Pengoli is disgusting. And then pops Taha with 0 boost. That is a ludicrous solo play to be taking out a team that made it to top 2 last open.
It has been quite some time since Rapupi has made anything higher than a top 8. It was 2022. He got his top 3 finish. That was the last time. That was when the regions were split. This is his highest placement since Apac combined, and he is here to go even further.
Certainly wants it, but even right now and still down the series, so work to be done. Now, Hadirius with the chance to help that work along. Oh, Hadirius nearly had the shot clean. Needed a second and wasn't able to make that shot either. Back to backboard, Hello, looking for a skim to just get safety. I'm sure he would have loved to look for a Psycho there, but the option not really available. Just had to make sure that was not in a shootable position. North Star now trying to make themselves that position once more. Hello can lead it out of the half.
Rapupi. And slip it past Tahia here, no. Not able to find it. Good touch by Lunar. Half the game to go. Lunar follow up to the back wall. Shot to net! That is a goal for North Star!
A little bit sloppy from RHHS, but there's nothing that you can take away from North Star on this one, and particularly Luna personally. What a read from the backboard. That angle is crazy. Gets it high in the net too. That's an impossible save.
North Star Gaming find the lead once again. Half the game to go. In control, found for RHHS. What can Hello do? He can score what he can do!
This is back and forwards now. Both teams just scrambling at everything, trying to make as much chaos as they can find, and it's working seemingly for everybody. North Star going to be very unhappy that they've been evened again here. RHHS still working with confidence off of their last game, but that's got to start to disappear the longer this goes on without a lead from them.
Here comes Hello once again into center. The pass is there. Pepe out of nowhere gets a first.
RHHS, they are absolutely in this to win the series. They want everything. I don't know how Rupupi even finds an angle that gets that behind Taha. It seemed like the two-man commit on that had every angle covered unless you just shot high, and somehow slots it in behind. Now a lead found for RHHS. Maybe an evener for the series. That's got to be a goal. Luna has missed the mark on that.
That's in centre. Could be a chance, but another big miss again from Luna.
That's
Down
a
the
huge
other end it will
opportunity
go, and 2 minutes on the clock. RHHS have a 1-goal lead. It is certainly not a safe one because we've seen the chances for North Star Gaming coming constantly. Here's another one from Luna, just gonna miss the angle. Ruby has no booth, he can't make the connection. It's Taha to the corner, Pengoli awaits. He'll go for the shot, but caught this time by Hello. A clear away, it's Rupupi. 90 seconds now, and RHHS are in control once again.
Taha with a chance. Flip reset found from underball, does get it through. Hello, looking for the double, looking for the skim, sets it up for Rupupi.
Oh, he's done it again!
RHHS are trying to lock this out. 1:23 on the board. Still plenty of time. We know North Star have the quality to score 2 in that time frame. But RHHS, when they have this level of confidence, when North Star are making errors on their opponent's line and unable to sink what they need, this is a very good look for RHHS.
He has been playing in RLCS Apac since the very, very beginning. And here he is, looking to try and make a top 4 finish. He's got a long road ahead of him, of course. This is only game number 4. But Rupupi is putting a statement down here, saying that I may have been playing here for 5 years now in this region, but I've still got what it takes.
And he's been playing a lot longer than that. That's just when we started playing RLCS. I mean, Rupupi has been here. I believe he's been playing competitively since the 2nd year of Rocket League, not RLCS. So he, in this region, is a name that is known. He's a quantified factor. Rupupi has always had potential, and now he is living up to it. Huge demo. Where's the second man? What a bump! He's still clearing that, and somehow Rupupi gets the goal too.
To tell you exactly what gets means here, the player who just scored this goal, the player who just did this, played his first Rocket League APAC tournament in September 2017, where he got 7 out of 8 teams, but he still played in it, and that's what's important.
Competitively from the beginning. I don't think anybody would take him from that just because it wasn't at 2016, but yeah. That's oh my goodness, there's one. Luna with just enough power to shoot that one through the defense, but it's still a 2-goal lead from RHHS. It's really going to be desperation from North Star to get back control of this game. Shots like that are a good start.
That was a rocket to net there sent by Luna, and even with the attempt to save, the momentum of that ball just kept going into the back of the net with 20 seconds left to go. There is still a chance for North Star Gaming. It will be saved in the line, but what is going on? It might be an own goal, but Hello will make the save. Into center once again, and the ball getting slammed to the RHHS net. It will not find the back of it, but a bit of a chaotic ending to a very entertaining game. Pengoli will not find the touch. The game will be over, and RHHS will tie up the series.
Yeah, this is looking really good from RHHS, but I gotta say, when the mental gets down, when the pressure is on, the problem here for North Star is that they get their chances to look good only when Luna looks good. There's nobody else on the field making an impact here right now. Pengoli had a look at it at one point. Taha had some okay midfield touches, but they're not even setting anything up. Luna is playing out solo plays for every goal that's coming out from North Star right now.
I think that scoreboard made a really, really important statement. It said at the top, hello, Rupupi. Hello indeed, Rupupi. He has had an incredible game just there, and he has activated in this series, and North Star, they're going to be a little bit worried now.
Yeah, I mean, North Star certainly not performing at what they would be happy with, but RHHS, They have to be. This is looking unbelievably good for them. Yesterday, we saw this be a team that was looking successful. They were looking at their peak, but they were also looking very, how do I say this, Rapupi heavy? It was Rapupi defense. It was Rapupi leading out to the plays, even if he wasn't the one scoring them. And now the full team does seem to be far more there today. Rapupi still is coming up as that star, particularly in that last game, but the team is functioning excellently.
Team is functioning fantastic. We are going to have a quick server reset, so a bit of a longer break than the usual between the games. But also, you should be used to it. It's Game 5 in Apac. That seems to always be in our server breaks. Don't know why,
Game 5.
It does always seem to be the case.
Parc de Paris does seem to be the problem maker for us here, but look, we'll get back in on that, and it's such an important map for this back end of the season as well, because this is where you're playing to go. You want to go and see this arch. You want to go and see the Eiffel Tower itself in person, playing in Paris, and that is the potential for some of the teams out here today. Probably not either of the ones on field right now, but they have the potential to play spoiler to those other teams. So the dominance shown on field here will have an impact later on.
I mean, don't count out Northstar. They are well in the running. They are currently the second place team in the region.
That's true.
They are in the running for it, though if they fall here, that chance becomes less and less and less as time goes on. So maybe it will be that RHHS team that plays spoiler to their run.
Yeah, it's very, very plausible that could be the possibility here. And then TSM had their run spoiled last open as well. So whoever goes forward from this is looking to repeat that. And that's a tough ask, especially with TSM kind of tightening up their gameplay now and paying a bit more respect to the teams in the region. They know they have to. Everybody's coming up, and this series shows that. Absolutely everybody, even players coming back from the beginning of Rocket League in this region to be star players here today.
Well, I'm going to get ready for Game 5 at a quick server reset and a quick lobby test. We'll get it going very, very soon, but with a 2-2 series, from what I can see, and maybe get proven wrong very, very soon, no timeout seems to have been called. So it looks like they're just going to go straight into this one. It's an even series at 2 apiece. Do you think that's the right idea, Gex?
I think that they have the benefit of not needing to because of the server reset. If you hold this now, you can do it next game. And then you've effectively had the 2 chances to discuss what changes you need. I think that's fair. If you are going to be given a free timeout, keep the one that you can actually still use. Yeah.
Well, whoever wins this next game will be sending themselves to match point and sending themselves inches away from making that semi-final where TSM awaits. RHHS looking for the biggest upset of the day. Northstar Gaming looking to regain and get themselves back in control where they were sitting earlier on. They were in such good control in the Game 1 and Game 2, but things have slipped away completely in Games 3 and 4.
They have, and while it's scary for them, it's entertaining for us. We now have a dead even series and a race for that top 4 that is really, really starting to heat up. RHHS are really putting their name out there right now. It was doubted by just about everybody, and look, I'm going to be very happy if I made a correct prediction on this one. I took the risk.
Well, Paris we go, as you mentioned, the place these teams will be fighting for, especially this Northstar roster. Wanted to make that Paris major. It's just a journey to do so. RHHS plays spoiler just as Northstar did just last event. Well, this is the game to do it. Get themselves to match point for either of these teams, turn the momentum into their favour. Right now it is all RHHS, right now it's all Rapupi, to be totally honest. Can he continue that streak?
Like I said, I'm happy with the look of the entire team from RHHS, but Rapupi's still that star player right now. Hello, getting in behind it. I want to see more from Hiderius, though. I mean, we're talking about him as one of those up-and-comers, you know, the young guns of the region. He's playing with an absolute old pro here. The experience level he can learn from right now is huge. So Howdy has to keep on that upward trend for me to have that opinion stay. And Hiderius is looking good right now. We could still see a lot more.
A lot more to see. Well, coming game at number 5. And comes Rapupi early on against Taha. We'll get the challenge, will fall to Pengoli. Off to the ceiling, it's a good second touch, but diving down is hello from the heavens to make that save.
And Ceiling is an odd placement for third man to be, and it has not benefited them as soon as that returned to control from Taha. This one gets the 50 off Rapupi and put in over Hadirius. He had no chance on that.
Early go for North Star Gaming. Turn of pace for them, 90 seconds in, they find the first. Do RHHS have a response? They certainly did in game 4. 5 of them to be exact. What more can they do this time though? Have they ran dry of their ideas? Have they ran dry of their opportunities? Or will something new come for them? Overcommitment. There's a lot of space for North Star Gaming. It could be a chance for goal number 2. Pengoli into centre, will not find anything of it. Taha held the ball centre. Should be a clear for Harry, but Pengoli is just faster. Away the ball will finally go. One-on-one attempt by Harry, but Taha's quick. Here's Hello. He's got Rapupi centre. He's going solo, but not going to find the goal.
It's a good 50 though. They've still maintained control here. Rapupi is going to be able to center that. Luna just in position and gets bumped forward. That's control for Hadiri. He's going to get the pass off for Hello, but the demo opens the field. Does the respawn come in time? No, but it's off the crossbar. Luna can't sink it. And without Luna sinking it, it seems like it's a very, very tough task to find goals for North Star. And point made, Luna, you've got to sink that.
Luna and scoring open nets, impossible edition. That is this series right now. Half of the game to go, and because of Luna's inability to shoot in a straight line, North Star Gaming only lead by 1, and RHHS remain in it. The ball travels high, a demo on Pengoli. A low easy save to make. But he's taking a bit too much time for my liking. Luckily Taha to the backboard. Pengoli should get a goal here. I don't know what the decision making was from below. I don't know why he's done that.
I also don't know what the decision-making was from Taha. That was a completely open net. It seems like there's a magnet placed just above the goal there, and North Star can't help but find it. They're lucky to get that second shot off, but 2-goal lead. And this is what I was saying before. This is why I do understand why RHHS didn't take their timeout after the second game loss. Because this, now the faux timeout as a result of the server reset, it's given them cold tires. They come back in, they look more like that game 1 and 2 where they were trying to warm up and find their mark on the ball, find their flow. And they've got to make that mark again here. North Star 3-0 up now. It's just not looking good from RHHS though.
There's a nice little triple touch there from Pengoli.
That is beautiful.
Not challenged at all. I mean, the initial challenge gun then had to be sit in the ground and watch. With 90 seconds to go, it will be a RHHS defeat on the horizon. With more work to be done, it seems unlikely that this will be this game that they find the win.
I mean, mathematically still possible at this point, and we have seen them do it before. Hello might be able to get the road started with this one. Just a great read down from Ceiling, and does find the opening. Pengoli just a little far forward of front post, and it is capitalized on.
One goal back, 2 more still needed just for an equaliser. They do have the time, as you mentioned, but with a few chances coming on in, it'll get less and less likely as that time ticks on down. The ball forward to net. Rapupi's already up for the challenge against Pengoli, but that 50 goes awry. Lunar in control. And although he can't shoot in a straight line, he is still dangerous on the offense.
Are they going to drop that one for grounded control as well? Pengoli just cuts for a touch to get this scrappy, and it has been North Star to come out of every scrappy play looking good. RHHS need their connections. They need to keep the ball in control and be field dominant, it seems, and that is not what they look like right this second. They've got a little bit of momentum back after that goal and immediately looking like a better team, but North Star still leading by 2, and they can make it 3. Luna picks it up and just a slow dribble right under the crossbar.
Well, there is goal number 4 coming the way of North Star. That will almost assuredly beat the game, sending them to match point. I don't know if the 40-second comeback will come their way. But either way, what can RHSS do in the future now? They seem to have lost all momentum, as you mentioned. The control they had is seeming to gone.
I mean, they have found answers between games before and in really dramatic fashion, so they can do it again. But I think one of the most impactful things to me here is that the moment North Star take a loss, they can still call that timeout. They can just, again, put RHHS back on cold tires. They can take everything away from them that they generate, it seems. And it hasn't been enough in this game. It's going to be enough for another one for North Star, though. 5-1, a very dominant game.
Well, that is a North Star win. Very, very secure. He'll be overjoyed about that one as we get into game number 6. It is a convincing turnaround to a series about to slip away from them. And they close it out in 6, or will it go the distance to 7? There's a little goal for the road for RHHS. How nice of Lunar. He scored their own goal last time, he scored their own goal this time.
Yeah.
How lovely of him.
Lunar, I'm sorry, I'm not putting that on the highlight reels for next open, buddy. You can try all the own goals you like. If you're up if you're up 5-1 already, it's not making that big an impact, is it? North Star coming up and looking so good in that game 5.
Well, it is a big win for North Star Gaming. Pengoli once again with the MVP title. It is the shot disparity that really comes into play this time though. 15 shots to 3. Not seen a disparity like that this series in any of the games just yet. Maybe in the one where RHHS won 5-0. Otherwise, nothing close to that. But also the demos. 8 alone from Taha is 11 in total for the whole team. They were just constantly getting eliminated, and it's back to that original play from North Star Gaming.
I don't know if I expected this. Timeout called by RHHS now. I mean, it was a big loss. I understand it, but if they didn't make it after 2 game losses, it's interesting to see it now. That's a really, really big call to be making at this point, and it has to be made at the crucial time. I don't think you do want to make that going into Game 7 because you kind of put it on a coin flip at that point. Nobody wants that, but it is massive. Another stat line to call out there, though, that I think might be the most worrying for RHHS. North Star made 0 saves, and they only took 1 goal against them. That own goal at the end I'm not counting, but they took 1 goal against them while making 0 saves all game long. So where is any pressure from RHHS? They need to bring that back.
Well, let's see if the timeout can clear things up for this RHHS side. I mean, there's a clear thing that's happening, and it's the demos and the bumps. And they seem to have figured it out in Game 3 and 4 because they really started to nullify the effect of them or disallow them from really even happening. Now in Game 5, it's the most they've had all series against them. They've got to find a new solution now. They've got to do something different. They have adapted on the side of North Star, and now RHHS have to adapt this game and then try and find a win in Game 7 alongside that.
I mean, North Star still could have had even more goals out of that as well. Their shooting was, frankly, poor at times. A lot of open net misses there. So there's stuff to be used by RHHS here, but it is that playstyle matchup. I mean, RHHS seem to need to have field dominance to be scoring anything, whereas it's just pure demolitions on the line that are creating openings that are needed for their opponents. North Star can't fire on that net without a demo, it seems.
Well, the Neo Tokyo we go for game number 6. A spot in the semi-finals awaits North Star Gaming if they can so take this game. Or else, it'll be RHHS sending it to game 7, looking for the upset. It could be decided here, or we could have one more on our hands.
Luna already taking control of that as well. Big dunk from Hello here, and can't quite get it forward there. We'll go back to Pengoli for high control. Hello will float. Can't quite get in front of it. That might be the right choice from Luna. It's yet to be seen. They don't really have control of the ball. They're scrambling for touches, but it's not looking likely as a shot. That one will be across the bow as well. Hello bumped. We'll get the boost though.
Ball rises high. To Lunar from the corner. Able to make the connection, the ball will rise high, this time for Taha. Got to the backboard, will be challenged. Finally by Pengoli. Minute gone. Just about. The goal yet to be scored. Lunar could be the one to change that, but no, it'll be Rapupi in control. The good catch, good second touch there. Pengoli does wait back, and here comes the demos already. One player eliminated. Pengoli past the centre, off the backboard. It is there, but no one for the shot. A clear from Hardy, but as quick as he gets on the ball, he is demoed.
Pengoli trying to get on the RL Esports page again there, but not able to find that after the flip reset to the backboard. Rapupi
The fake.
left for hello. Right choice, but no real power on any shot there. Nobody with boost. It's another touch forward, but this isn't control. RHHS are just taking pot shots. They need to be more confident about the way they're playing this out. Take the ball and lead into the opponent's half.
Don't like Hello's soft touch in front of net. He's done them a good few times now and has been punished for them quite a bit. Has to be careful about that. The pass in centre, Taha will be easy to get that save. The challenge well by Hardy. Oh, what touch needs to be found here to keep the pressure alive. Hello will be the man to do it, but a heavy touch will get past Pengoli, but not past Lunar. 3 minutes still to go for game number 6. Over these teams playing it safe, playing it carefully. Do not want to let it go slip just so easily.
RHHS struggling to win 50s right now as well, and it keeps leading them into their half. Even when they've got the boost, that's been a struggle. We saw earlier in the match, Rapupi was able to play out with 0. He will have to make a play here. He does have the 100 to work with. It's going to corner, trying to look for a bump on Pengoli, can't find it. It's going to be a cut through from Hardy and a shot on target. Taha can read it off post. So close to the goal, and chances still here for RHHS. Denied by North Star.
Hello's to catch off the corner. Got boosted play, they're trying to get it past Taha, no success. Half the game to go now. North Star Gaming. 1 goal could secure the serious win, but a goal against them could cause disaster. Here comes Rapupi, shot to net, saving the line. Hello goes back, he keeps the pressure going. Control in the air, he's a little bit awkward, but he recovers. Looking for a pass to a teammate, no one to be found. The low 50 works out well, but commotion on the side of RHHS, all bundled up together in each other's way. And a cause for disaster with a goal will not be found. 2 demos down the other end, it could be a goal for North Star.
I wish we had a closer replay for that. I didn't get to see exactly what the chaos was. It looked like bumps between 2 players on RHHS on an open net opportunity. Still 0-0 though. RHHS have all the opportunities right now. Things are starting to turn in their favor. North Star are getting nervous in the back half of the game. Hello now goes very, very high with that. Gonna take that to ground. Looks for the double. And back to corner. 50 there. Not going to come out of corner, and it's going to be very hard to form an offense off that.
Luner's going all the way by himself. Out to the corner, the ball will be sent. Taha, over to Hello. The ball might just sink on in.
Whoa.
Off the back wall it will go, bouncing right in front of net, but not going to find the back of it. A minute to go, Gex. Still a 0-0 affair. It is as long as we have went this series without a goal being scored. This next goal might just be the winner. And Rapupi,
I feel like
the man to find it. Oh, it's a big 50.
Oh,
no, not enough.
I mean, terrifying scenario there for a second from RHHS, but oh, there it is from Luna. I think it was desperate there. The longer this went on, the more doubt North Star looked like they had in their plays as well. But this is such a good pass from Pengoli. Just dropped on Luna's head, and he has no problem hammering that at the back end of the net.
It's brilliantly done by North Star, and with 35 seconds left, it might just be enough. Down the other end, the pass found over to Rapupi. He'll get it past 1, trying to get it past Luna as well. Harry with a 50 goes low. Over to Taha. Another goal will secure the game, and Taha 2-0, 20 seconds left. That will surely be it, Gex.
You would assume so. I mean, that just seems like confidence now. Taha getting on the board is the sign that North Star, everyone on the roster is just getting up and making a play now. And that was not the case for all of this final game, but it will be the one to shut it out as well. Pengoli with another chance himself will find it as well. The mech on this man is crazy, but it was all said and done already. North Star 3-0 now, and 13 seconds just to close things.
Pengoli gets 1 for the road with 13 seconds to go. It may not have been the one to decide the game, but he certainly gets himself on the scorecard, and that's all that matters for Pengoli. The clock ticks on down. It was a formidable effort from RHHS. But unfortunately, only 2-game wins will not be enough to take down the Titans at our North Star Gaming. They move on to the semi-finals where TSM awaits.
What a bizarre series. There were times that both these teams could not buy a goal, and North Star, they do pull it together at the end, but like you said, they have to go forward and face TSM, and this, it wasn't a confident-looking win to me, and that's a very big worry if you're going up against the team that is just looking like the powerhouse again of this region. They're locking in. TSM are going to take this seriously, especially after North Star were the one to knock them out last time. They're not going to let that happen in a rematch if there is anything they can do about it. So, North Star, they had to be peaking here to show me that there was that chance, and I don't think they are. And now they have to absolutely go to another level as they move forward in their series. RHHS, though, hugely impressed me in their first real entry here into the broadcasted games. They had some crazy games. It's going to be a very weird series to look back across the results of if you didn't watch the game.
Oh, 100%. I'm excited to see what they do in the future events, and we see them again in open number 6. I mean, I sure hope so. They're a really fun team to watch. Though eliminated here, with a very good showing from them, getting those 2 games in excellent fashion. It was not enough, though. North Star Gaming, they beat TSM before. Can they do it again? That will come in 2 series time. Coming up after the break, though, is a fan favourite. The last time regional champions, Kinotrope, face off against Jungle Juicers. We'll see you then.
My fear gets the best of me. I can't seem to understand how you do this to me. You've been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead. Saw you in the red dress. I can't seem to understand how you got all that finesse. Still been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead.
Welcome back, everybody, as we come back from another chaotic series, very typical of Apac. Or was it? I mean, even for Apac, that was a bit of a weird one. We saw the best and the worst of both teams. It just seemed that we saw the best more often from one side than the other, of course, and it did have to be North Star there. They were the predicted ones for that, and I think it's fair to say that that was a fairly good series to represent why that was picked, but yeah, there needs to be consistency found there.
Oh, 100%. They need to clean things up going into that next series, especially against a team like TSM, who will pick apart any kind of mistake that you make. But they made it to the semi-finals, and that is what's important to them. Now they've got to go even further.
Yeah, stepping forward is the first thing to do, but I feel like we're going back to what we said before the game, where North Star look a bit of a shell of themselves from what they were in Open 4. They don't look like they're at that same level, and that game right there didn't give me confidence that they are going to be able to find that form again today.
Yeah, I do agree. I think there's time for changes there, but they will need to be made. There's definitely no way you go in looking like that and you take down TSM. So TSM as well looking for their best challenge, so they're warmed up for the grand final if they're going to make it there. So it is still the chance of the TSM versus Kinotrope matchup in the grand final, but Kinotrope have to take it from one earlier. In fact, our next up match. It's going to be Kinotrope Gaming versus Jungle Juices on your screen next. That is, of course, Furlash, Max U, and Cash with Homie as the coach versus Tosis, Lunatic, and Muhammad from Jungle Juices. Now, don't get me wrong, Jungle Juices have been looking very, very good. This is the best they've ever played. They are really, really something to watch right now, but it's going to be a tough matchup for them.
Oh, 100%. I mean, Lunatic is the standout player for me on that team. I've said it time and time again. Toss has had a real big step up as well in that last series that they played. But going head to head against all of these players over on the Kinotrope side, they've all got them beat individually. It's just, can they beat them as a team? That's basically all Jungle Juices can try and hope for. And even then, they have less experience as a team together. So basically, everything goes against them and their chances at winning, but maybe they can pull it out.
I mean, the question I want to ask is this a bit of a free hit for the Jungle Juicers, right? This is as far as we've seen them go. Do they really need to start to overthink things, you know, believe that they can take that step up into top 4? Or do they just go into this game saying, well, let's play our game, let's have some fun, there's no pressure on us, we'll just kind of take the opportunities that we are afforded? And if they do that and Kinotrope start feeling the pressure, who knows what could happen? I think that's the way they've got to approach it.
Yeah. And yeah, Kinotrope have shown weakness. They did go down a pretty big way to TSM yesterday, so there is, you know, chinks in the armor. You can get in beneath their under the skin, and like you said, if there is that pressure, then anything can happen. And I think that is what they will be looking for here, Jungle Juices. They have their chances. I think they'll have watched what happened yesterday and be doing their best to make use of the flaws that are available. Every team has them, Kinotrope included, but this is kind of Kinotrope's chance to step up. They have their best shot now at making a major appearance, so this is a crucial win for them. I would say from here, if they make a top 6 dropout, there is no way they would make the major.
And let's not even forget that not only is it their major chances, because of this top 4 finish from TSM, it has opened up the contention for the World Championship spot as well. Now, not only are they fighting to make this major and, you know, have a bit of fun there, they're also fighting to make Worlds, which previously felt a bit out of reach, but now, way more possible if they can keep winning.
Yeah, the way that Open Split 2 kind of shapes up is if you win 2 out of the 3 Opens in the second split, and you were in those 1 and 2 spots in Split 1, then you have a real opportunity to qualify for Worlds, because you're going to qualify for Major. You're going to get the minimum RLCS points at the Major, which is 4, which should push you over the top of your opponents. So Kinotrope, yeah, you're absolutely right, fighting for every last RLCS point they can get their hands on.
Well, I mean, we've talked about it enough here. It's the ups and the downs. It's the pressure and the needs here of these teams. And you guys have heard it also. What's your opinion? Give us your prediction in the chat here. It's hashtag KN for Kinotrope, hashtag JCRS for the Juices of Jungle. I'm going to keep it saying it like that. I like it. I'm wish I could just go straight for the team that I enjoy the name of the most here. They have the most fun on field, but I have to go with the team that has it all on the line here.
Yeah.
They've got everything to play for, everything to lose. I don't think they're going to give it up here. It's Kinotrope for me.
I mean, it's as simple as the fact that they won the last event. The only team they've lost to so far is TSM. I don't see them dropping to Jungle Juicers right now. I mean, Jungle Juicers have made a really good job getting to top 6, but this has got to be Kinotrope all day. And then they've got Godspeed waiting for them, and I think that one is going to be maybe a bit more of a challenge, but we'll see how it goes later on. I think if Kinotrope are looking good, though, they're going to have a nice run to that grand final.
I think you have hit something on the head there, Boyo, is if they are looking good, because we know Kinotrope can be a little bit variable in their play in the server. However, I don't think it's variable enough. I love every player on the Jungle Juicers side. I think they all have their own merit, but there is just something about this Kinotrope roster having won that Open 4. There should be a fire in their bellies now to go forwards in Open 5 and really try and take it to TSM. We didn't see it yesterday. I think it's got to come out today. Go give me Kinotrope.
Yeah, it's going to be a sweep on the desk here for Kinotrope with good reason. Full respect to Jungle Juicers. I have loved what I've seen from them. But Kinotrope are just a different beast. And these guys, they have been fighting for that #1 position in the region all season. They've wanted it so badly. They have the chance to push for that now. They're not going to drop out in top 6. They've just... I don't think that they're... willpower alone would let them do that.
Yeah. I mean, the chat overwhelmingly agrees. 78% for Kinotrope, 22 for the Jungle Juicers. Yeah, I mean, it's a fair one. And I think the Jungle Juicers deserve the respect. Of course, they made a good run to get here. They got to top 6 last time around, then falling to North Star Gaming in that game. But they weren't able to win that one, and I think Kinotrope's a different beast.
Yeah, and I mean, you also have a look at the way that they lost to North Star, right? Only a 3-2. They took them right the way to 5 games. This is not a pushover squad. They are very, very high quality in their own right. I mean, we just keep coming back to the fact that it is Kinotrope. It is your current regional champions.
Yep.
And they're very difficult to unseat in that position. And anybody at the point of below that position is going to find it difficult to beat them. We've seen that in Open 1 and Open 2 and Open 3 as well, but certainly in this second split, Kinotrope have come to play.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was going to say. This second split, particularly this Open, if you gave me any team but TSM, I would probably take Kinotrope right now. I don't think there's a world in which any team but TSM could keep them from a grand final, and they're not in the same bracket here. So I do expect that that's what we're going to see, and that's probably going to be one of the most exciting grand finals we'll ever have for this region, because that major representation is just going to be... it's do or die at that moment. I think that will define what we see in Open number 6 as well. While the fight would still be there if TSM take it, I think that would really, really have a huge blow to Kinotrope if they can't take it here. 78% though to Kinotrope, and you know why. Let's see it on the field. I want to give it away to you guys. You've got hopefully an exciting one still here. I think there's enough in the mix for a game from Jungle Juicers, but even if there is, I don't think it's going to be reflective of the series. I think this one, it'll be in the bag for Kinotrope, and it needs to be.
It has to be. If they want to have their chance at the major, this has got to be in the bag. It's got to be secure. They've got so much to play for now, Rhino. Yeah. Every single game, every single series counts for so much, because they're in the hot seat. They're usually the underdogs. You're usually one playing from behind. They're usually one trying to find the first place. So, oh, woe is me, Kinotrope always second. They're in first right now. They have the pressure on them, and they can't let it get to them.
Yeah, and I think something about pressure feels like it's going to affect Kinotrope a little bit more today because of what happened yesterday. Because of that 4-1 loss to TSM, you start getting in your own head. I think you're absolutely right that there's that white whale looming over them that they've not been able to get beyond. And it's all about whether they can do that today, but they need to get there first.
I mean, I think if you're Kinotrope, you're maybe somewhat hoping that North Star can beat TSM for a second time and make your life a lot easier in the grand finals. But maybe a pipe dream. We'll have to wait and see later on. It's a very important day today, and Can't stress enough how much every series counts, especially for those free teams we keep on mentioning, and it's just up to the rest to play spoiler.
I don't know if it would be much easier, considering North Star still took Kinotrope to 7 games in the grand final in Open 4. They definitely put on a show, but they still, you're absolutely right, they are still the side that Kinotrope would like to play in that grand final. I have no doubt, outside of TSM, especially given how TSM played yesterday. We're yet to see them today, but you'd imagine they've come into Open 5 with a bit of a chip on their shoulder, and they want to play as well as they can do. So we'll see what happens a little bit later on, but for now, this game is going to be really hotly contested. I think Kinotrope, as long as they score first, as long as they feel good after that first game, I don't think they'll have too many issues.
We'll be getting into game very, very shortly. Some player connection issues, so just having a couple restarts and such. Making sure everything is to the best degree possible before we get into the series. But having a look at the Kinotrope roster, I mean, we talk a lot about Furlash and how that was his first ever regional win, but it still shocks me. Master, of course, has had plenty, and in that cash factor coming over from EU, an excellent player in his own regard, very well accomplished. And now here, playing in Apac on Kinotrope, trying to be that difference maker to make it to the major and get someone who isn't Sphinx to the major.
Hey, we love Sphinx in the region, all right?
Yeah.
Don't get it twisted. We want to see Sphinx there, but it's always nice to have something new, something interesting, someone different to not only be a different representative for the region, but it's also to show that there is a competitiveness within the region. If Sphinx is making every single major every single time, and that's all that the international stage sees, then they're going to assume that APAC is not an especially competitive region, and this guy is just absolutely dominating it. So to see new players over there, to see a new look, I appreciate that Max, you obviously isn't a new player to the world stage, but to have that seen as, oh, okay, there's another team, there's another group of players outside of Sphinx and Catalysm that are playing well in APAC, that raises the stocks of APAC even more.
Well, Ian should be ready in just a moment now. Kinotrope versus the Jungle Juicers, a fight to make it to the semi-finals. One of these teams is by far the favourite.
Yeah.
The other one on very much, I would describe, an underdog run here if they can do anything against that powerhouse of a team. That is the big question right now. What can, even if they don't win the series, what can they do against Kinotrope? That's the hard ask, because it sets the tone for the rest of the day. Coming up against Godspeed, going up against that grand finalist, if they still make it there. It really sets a tone for what Jungle Juicers can do right now.
Certainly does. Well, it seems like we have got things ready to go, folks. So we can go into this game number 2 of your Championship Sunday. One team are in top 6. The other go through to play Godspeed in the semi-finals. Kinotrope versus Jungle Juicers for advancement today.
Game number 1 of our second series of the day. What can Kinotrope do to make their statement that they deserve their spot at the major, their spot at the international event? That journey begins now. They won last regional. They have got more to do today.
We've got a player cam as well. Cash coming through with the face cam. Thank you very much for that. Furlash off the backboard, cleared away by Lunatic, but Cash right there on the scene with a 50, and now Maxu with the pace, looking to get the pass down to his teammate. Cash takes the shot, backboard, crossbar, no, cleared away by Jungle Juicers. A statement of intent early for Kinotrope.
Well, ignore that overlay. They have not won one game just yet. Maybe getting a bit too ahead of ourselves, but Cash will certainly try and make that a reality. A 1-0 beginning, only 30 seconds in.
Yep, there you go. The reset from Cash allows him just to take it over the top of the defense. Jungle Juicers scattered to the winds, and that will be 1-0 inside the first 30 seconds. I said if they could score the first goal and settle down, they're going to be very dangerous and difficult to stop. Jungle Juicers, prove me wrong. Oh,
well, tosses down the other ammo. Try for a goal to respond, but going to find it this time round. Here's Maxu. Denied. They run out to the side and with a clear upfield once again. It'll be Furlash trying to find goal number 2. With the help of Maxu, not going to find it. The cast to the back wall will be caught this time by Mohamed. Clear away to Maxu off the corner. He pounces. Losses will get the clearance away, but not going to be enough.
Really early challenges. Cash looking for the top left corner. Will be rebuffed for the moment. Clearance down the line is only met by Maxu, and just look at how high Kenotrope are on the field. All 3 of them getting in the face of Jungle Juices, and they might find out why that's a bad idea. Mohamed wins a 50, gets around a player, and because of the Kenotrope press, that means there's no one back to defend, and Jungle Juices equalized 1-1.
One apiece, and it is Mohamed to find the equaliser. Not even 90 seconds in. Jungle Juices get themselves 1 on the board. Can they find more of a response, or will it be back to Kenotrope in the driving seat? Furlash, the ball will fall off the ceiling. It's Lunatic in control. Maxu on the side, what can he do with this one? Goes to the 50-50 win, but Mohamed will control. Here comes Cash. He got 1 already. Can he get another? Not this time.
Oh, that ball across the goal line. Not going to happen once again. Kenotrope very advanced. And when Cash is doing stuff like this, that's why. Beautiful work off that right-hand side. Picks up the 100, puts it to good use. The speed he's able to get off that touch off the ceiling is enough to find the top right corner. Kenotrope 2-1.
2-1. They find their lead once again, but can they hold on to it? Cash will get a demo on Mohamed, trying to make some space for his team. Maxu waiting patiently behind. It'll be Furlash looking for another demo. Finds it. Makes some space. The aggression coming out from Kenotrope. Maybe getting a little bit too optimistic with it, pushing a little bit too far forward, and it could cost them, as it did for the first goal.
You can tell they want to make a statement. You can tell they're in a bad mood today. They're getting right in the face of Jungle Juices. They're like, nah, we want to absolutely demolish and destroy everybody in our path so that we have the best momentum going into that grand final. Furlash is up, but so is Lunatic. Japanese on Japanese action there. As now Mohamed has an opportunity. That's really got to go on target. Poor from the MENA representative, and with 2 minutes 20 still to play, Kenotrope still 2-1 up. Surely a psycho attempt. There is one, but will not go home.
Lunatic 2 off the back wall. To the side. Ball will rise high. Maxu. Shot towards net. Big pinch away from Tossis. Shot to net, should be goal, and it will, exactly. On the line, the save attempt, not going to be connected upon. Furlash a diving save, not found, and the second touch, inches away.
That is how quickly it can happen when you play so aggressive, when you play so attacking. All it takes is a big pinch down the other end of the field, and you're in trouble. Kenotrope discovering that. We talked yesterday about measured aggression and trying to waylay some of that aggression if there is an opening behind you. Kenotrope didn't listen to our concerns, and they have just gone for all-out aggression. It's not measured in the slightest. There is not a single ruler in sight. 1 minute and a half to go. 2-2. Jungle Juices sticking right there with Kenotrope. But it's fair to say that the goals that the Jungle Juices have scored, they have kind of been gifted to them.
Maxu off to the bar. Will be saved away by Lunatic. Furlash, though, he comes knocking. Might be time for a goal, but not going to be yet. Tosses, Lunatic pushing upfield. Connection not going to be made.
No. It was really good defense actually there from Maxu, being able to shadow that and make sure he stayed away from the attempted demo. Because if Jungle Juices win this first game, goodness gracious, that's really going to unsettle the Kenotrope players. Bump on the goal line, nothing doing there. Maxu now having to move back towards his own goal. Does get good control. Takes the 100 boost as well and gets around a couple. Really nice work from Maxu on his back line. Ball off the backboard. Maxu goes by, but there is cover. Furlash plays forwards, and now this is Cash to collect. 20 seconds to go. Jungle Juices have an opportunity. Max Yu shuts the door.
Lunatic with control. Tries to get it past Cash, no success. Another dunk. Up high. Lunatic diving on in. That's a big shot from Max Yu. Is that going to sink on in? Yes, it is! The pinch from cross mat will going to go for Kinotrope.
I mean, that's a ridiculous read from Max Yu. How on earth has he read that water falling down off that right-hand corner? Insane work. And then to get the pinch over onto the bottom left-hand side as well. Just, sometimes you just got to give credit where it's due. Max Yu wins the game for Kinotrope, finds a moment of inspiration where it didn't look like there were any. And Jungle Juices, for all of the work that they were able to do on defense in that game, and it was a lot, although only 5 saves actually surprises me quite a lot. But either way, Kinotrope take it, game number 1. Jungle Juices have a lot to do.
It was a good game from Jungle Juices, only losing to that random goal coming out from Max Yu at the end. It was the Cash show for the whole first half of that game. Slowing down a little bit as time went on, not doing bad per any say. Just maybe letting his teammates get a bit more involved, but Jungle Juices did step up, put a bit of a challenge in, and having a little bit of control of their own.
Yeah, for sure. And they showed signs of that towards the end of that game. They showed that they were able to break downfield and maintain some possession, but it didn't happen very often for them. This was Tossis getting that go ahead, and then this. Just magic from Max Yu. Bottom left corner. Cash obviously wanting the goal steal as he is wont to do, but isn't able to get there in time because that pinch was so powerful. Great work from Kinotrope in game number 1. They were deserving winners, I think it's fair to say, of that game, but Jungle Juices showed us a little bit of something in those final 30 seconds.
Well, everybody, it is your favourite time of the day. It's an Apac server reset. The server went down for maintenance. So we're making another one. We'll have a test lobby, and then we'll get back into the action eventually. So we're going to keep on waiting. We're going to keep on stalling, and people are going to come into the chat very, very soon saying, Casters, can you start the game already? Stop talking, start the game.
Yeah.
And we won't. We're going to keep talking.
We sure are, because A, that's our job, and B, what else can we do in this moment? So, server is restarting. We will be going to Forbidden Temple next, and I guess I just have to ask, Boyo, Jungle Juices looks like second best in that game number 1. What do they need to change going into this game number 2?
It would help if they looked the best. That would help them win it.
Okay.
Expert analysis. No, I think what they need to do is actually win. No. I don't think there is much they can do. I'm genuine. I'm making all these jokes. Yeah. I don't know if there is a lot that they can do to really define what is going to win them the next couple of games here, because I think they've got to keep doing what they were doing. I don't think they did anything particularly wrong in that game. I think the last goal, I mean, okay, the defense was left wide open, maybe a bit of a mistake. You're not predicting the random pin from Max Yu to go on in.
No.
Otherwise, it was a 2-2 scoreline. Overtime was set to happen. I think that is what we should be asking for Jungle Juicers here, is to push Kinotrope to the distance. And I think they did that. To get an actual win and to really, really make Kinotrope look like the worst team, that's a whole different ask, and something I don't have the solution for. I'm a blooming caster. I don't know what's going on.
Fair enough. Oh, pre-jump from a long time ago from Furlash. Met by Mohaned. Well, that's a statement of intent there. Into game number 2, into Forbidden Temple from Kinotrope. They want to keep up the pressure. They want to keep looking like the better team in the server. Cash going to try and do just that, but can't get beyond a double defender play from Jungle Juices.
The back, it will go for Lunatic in control. A reset to push the ball upfield. Early pressure coming out from the Juicers, trying to push Furlash off this ball. We're going to hit the turn on it. The clock will strike, and Lunatic will score. He needs a trail of blood on the clock tower as Juicers go 1-0 up.
Early challenge from Mohaned. He reads it really nicely, and that sets up Lunatic on the left-hand side. Beautiful work from Jungle Juices. They take the lead. They're good for it as well. Kinotrope will Tries to get that offense going again.
That's wide open.
And they might have done immediately. There's no need to find the top left corner on that finish from Cash, but he does it anyway. The cannon is online.
At least this cannon can shoot in a straight line. Take notes, Lunar. You've got something to look forward to later on. 1-1. Keenertrope tie things up. And it was a good start for Jungle Juicers. A bad continuation.
Yeah, for sure. Now Maxiu looking to try and continue Keenertrope's successes in the first minute of this game. Cash gets the demo. Chance goal. And that's Furlash making his presence felt, but it all comes off this play down the left side from Cash. Plays it really nicely, gets the demo. No one back to defend. Furlash, easy goal. 2-1.
Well, Furlash breaks the deadlock. Didn't take long for a 1-0 game for Jungle Juicers to become a 2-1 in favour of Keenertrope.
Mohan. Left-hand side, looking for something. No, cleared away by Keenertrope. And now Furlash takes a shot, looking for that top left corner again, but saved away on the goal line by Jungle Juicers. They really need to get some attack going, but when you're getting early challenge like that, it's difficult to do, Boyo.
Handed to the corner. Maxiu taken out. Tosses. Control of the ball. And Maxiu is going to be quick to interject. Lunatic's already up for the follow-up. And break the madness of this game, but not going to find anything just yet. Here's Maxiu now. No connection, the pass is there. Tosses, Mahani all around the pitch. Barreling in forward, a double commit is up. Lunatic not going to get it.
Nice opportunity, but the counter-attack is here. Maxiu off the left side. We'll leave it for Cash, but he can't get around Mohanid, and now Furlash is left all the way back. Won't matter. Ball only finds the corner. Maxiu, catch. Can he get to the second touch? Not before Mohanid is there. Corner from Cash, but no, that goes over the bar. Taking a couple of pot shots here, Keenertrope. None really dangerous as of yet. Double commit from Jungle Juicers. That really is dangerous. Backboard, Maxiu, backboard again!
Oh,
the crossbar
what
in! Maxiu magic strikes again!
Lunatic may think it's demon time, but it's Maxiu who is showing up when it matters. The reset to the backboard, double touch into the back of the net, and Keenertrope make it 3-1.
Lovely work from the stalwart of Apac. He's been here so long, and every single time he just surprises us with something new. That is gorgeous. Now Lunatic trying to get things back underway for Jungle Juicers. The first time in this game a team has been 2 goals to the good. Cash looking to extend that, but he doesn't really have a teammate to work with. What a catch on the ground from Cash. Doesn't set Furlash up really, but now he's going to have another opportunity to shoot. Will go wide. Demo from Maxiu onto Lunatic. Won't matter because the break is still happening, but no, it's Cash who gets back in time. The counter not there because Lunatic comes in from absolutely nowhere for that 50.
Here's Tosses. 100 seconds. 2 goals of difference. Not much time on the Jungle Juicers' hands. He had a really good game in the first time around here, challenging Keenertrope well. Struggling to replicate that scoreline this time around as the clock keeps on ticking. What can Tosses do? He'll try slip it past Furlash, but he's too quick. He's all in every single time. Not going to allow you to get the ball past him easily enough. Back it will fall to Cash. Maxiu's already there for it. Tosses will interject, but the Finn cannot finish the dinner.
It's a good challenge really from Maxiu because he wasn't favourite to win that ball, but he just puts himself right where Tosses wants to put that ball. Cash, corner. Oh, he doesn't quite get the bounce he was looking for. Cleared away by Mohanid. There's now Maxiu down the right side. Tosses clearing away. Cash with a really early challenge. Backboard. Oh, he gets bumped off the play. Doesn't matter. The backboard was marshalled anyway by Jungle Juicers, but with 40 seconds to go, the ball is very much in the opposite side of the field to where Jungle Juicers want it. Maxiu with another demo. It's been very, very aggressive from Keenertrope in game 2, and it's working for them.
Over to Maxiu. Furlash. Lead away. 15 seconds to go. Cash up once again. He'll get the dunk. Not going to find the go off of it. Mohamed pass on out over to Furlash. Caught by a lunatic this time around, and as the ball dilly-dallies about in front of the net, Maxi will try and get another crazy goal! He just glues himself to the ball, and Matthew the Slayer will shoot, and Matthew the Slayer will get the kill shot.
We talked about demon time earlier. Maxu is on demon time. He wants to go to Paris. Goodness gracious me. Two of the best goals you will see in Apac this split, this season, this year. Wow, Maxu. So impressive. We often expect that kind of play coming through from Cash. He's normally the mechanical one on Kenotrope. But today, Maxu wants to remind us just how high quality his Rocket League is. Wonderful work from Max. Even after Jungle Juicers took the lead early in the game, that was the only goal they got because Maxu decided that it was him who wanted to end this game quickly.
Maxu the Demon, he's causing an absolute riot for that defensive side. Unable to make a touch on it.
Just
unable
watch this.
To stop this man and what he can do. That one was great. And then he just gets the glue out, sticks himself to the ball, and yeah, I mean, spinning around like a Vortex there, just gets it into the back of the net, and everyone just has to sit there and watch.
I'm sitting here and watching. Boyo, I'm enjoying what I'm seeing from Maxi. There's a renaissance happening. And why not? Lovely stuff. And we even saw Cash crack a smile on his camera as well at the end there. He knows the quality. Surely not another early goal for Jungle Juicers. It's not going to happen this time. Lunatic doesn't get the challenge. The 50 works in Kenotrope's favor, but Tossis will try now to go coast to coast. That's not the greatest first touch. Gets it around the first. Furlash takes a shot. Whoa, Maxu! From out of nowhere! RKOing Jungle Juicers. 1-0.
He's a little monster on this pitch right now, and everywhere he goes, he is in your way, causing disaster. In Kenotrope, 1-0 up.
And it will be Maxi off the right-hand side, intercepted by Lunatic. Mohamed down the line, no. Cash intercepting, Maxi in the way, won't matter. Furlash! 30 seconds gone. Kenotrope on the rampage.
Well, Maxu seems to have got his minion in play here. Gets Furlash another goal here, putting fear into the opponent. One goal from Maxu, one goal from Furlash. You know what Cash can do. He's acting like a fearmonger now. There's nothing more to worry about. Jungle Juicers know that all of them can strike today.
Maxi off the right-hand side, looking to bring it through. No. Cash out of the corner, tosses away, but once again the early challenge. Maxi,
oh no, it's not.
There's a savior there. Mohamed makes the block. Lunatic off the right side. Can't get much done. Cash with a big pinch long. 60 seconds gone, but it already feels like this game might be done and dusted with the way that Kenotrope are approaching it.
Here comes Lunatic. He's going to try and find something to make of this game. It's been a disastrous first minute, but plenty of time to bring something back into control. He's got Cash in Furlash centre. He's already up for it. Oh, I mean, Rhino.
Yeah.
What can they do? I mean, Furlash is lurking in their half. He's a spy on a mission. He finds his moment to strike, and goal number 3 is found.
I don't know what you can do. This feels like what we were talking about after game 1, right? Where we were saying Jungle Juicers didn't really do that much wrong. Kenotrope just found something, found some magic. I mean, they're finding magic and then some as they move forwards here in this game. I mean, it's almost as if they're fortune tellers, the way that they're able to just predict where that ball's going to be at any given moment. It just seems to be able to make those plays when you just least expect it. Maxu can't get much going there. Furlash going back towards his own half.
Passes here into centre. A Lunatic will catch it. Mohamed just flailing around in front of net, but it's not enough, Rhino. I mean, Keener are fully in control. Oh, Cash, don't do it to him. Oh, he tried to. I think he's a psychopath. He tried to fake them in front of net like that when they're already three goals up. That's disgusting. But Matthew finds an opening anyway. It's goal number 4. This game's already blooming over.
Yeah, we've not even played half of it yet, but Keenatrope just finding something from nothing. Well, actually, no, sorry, it's not even from nothing. They're just finding another level. They're finding their open winning form that we expect to see from them. You were the only one who predicted a Keenatrope sweep, and I mean, they might get another one here off the left-hand post from Furlash. Did you expect it to seriously be this dominant?
Yeah. The way Devil's Advocate, I don't think Jungle just had really a chance here. I'm sorry to say it to them, I'm going to be up front. I think they've done a great job getting this far, but Keenatrope are on a different level.
They are. They are. Jungle Juicers need a soldier back on defense. They need something to block the shots from Keenatrope. It's not happening for them. But the offense also does need to start waking up a little bit. Tossis dropping this one in, but the block isn't going to be there. The clearance is in. Is there a player ready? There is, but Tossis still gets there before him. 1 minute 50 to go. Tossis getting a reset, but again, just not able to move downfield with efficiency. That one might just drop Furlash. Almost caught out. Not this time.
Nice shoot. I'll slip it past one. Tossis is up. He's trying to find just about anything that he can, to be honest, but I mean, we've seen from this whole series, Matthew's been shooting, Furlash has been doing incredible, and Cash is always king. We know that about him on Keenatrope. He has had an excellent series as well. It is a hard ask for Jungle just to do anything to stop this roster.
Yeah, it really is. Down this right side, Maxiu looking to break downfield, getting the 50. Is there another one? Furlash, no. Big clearance, but it's not on target. Touch up from Cash. There's Furlash. Backboard. Where's the follow through? Bit of a double commit. Cash takes charge. But again, he just can't get there. 4-0. And they continue to push forwards. This is not a demolition, boyo. This is an execution at this point.
I should go for something again. Every time he's on the ball, I'm excited to see what he'll pull on out. It's Furlash, not score. Doesn't feel like it this time. The clearance is away and out to the corner it will go. As the ball rises high with 30 seconds left, it is lights out for the Jungle Juicers in game number 3. Matthews on the ball again. Where did he even come from? Tosses might get the redirect in, but nope, it will miss. Lunatic, nope, it will miss again. 10 seconds now, and Keenatrope will drive a victory lap as they find success in game 3 and send themselves to match point.
They will, and you'd be hard-pressed to believe that they won't be able to convert that match point either. This is a Keenatrope that are stepping up to the plate. They've looked exceptional after we were theory crafting earlier about, is this a Keenatrope that are wounded? Were they not quite up to scratch yesterday? They weren't quite up to scratch yesterday, but today, it's a different day. It's a new day. And they have woken up and chosen violence. 4-0. And that could be a sign of things to come as well.
It's been a beautiful series from Keenatrope so far. A sign of an artist, an artistry. Beautiful painting of a series of destruction. And I think the only question they're going to ask the Jungle Juicers is, can you even fathom stopping us right now? Because it seems like the answer is no.
Does. It really does. Jungle Juicers seem to be able to get at least something going towards the end of the game, the kind of like final 60 seconds, final 90 seconds, that kind of area. But realistically, if you're not playing for the full 5 minutes at the top level, then Keenatrope are going to absolutely demolish you. And that's exactly what they've done so far. I don't really know why they would even... There is a timeout being taken by Jungle Juicers.
Yep.
Is it relevant? I feel really mean saying that, but it just doesn't feel like it.
I mean, I'm not an oracle. I can't tell the future, but I do think that, you know, Jungle Juicers at least have a fighting chance. They had the game won. They were close in game 1. They almost made overtime. They might as well pull the timeout, pull out all the stops, and give it their absolute. It's all we can ask for the team here, is give it their absolute best. And I think coming into this, they know that Keenan Trope is an incredibly difficult opponent.
Yeah.
So they've got to give it a go.
They've got to come together like a legion of players and really try to lock in that teamwork if they're going to be able to break down field and make those plays. I want to see more passing plays, certainly, if they're able to try to bring that teamwork together. It's going to be difficult for them to do, but we'll see if they are going to be able to. So, timeout is almost at its end, you would think. The players are loading back in to the server. Will it be lights out? Or will Juicers be able to find one for the road? Let's find out.
One more chance for Jungle Juicers to play any kind of spoiler to slow down Keener Trope's march for victory. It's 5 minutes on the clock, Rhino. Lots of work to be done. Mohamed will start offsetting that ball to the backboard. They're not going to find anything just yet.
Oh.
Oh, the cash.
You just got to laugh, haven't you? You've just got to laugh. Maxu getting beyond, and then Cash. Beautiful play off the backboard. The power behind that pass as well, like the pass to himself, the knock onto the backboard. It just prevents any defenders from being able to read what he wants to do. And Keener Trope start as they mean to go on. Another 1-0 lead found. And they're not going to want to let that up. They're going to want even more. Maxu out of the corner. Cleared away by Mohamed.
I mean, hey, if Majid is in chat, get him in here because there's some people challenging him to chef because these guys are cooking something up right now. Cash it out to the side where Maxu awaits. Control of the ball into centre. It will go. Denied for now, but the pressure just persists. Finally a clear away from the Jungle Juicers, but for how long will it last?
Oh, Furlash. Really making a good save there. And now down the right-hand side. It's picked up by Mohamed. Cash locks him away. And now Maxu, who it's fair to say has been the slayer this game. He's been getting a lot of goals, shooting quite a lot as well. He has been the surprise package. He will be able to try and take Keener Trope through, but he couldn't get anything to go there. Lunatic, nice reset, but again, rebuffed at the first time of asking. No challenge from Furlash. Bit of ping pong being played.
It's an odd affair here in game number 4. Waiting for the opening is this Jungle Juicer side. They went goalless last time. They fear it may happen again. They may be the team desperate to find something, but I don't think Keener Trope are going to really let anything slip. They are stone cold killers right now, looking to take down anyone in their path.
Yeah, they certainly are. And now, I think Tossis was driving backwards there, was he? I couldn't quite tell. Now, Mohamed, oh, that one just goes by. Maxu clearing away. 2v1 opportunity as Cash off the right side. Oh, hits the upright, but it won't matter. Maxu follows through. It was a pass all along. Cash and Maxu combine. Keener Trope 2 to the good.
A pass all along, and another goal for Keener Trope. Jungle Juicers sitting there like hermits watching as it falls on in. There's nothing they can do but basically play spectator at that point.
Certainly, Furlash putting it middle, no. Mahani clears away. Cash trying to bring it through over the top. Gets an extra touch as well. That ball is awkward. High above the Jungle Juicers net. Keener Trope not done. Wanting more. Maxu, left side. No, going to leave it for Cash. Looking for the bump on the backboard, but there's 2 on the backboard. You're going to have to remove both of them if you want success. They don't find it on that occasion, but Furlash might have broken the lines here. Powerful, not powerful enough. There's still a chance, but Cash makes a mess of that.
Bit of a missed touch for a moment. His Juicers look to find anything that they can, but for a moment of time on the ball, it's a moment of time where Keener Trope just get into defensive position and stop any opportunity that they find. 90 seconds approaching, just about 100. Tosses to the back. No one's there for the shot.
No, Mohaned off that left side. Cleared by Maxu. Furlash up early. Looking for the double! Furlash has entered the chat. Beautiful pass from Max. Furlash's first touch is exquisite, but the shot is even better. Top right corner. Keenatrope on a mad one.
I don't know what he's been studying at university, but it must be maths because the angle that guy found, he must be a mathematician. 90 seconds to go, and Keenatrope just cannot stop scoring. No holds barred.
No, absolutely. There is one for the road by the looks of things. For the Jungle Juicers, 1 minute 19 to find another 2 goals. This is good play from Tossis. Really nice pass across the goal line. Lunatic. The fact that Maxu still almost gets there is insane. But he doesn't make it in the end. Jungle Juicers do have a goal, but I don't know that it's going to be enough to rebuff this Keenatrope exquisite performance we've been seeing from them.
Oh, Jungle Juicers get one. But
Right, I'm going to call a flag on the play on that one. That's crazy.
I don't think they're going to get it this time. 1 minute to go. And Keenatrope, they're just running a victory lap here.
Yeah, they are. Certainly are. Tossis, right-hand side. Ball off the back. Furlash sends it long. Maxu can't get in the way. Mohaned looking for the pass and just gets in each other's way. And you've got to be a little bit more coordinated than that to get past Keenatrope. Lunatic. They will now collect the ball after Tossis, clearly tired, gets the demolition. Trying to get this one forwards. No, Furlash lifting it high. Yeah, this game is kind of just being played out until the 0 seconds, isn't it?
So the clock strikes 0. So from there, it'll be Keenatrope finding the victory. And I mean, it has. I mean, I'm sorry to Jungle Juicers. I feel like we've talked bad of them, but it's been such a dominant series for Keenatrope that there's not much to say down here about it. I'm sure they understand as well because it has been just the structure on the pitch there. Keenatrope, they send themselves to the semi-finals and they looked fantastic doing it.
I think that's the thing. I don't think we're talking bad about Jungle Juicers at all. We are just explaining how good Keenatrope have been today. And when the difference is there for all to see, I think we've already spoken about it, that Jungle Juicers probably couldn't play all that, based on the players that they have and the time that they've had to work together. I don't think they could have played much better than they did today. I don't think they played a bad game. Keenatrope are just on another level right now. They've found that confidence from open number 4, and they are using it to its full advantage.
And with Jungle Juicers eliminated, the Japanese players left in this event only cut down to 2. And the issue for the Japanese audience is that the remaining 2 soldiers are on the same side of the bracket over on Keenatrope and on Godspeed's side. So can they keep going on the Keenatrope side, or will Godspeed be that roadblock that we maybe don't expect, but could be the one to slow this team down?
It could, by definition of the word. By definition of the word. However, you'd be hard pressed to bet against this Keenatrope side right now. This is absolutely insane. I wasn't here during Open 4, but I still watched it, and I still don't even think Keenatrope put together a performance as good as what they've just put forward today. That is a Keenatrope that I've not seen before, and if Godspeed want to try and stop them, they are going to have to start game planning right now. You've got approximately an hour to do it. Good luck.
Well, this series coming to a close and Keenatrope making the semi-final. It gives us to our top 4. And right, I'm excited for this one. Coming up after the break, it is the rematch that we have been waiting for. North Star Gaming against TSM. Can TSM win it this time? We'll see you after the break.
Baby, I just wanna be alone. I don't need your company, stop blowing up my phone. You don't get the things that I've been through, and I don't have the time to lay it all in front of you. And you think
to escape. People say you're old. When you're walking on the moon, walking on the moon, chase your happy place. It will change your groove. When you're dancing on the moon, dancing on the moon. When we dance again, all our trouble seems to fade away. This is how I feel when you take me to some levels that I've never been. When we dance again, all our trouble seems to fade away. This is how I feel when you take me to some places that I've never been. When we dance again, that I've never been, that I've never been, that I've never, ever, never, ever, never been.
Walking on the moon.
Well, never to escape. People say you're old. When you're walking on the moon,
Walking on the moon.
chase your happy place. It will change your groove. When you're dancing on the moon, dancing on the moon. When we dance again, all our trouble seems to fade away. This is how I feel when you take me to some levels that I've never been. When we dance again, all our trouble seems to fade away. This is how.
Welcome back to the desk, everybody, and hopefully a little bit of more normality. I mean, it wasn't unpredicted. Kinotrope with a very, very good series on their hands. That might be the best I have seen Max U in the last 3 years. He was peaking.
He was insane. Absolutely insane, that series. The whole team was. Cash started off all guns blazing in game 1, but it really did become the Max U show as the series progressed.
Yeah, it did. I think I agree with you, Gex. I've certainly not seen Max U at that level since I've joined the Apac desk at the start of last year. He was lights out today. Just mechanically, positionally, everything about him just was so good, and I'm really happy to see it, because now I understand why you keep glazing him. It makes sense now.
Yeah, he has been at that level before, and for a long time as well. So it's good to see him back on the pedestal, as it were, right now. It's not so good if you're Godspeed, because Kinotrope are going ahead, and that's going to be a really tough matchup if Kinotrope are in that kind of condition. It might even be tough for TSM if they go all the way to the grand final and find each other, but that's yet to be seen, and we will find at least one half of that result in our next matchup. So let's move on to it. TSM versus North Star in our next one up on screen. I mean, if you've got one powerhouse team in Kinotrope, you've got the other in TSM. So we're looking for a big game out of them, and TSM are looking for revenge on North Star.
It's TSM against the TSM Slayers. This is what North Star Gaming are known for. They made the grand final. They took down this TSM team in the semis. Like, this is the team who took down TSM, and this is the team who is looking to do it again. This is what their identity is currently in Apac.
Yeah, this is a scary game for TSM. This is the first game that they're going to play today, and it's against the team that took them down in the previous Open on this very stage. There is so much that could be potentially thought about on the side of TSM. I imagine that Trill will have been talking to the team, being like, it's a new Open, it's a new day, get that out of your heads. We're going to just do the same job that we do every other time. Last Open was a blip. That's all it was.
Honestly, if you ask me, I don't think they're even talking about it. TSM know that they are like top dogs here, that it was a blip on the horizon realistically, and Northstar, I don't know if they're looking like the same team they were last Open either. Northstar were on an absolute tear through the entire bracket last time. It was always going to be a tough repeat performance. Taking down TSM for any team in this region is a tough performance to do once. They've got to be proud of that alone. So I don't feel like there's any pressure really here on Northstar to make the win, but of course they're always going to want to. They do have their chance at the major title still.
You're forgetting one key thing here, Gex, and that is the Luna factor. Luna knows for a fact that he feels like he is the best in this region, all right? He will put pressure on himself and his team, because he believes that they genuinely should beat TSM, and he is probably one of the only people who thinks that. B, he's got reason to believe that, because it happened in Open before. There is no more powerful Luna than a Luna that actually has reason to believe the hype that he's given. This could be really dangerous for
Don't
TSM.
hand that sentence on. Don't hand that sentence on to Boyo.
I mean, if TSM do lose here, their season is like, it's not over, but it's spiritually over. Like, their chance at the major is basically gone. Their chance at Worlds is basically gone. This is a must-win series for TSM against a team who just 2 weeks ago took them down in spectacular fashion. This is surely going to be a high-pressure situation. As much as we think they might not be talking about it, I mean, how couldn't you think about this? This is do or die.
I mean, my answer to that is that TSM were bad last time this came around. They were. It was not good by TSM. Their Open number 4 was not their stride, and they knew it. They came in, they told us that in interviews. They've said that to me personally in DMs. They knew what needed to be fixed, and I think they are fixing that.
I don't like the argument, though, because you're telling me they've came into the event knowing they're not doing the best. They came into this event knowing they lost last time. What difference does it make? I don't care if they already...
My argument is, I think they know they lost to themselves.
Exactly.
At least that's their mentality.
And from what you're
Not that
telling
they
me...
lost to Nastar. So I think that particular conversation is relevant on any series.
But what you're telling me is they're
that was
already aware of
relevant
this.
certainly against Kinotrope, and that was taken care of.
You're telling me they're already aware of the fact they were losing to themselves and they didn't fix it last time. I need a reason to believe they're going to fix it. I do think that they are going to do better this time round, but I don't think we can discredit Northstar and say they just lost to themselves, because they knew that. They could have fixed it by your admission itself. That doesn't matter as an actual statement, because they had the tools to fix it if they were already aware of their shortcomings.
Children, please calm yourselves. Okay, we have a series to talk about and we have predictions to make, and I am going to start off the predictions. That's right, it's my show now, Gex. Who cares? But you can also make yourself predictions as #TSM #star in chat. Let us know who you think. I do not think it's going to be a repeat today. I don't think Northstar have shown enough over the last couple of games to give a real credence to the fact that they will be able to take down TSM today. So I have got Sphinx, Catalysm, and Kevin to take home this game.
Boy, you better be saying Star here after that
I was going
argument.
to say, yeah.
Well, as much as I am in a tirade about how TSM didn't just lose to themselves and they lost to Northstar last time, that was last time. I do think they look better this week. I do think they have actually improved. I'm just not here to discredit anyone's win. I am not here to go, oh, TSM were the better team, but they lost. No, they were the worst team. They got beaten by the better team. But this time, this week, they look better. They look like they're on the game again. They look like they have went and improved. And they are going to beat Northstar Gaming this time round.
All right. I mean, you're not backing down your opinion well here, but I suppose it's back down. The TSM, put it up. It's the full board, and it should be, because they've fixed the issues, in my opinion. They knew what it was last time, and they didn't care enough, maybe. They came in, and now they have a different approach to this, I think. They certainly will have a different mentality to it. You're right. They will know that they lost this matchup last time, but I think that, in general, TSM TSM have come into this to try and look like a different team. And if they can do that, if they can look like Open 2 TSM, we see this be dominantly in TSM's favor. I'm giving it a sweep. Yeah, I think they are that level of locked in. They will want to come back on this massively. What is the chat saying? You guys are insane. All right, well, we're guaranteed a TSM win now. That's how the chat works.
I think the Pengoli fans have risen up. The Pengoli fans are here and play. I mean, we talk a lot of rubbish about the chat and how stupid they are. They are going by the history here. Like, they are. They may be crazy. They may be absolute fools to do that, but they are going by the history. Last time this happened, I'm pretty sure last series this happened, we called the chat out saying, you guys are insane for picking Northstar to beat TSM. Northstar maybe will get one game at most, and then Northstar beat TSM. I remember this explicitly happening in the chat calling us out for it. So, I don't want to, I'm on your side. I think you guys have got a good idea here. I think you're wrong, but I think it's respectable. I think it's respectable.
Enough insanity. Enough insanity.
Stop it.
It's done. We can't keep going with this, and that's why we're getting rid of you. Bye, bye, Boyo. We can't have any more of this. Goodbye, Rhino. We are taking some actual brain cells into this match. I want to say.
Thank goodness.
We'll ditch the crazy man on the desk off to the side and go in with the rational sense that. Look, TSM, yes, they had their flaws. They still got their flaws, but now I think they're more hyper aware of them than ever. They're going to come into this. They're going to look for their major position again to hold down the fort, and they need this. Northstar with their chance for the repeat performance.
Here we go. It feels like this game is almost equivalent to the level that we should be looking at for the grand final. Based on what happened last time, we can, of course, build the storyline off the back of it. We can talk about the fact that Northstar left TSM in a 3rd, 4th position in Open 4. But it is a new day. There are new mindsets on the field. There are 6 players taking to the server. TSM versus Northstar for a spot in the grand final.
The kickoff strats from Word go from Northstar there as it came back to 3rd man. Pushed forward. They have taken good control of this. Luna to get a good touch on that, but it's Catalysm with a 50M on Pengoli, who's going to win 2 of them back-to-back. Sphinx now on backboard. I will say Sphinx, probably the weakest we've seen him out of that last game as well. He will need to individually have a bit of a step up from the last series he played. Of course, that was against a team that we just saw be unbelievable, and they still won that, so maybe not. We'll see yet.
No, Keenan Trope did not play that well yesterday. Absolutely not. Don't get me wrong, TSM still played really well, but as you rightly say, you know, Sphinx individually wasn't good enough, and Taha, all smiles, fires into the top left corner. Shaky start for TSM, and Northstar looking, they are the aggressors right now.
I love the vertical cam from Sphinx there. He's sitting there, he's vibing. It's there. That's the takeaway. I'm loving that we have cameras. It's less than we had last Open though. So players, heads up, heads in the game. We need to have those. One from Northstar though, and they will be happy on the cameras. A lead into game number 1, which means currently they actually lead the series. It's not for long. There we go. Kevin puts it away and says, let's not talk about that.
Yeah, let's not. Nice pass up to Sphinx. Sphinx finds a pass off the backboard. Taha can't get there first. Kevin into the bottom left-hand corner. It seems simple when you watch it back, but trust me, a lot of things had to come together for that one to work out for TSM. So they get the job done. More kickoff strats. Pengoli going to be sending this one away. It will be Luna now to collect. How can he shape this semi-final? You know that he's going to want to. That's a lovely put forward, but Taha will play it to the side.
And my biggest concern for Northstar here is that it has been all Luna all day for them. They need that step back up from... Pengoli was instrumental in taking that win last time. He will need to be again. I do have some faith in Taha as well, but Pengoli had the shock factor that got them that win, and that without that, it's going to be much, much tougher.
And TSM are back to their usual tricks, pre-jumping from about 5 years ago.
Yeah.
But in the end, it doesn't work out for them this time. Play forwards again. Northstar just cutting out those passing lanes, doing a good job of that, but that one's on target. Pengoli gets up to make a save. This is not the side of the field you would want Pengoli to be playing, though. You definitely want him in the offensive half. There's a chance here. No one's back. Sphinx gets the goal, and it will be due to a lack of boost on the Northstar side, I think it's fair to say.
There's an evil little part of me that wants Northstar to make the takedown to prevent TSM their run into the major and everything, just because it would be exciting. But I mean, realistically here, the best chances the region has lie with either TSM or Kinotrope, in my opinion. And Northstar will be able to put some level of question to that with Luna redirecting at 114k an hour out from that 50 from Taha.
Yeah, that is lovely. Really nice read from Luna. Just gets up first. Knows that if he finds the goal, then, or if he makes sure the ball is on target, it will go home. There's no one back for TSM. And it's somewhat what we talked about with Kinotrope a little bit earlier on. They are so aggressive, so attacking, that as soon as you break that third man down, which can be sometimes on the midfield line, you've got a real opportunity to get the goal and to bring yourselves back into the game. Kevin will just let that one go by. There is another opportunity. Sphinx was third man on the halfway line. Northstar won't be able to catch up with it. Transition speed too quick. But more signs that Northstar can cause problems.
And that's what they need to be doing, is causing problems. They have to get a little bit scrappy here to make the openings. TSM, like you said, still kind of willing to make their almost insane pre-jumps, but I think they are filling in the back line much better than they were last time. I mean, it was a fairly defensive game from them, but just not well played from TSM the last time this matchup happened.
It was a really nice opportunity from Kevin. Dropped down to, from Sphinx down to Kevin, but just couldn't make the connection. Lots of boost stealing happening from the TSM side, but outside of that, it's aggression without too much context, really, as Kata down the right side looking for the pass. Sphinx has gone beyond, and yeah, it's just a little bit disjointed right now for TSM. They will be able to find their form, I'm sure. For now, we expect a little bit more.
Northstar still, I mean, they're looking a little scared at each challenge here, particularly if you get within that quarter of scoring. TSM looking so threatening there, and Northstar, you can see them feeling it. They do get back out time and time again, though, and they are making good plays of it. Pass across to Sphinx. He has control. He's going to go very high. Reset found, but blocked instantly. Now, back to Catalysm again off the ceiling. He has one. He does not have Luna. Sphinx is there to try and finish the play. Pengoli's bumped. That's going to be a guaranteed put away for TSM.
Credit to this camera angle, because that's how we could see that forming.
Yeah.
Like, Pengoli was always going to get bumped by Catalysm there, but he's not really to know that. Doesn't know where Catalysm is, doesn't know he's going to get that bump. So nice team play again from TSM. 50 seconds to go, and they are currently looking pretty good for their lead. They have been the more aggressive. They have been the team that want to make stuff happen in this game. Northstar have just been able to hold them off for a little while. Taha off the left. Oh, again, that pass just a little bit behind Luna. Pengoli going to have to make something from nothing. We know he can, but doesn't on this occasion.
Luna looked like he was going up for a bump there, actually. I'm not sure he was even ready for a pass to come forward either, so the communication may be falling apart just for a moment there for Northstar. They're only one behind as well, so they have to get that in hand. 15 seconds on the board. Can they make that difference before the timer runs out? Kevin on the backboard trying just to play to ground here with Catalysm. There is 5 seconds on the board. Can they drop it to ground? Chances still.
Yes.
It's one more for Pengoli off the backboard and down to the ground. TSM will find game one.
Looking for the pass, but there was no one in the vicinity to receive. Certainly no one with resource, and that will mean that TSM take game number one. Is it convincing? I would say not. Is it more of what we expect to see from TSM? A little bit. But what I will say is, last time these two teams played in game one, it was 5-1 to TSM in game number one. So this series is not over yet.
I will say, though, that I actually prefer to see TSM playing a style where they take closer victories consistently. That's kind of
Sure.
where they play their best Rocket League, I think. And for a while, it has been them just looking for blowouts after blowouts. And they do find them more often than not. However, that still makes for a scary series because the not is usually a blowout against them.
Yeah, for sure. It is definitely the case that in the past, TSM have been struggling to find any kind of defense, and they just push everybody forwards because they, from our perspective, they have the opinion of, well, we're just better than you, so we'll just outscore you. And that seems to have been waylaid a little bit, at least, recently.
I mean, you use the right word, though, find defense. TSM have always had defense. They've had it available. It just has not been found. It has not been there. It has not been available. Now they are putting it on the line, and it is making for closer games. However, it is making for game wins. TSM take game 1, and if they can keep that up, it will not matter the scoreline. The consistency will bring them through, and Northstar have to change that. That's why I want to see this get a little bit more scrappy.
Yeah. Tell you something though, based on what Kenotrope showed us just a moment ago, I'm gonna need to see TSM start to really put the pedal to the metal soon, because otherwise I'm not sure I'm gonna believe that TSM would be able to beat the Kenotrope that we just saw a moment ago. Of course, we will be seeing Keno playing once again before the grand final, and Godspeed are gonna be the ones tasked to try and prevent them from getting there. Catalysm, well, he's not interested in talking about anyone else. He just wants to be talking about TSM, and why not when the ball is stuck to the front of his car. Lovely work.
Yeah, perfect first touch after he gets off wall there and just slams it through a wall of defense. He had to take a brick out of that one just to find the shot. There's another chance here for TSM. I do agree that it is going to take a very on-the-ball TSM to beat Kenotrope after that display. However, I don't think Kenotrope are going to be able to repeat exactly what we saw when there's not that space given to them, and TSM won't allow them that space. So it's going to be a very different looking game. I'm really curious to see that, but that's only if TSM can make it there. Northstar still only 1 goal behind here at 3 minutes 40 on the clock. There's plenty of time to change that. There's also plenty of time for a longer lead to be gained by TSM.
I agree. I wouldn't expect it to be the same kind of game that Kenotrope were just afforded, but by the same token, confidence does a lot to a team. If you feel like you're playing well, if you start rolling on a championship Sunday, that momentum, that can be really difficult to stop in of itself, even if you're not given the space. You just feel more confident in the 50s.
Dangerous.
You feel like you're doing more of the work in the right way. And we'll see if TSM are going to be given that confidence. Actually, Northstar going down the other end.
Whoa!
Oh no! What on earth is that at the near post for TSM?
This one is just pure ego. Sphinx, you've got to get off this ball. We saw this twice in their last series, that Sphinx was just slamming it into the corners. Yesterday, they did this, and Sphinx cannot get off the ball sometimes. He's got to have confidence that without his interference, there is chances. But it doesn't matter here, but it's signs that you have to look for if TSM are going through the next series.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, Kevin makes amends, I guess, for his teammate's mistake. But by the same token, 3 minutes still to play. TSM find the lead again, and they can once again settle down. These kickoff strategies from TSM, they are proving to be really beneficial for them. The more they're able to find, the more they're able to vary their kickoffs, the better they will perform later down the line. Catalysm on the right-hand side has Kevin waiting in the middle, does get the bump, but there's no one following through. And Kevin, I think there in split one is going for that ball whether he wants to or not, right? Like I think he's chasing as that second man, but he's a bit more reserved in this split, and I don't mind that in the slightest.
I do think it's creating a little bit of awkwardness there, though, because it's not the natural playstyle. It'll take them this open to kind of sort that now that they are trying to settle into a newer playstyle, particularly for Kevin. But it's the right chance to do that. Any later, and you just risk too much. So this is the open where that has to lock in, and it might just be there enough to get them past Northstar. Right now, it's looking to be so, but it is by bare margins.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's by individual moments and arguably a little bit of luck as well in those moments. But They need to be really in the driver's seat in this series again if we are to look at them as real contenders. Well, Sphinx, that's
What is the speed?
Yeah, there's a 150.
146.
146. Yeah, there are 50s that feel like 50s, and then there are 50s that you win, and then there's that. That is an outrageous challenge, and it will go home 3-1.
Yeah, I mean, talk about no bounce. That was just about a top bins 50 shot from its own corner. That's I will call it a little bit of luck. You can't calculate that exactly, but it certainly was a preferable 50 for him. And man, it turned out dominant. Off 4 posts there. Nerves from North Star on display right now, I think, and I mean, validly so. They have to lock in here.
Yeah, for sure. Castleism plays it up. Kevin, there's no one back, but you know what? He doesn't. He decides not to stick around. Will retreat. All into the middle. Brought forwards by Luna. Good turn from Catalysm, though. Really nice with limited resource. I feel like Catalysm is one of the players that if you want to do like a VOD review of someone playing on limited boost, he's one of the primary players that I would choose because he always seems to be able to be in the right position at the right time.
Pangoli in the right position right this second, and Luna trying to read it out of corner. It's very sloppy from North Star on the offense here. They continue to have pressure, but it doesn't seem like any opportunities coming out of it there. And now with a 2-goal lead going into the back 30 seconds of this game, it seems like TSM have found the weak points of North Star and just keep prodding them.
Yeah, for sure. Castleism once again on limited boost. He will be able to pick up some minis on the way back. Kevin challenging that over to the right side, but there's no real power in it, just trying to gain some field position. Castleism with a good challenge. Who will rise highest? It's going to be Sphinx off the ceiling. Can he follow through? No, Luna reads it well, but with 5 seconds left on the clock, this game is done. Well, that's not nice. TSM win, but they would have liked one for the road, for sure.
Kevin just denied right at the last moment. TSM will be happy with that one, though. I'm sure they're laughing their way out of game number 2 there. And they should. I mean, that 2-goal lead, they are stretching that lead now each game. And if they can continue to do that, that 4-0 is going to be the evident result here. North Star, they're not having the weekend that they did last time. And they didn't come into this series with the same kind of mentality. They didn't have the ball rolling as hard. They need to just get something massive to pick them up. They've got to be at their peak if they want to take this. They were last time, but TSM now looking very different as well.
One of the reasons why we...
don't show us that one again.
Yeah. One of the reasons why we have discussions, you know, before a game, because consistency is very difficult to find in Rocket League. It's not something that is given. It's something that is earned. You very much have to work tirelessly, and even then you're not guaranteed to be consistent. We see the top teams in EU and NA sometimes slip up and have those inconsistent moments. So for a team like North Star, who were exactly able to peak in Open 4, you now starting to see the fact that they cannot do that consistently with the way that they're currently playing, and that will change if they continue working as they are. The problem is, in this moment right here, they're going to take a timeout to try and find that again. But I think they are just a little bit too inconsistent.
It's the right choice, don't get me wrong. North Star
sure.
don't look in sorts right now, and a lot of that is going to be mental, and that's the biggest thing to conquer with that timeout. So as long as they can come back in and be full force from, you know, effectively another game 1 start, then this is the right move. I just don't know if it's going to have enough of an impact here. I memean, even if you're looking at that 3-1 scoreline from last time, you have to take into consideration that all 4 goals were still scored by TSM. So it's going to be a big pushback to get something on the board.
Oh, but the pressure applied was cool on that 1 goal that
very
TSM.
cool. You're right.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there was too much aura from Luna, and it just forced the point. I don't know.
Can we get a cool in the chat if you think that North Star had some really cool pressure on that one? Thanks.
They sure did. They must have done. Something interesting to bring up here is the fact that there wasn't actually a single timeout used the last time these two teams met in that Open 4 matchup. No timeouts used across the entire 7-game series. So for North Star to feel like they need the timeout is quite a big thing, actually. Sphinx will be able to make that save, pushes it over to the side, and the drop down is nice for Sphinx to take forwards, but North Star clearly, whatever they talked about during the timeout, they are trying to enact immediately.
It's a good touch from Sphinx to get control. Looks for the bump. Luna escapes it. That's really well done by Luna to get that forward at all. Kevin has to make an kind of emergency pull out for that save there. And it's going to be Luna driven very high on this. Still going to get that center. That's a really good looking start for North Star. I mean, that timeout has gotten a lot for them. What is that flick from Luna? The pop is enormous.
Yeah, it is. There's so much height on that pop from Luna. I think even TSM were a little bit confused. That's a lovely shot from Sphinx, though. A laser from the left. It's less than 60 seconds gone off that side wall.
Look at his camera.
Beautiful.
Sphinx has worked it out. He's gone horizontal, but it's too late, buddy. Now he's both vertical and sideways. I love this. I love this. Look, credit where it's due. We haven't had as many cameras on today as we did last Open, and he has made the effort. It is a requirement to play in RLCS. He is meeting the requirement.
Yep, we love to see it. Absolutely. And Pengoli now off the left. Oh, Sphinx once again shooting back towards his own net. Maybe getting a little PTSD from the previous game. Not happening on this occasion, though. And Sphinx actually will go over to try and challenge this. Doesn't go for the boost. Instead, just goes for the ball. And Luna takes that over to the left-hand side. I thought maybe he was going to go for a shot there, play off the backboard or something. But maybe a little bit concerned that TSM were in a good position. Kevin trying to bring through the mechanics. Can't make it stick on this occasion. And actually, the counter-attack could be here. But Kevin loses control of the ball. It's a whifty in the corner, and North Star clear their lines. Oh, actually, Luna reset. No one back.
No!
Eventually, someone makes a challenge. It's awkward, but it's clear.
There's the challenge on Taha there. Kevin into corner. Reset found. And pushing on, looked for the bump. Now it's Catalysm. Shot forward. Blocked by Taha. Taha has had much bigger impact on this series than the last from North Star as well. That is a huge ask that has been put on him to really step up to the level, and he is raising himself to that point.
Yeah, he is. Certainly is, and that's really good to see, because Taha is the linchpin really of this North Star gaming side. He definitely gets them underway from their own half. That's a double commit. Surely the goal for TSM now. No power behind that shot from Sphinx at all. And Luna will be able to clear, but dangerous times for North Star.
Ooh.
And again, good backflip from Pengoli to keep the ball out of the net.
I could definitely see that being the commit forward from that back post and not covering it. Oh my goodness, Catalysm. Trying again to just use the absolute power to push that through. Kevin doesn't get his chance. Sphinx is going to have to float in front of Pengoli. No touch there. This is going to be a difficult scenario, but Catalysm gets there well and truly in time before the second man from North Star.
Yeah, 1 minute 50 to go. Only one goal scored. So far, it could easily have been about 5 or 6, I think, based on the opportunities we've seen. But either way, here's Catalysm. Lovely catch. Moving round the right. Off the backboard. He needs help. Has it? No!
What?
Off the right, upright. TSM needs to calibrate their radar, and soon. Goodness gracious.
Since when does Sphinx miss those? That is unusual. That is a great pass. Again, time and time again, TSM just getting the ball in the right position. Catalysm puts it right at the defense. There was an opening. Pengoli now with a chance here, trying to play just the complex shot and get people doubting, but not enough to push through the last line of defense. Now Kevin with the chance, gonna go for the bump on Pengoli, very, very high there, and the ball drifts across harmlessly of the net, and then back to Sphinx for the shot.
Yeah. Harmlessly, he says.
Harmlessly to Kevin, harmlessly straight into more possession by TSM. Yeah.
Yeah. 60 seconds to go. TSM 2-0 up, and I mean, eventually they were going to break that wall down, right? Like, North Star had been putting on a half-decent defense. I'm not going to say it was outrageously good, because sometimes TSM literally just missed the goal. But, you know, for a majority of the time, they were able to at least get in front, make TSM work, and now they're going to make them work again. Sphinx a dangerous 50, but it is cleared away. Kevin down the right-hand side. Taha with the interception. Ball trying to be played into the middle. It's going to be Sphinx now with the reset off the backboard, looking to try and get the ball to Catalysm. Won't happen. Kevin, very early challenge, but it won't matter. He won't be challenged at all.
Oh, there it is.
Sphinx finishes the job. He's got a hat trick, even though he keeps missing and he's laughing about it.
Yeah, I mean, at least we can see it now, though. Sphinx has had a valid excuse for missing those earlier shots. He was fixing the camera. Now it's done. He's going to be peeking. That's how RLCS works. You have your camera on, you peek.
Yep, that's how it goes. I think that's exactly how it works, actually. But either way, does get the goal. The third one for TSM. And considering this is the game after the North Star timeout, I've not seen a change in the way that North Star have played. They will get an extra goal. You can't keep Pengoli quiet for long, but it will literally just be one for the road. TSM still take home the victory. They take home the game. What's a weird challenge. But either way, North Star, they get a goal. But after a timeout, you really want a better performance than that.
I mean, on zero, it's acceptable. It's rare that you will see a goal taken against you and then the cameras come on and you're laughing and sipping your bubble tea, whatever that was from Sphinx there. But, yep, respect to them. TSM look confident and they have all reason to be. North Star getting one kind of empty time goal at the end of that one. It may as well have been a 3-0 in this game, and that is after North Star's timeout. So North Star are out of kind of potential advantages to bring them back into this now. It's going to be really hard to bring back anything. I don't see any possibility here of a reverse sweep, but I'd love to be proven wrong.
It's all going to start with the next game. Utopia Coliseum. That's where North Star really need to step up and make a change. I wonder if the mindset does change a little bit in the sense that we're 3-0 down in a series against the best team in the region. You know, can we just kind of play with a bit of fun and a bit of and not really concern ourselves, because they are playing like a team that is giving a little bit too much respect to TSM. I'd like to see them take those early 50s, take those early challenges, just get in the face of TSM, unsettle them, and see how that goes.
I mean, one of the biggest points that they had going for them earlier in their earlier series was demo play, right? Where is that? Where's the physicality? I mean, I understand TSM are far less frequently on ground, but the opportunities exist and they're not really being looked for by North Star. That is the mentality. They are playing not to lose. They are constantly playing response to TSM, and that lets TSM bear gameplay.
Yep, it does. Demo early. Won't matter. Luna clears away, and now Taha taking forwards. Actually, that's a really nice clearance, but the fact that it hits the crossbar actually works against him. Sphinx can't go through cleanly. Now, what are you doing there, Sphinx? Just almost like a screen in basketball, trying to just make sure that no one able to make the play on Catalysm, and it almost worked.
It also kind of functions as a bit of a fake. You don't know if that's going to be blocked by Sphinx. You don't know if there's going to be a pinch to make that go at an odd angle. It does put questions into where the shot's going to end up if there is one at all. And it nearly works out for them, like you said, but maybe not the right play to make because they did lose control of it. But they've got plenty of time here to get it back. 4 minutes on the clock, and they're straight back into their opponent's half again and putting on threats.
Yeah, they are. It was a nice opportunity there. Passed down just a little bit behind the player. And goalie going early. This is what I want to see from North Star. And in the faces of TSM, there you go. Another early challenge. A play across, but it's not going to find any teammates. Demo comes through. Now Luna just trying to set up his teammates. What is happening there? Sphinx works it out in the end, plays it down the left-hand side and gets a breather. That might be all it is. North Star starting to come on strong in game number 4.
Chance again for Luna here. Get taken away from him. Sphinx with a fairly simple save, but I wouldn't say it was an easy one. Luna can make the best out of just about any challenge on anyone in this region. And that is a great challenge from Sphinx. Just snipes the ball away, straight back to TSM control. Backboard found. Great touch from Taha, and Luna there to keep it safe out of corner. Now, downfield, Sphinx turns back. Right choice made here to just go to deep defense with boost. Full reset there for himself, but that pinch, it had to be Catalysm, and he makes a great touch forward.
Yeah, he does. But Sphinx, very limited on boost now, and still going to be relatively dry, just trying to be a nuisance in the backlines of Northstar. Catalysm, I not need him. Kevin, he's the man on the halfway line. He has got Sphinx to support. An extra touch is actually not going to help him at all. Bumped on the player, though, will make it difficult to carry through the possession.
Pengoli?
Big pinch over to the left-hand side. Sphinx won't get there. Oh, it's just an awkward game right now. Both teams playing a little bit of boom ball, playing a bit ahead of their station, and neither team really getting shots on because of it.
Yeah, every time Pengoli gets the ball, though, there's that little bit of my mind just sitting in the back there going, he's going to do something insane. This is peaking Pengoli is coming back. He did it as recently as Friday. We played that on stream on Saturday. He is capable of those plays, but it's just not being seen against the best in the region right now, and they are shutting down those plays quickly. Kevin, though, oh, shot on what a save. Taha, I said he was coming up, but he is man of the match right now.
Yeah, he's playing really well for Northstar, absolutely. Doing the most for them, certainly on defense. And it's the offense that has just been a little bit lackluster, which when you're talking about an offense of Luna and Pengoli sounds absolutely insane based on what we've seen them be able to put together. But there's just no creativity, really, from the Northstar side. There's creativity from TSM, though. 3-man play, and that's probably the closest they've come in a while to scoring. They might get another chance, but no, the clearance is in.
Catalysm with the instant jump back to that ball, and had to be. There was a lot of control found by Northstar there if he didn't. He's back into Northstar's half again. Nobody's willing to lock this down. A great push from Pengoli there to try and do just that, but gets back again. Pengoli with Luna with 0 there, going end to end, but Kevin finding a pass. The 1-2 play with Sphinx is on target, but Pengoli comes through for the save.
Yeah, it's nice from TSM. They're really starting to warm into this one, even though we've... All right, Caster Curse strikes nice and well. That's good. Good to know that it still exists here in Apac, as over on the right-hand side, Sphinx, I'm just not even going to address it. Sphinx looking for the shot, good save on the goal line. TSM trying to batter the door down, Northstar staying resolute. For now, Sphinx is
pre-jumping that along with a second defender, but looks like 10 seconds on the clock. We might even find a 0-0 overtime here. TSM have just kind of let up on the throttle a little bit here, and every time we find them in the scenario to 4-0 sweep, they seem to do this. And now they are looking for the clean sweep shutout still here. It might have to be in overtime. They have the chance to not let that happen, though. Big 50. It's still in front of net. Luna's going to drop it to ground. Great safety played there. The slowdown on backboard so he could just slam it to ground.
You know for a fact, TSM are the kind of team that will just keep the ball up on 0 seconds for as long as possible. So as soon as you can get the ball on ground, the better. Luna off the right-hand side, gets the reset, takes the shot, gets the bump. That'll do! Pengoli making his presence felt again, but this is all off the back of some Luna work off the right side. Bump onto Catalysm. Can't do anything about that. The series is extended to at least Game 5.
Yeah, I thought we wouldn't be allowed to see a Pengoli goal that wasn't like a triple reset or, some kind of bizarre reach to the ball that shouldn't be physically or humanly possible, but...
Yeah, it feels bad.
There it is. Yeah, terrible goal to end it. Really, no, not a chance. Luna led that there perfectly and ended that overtime very, very quickly, which is exactly what they needed to do. TSM, the moment they are on uneven footing at all, you push.
Yeah, for sure, absolutely, and they did just that. I mean, Luna able to make some space off the right side with that 100 boost was really cool to see, because, to be frank, he's not really been doing that much this game. He's not really had those opportunities to flex his muscles and show those mechanics that we know he has. So the fact that we got to see it towards the end, and here we go again, just the control, but also the ability to go beyond the ball and get the bump on the goalkeeper. That is what Luna wants to do more often than not. And the fact that he's been able to do it finally in this series should be beneficial and should give Northstar a little bit more belief moving forward.
beyond the ball is key. It wasn't just his car, it was his mind that was beyond the ball there. He thought outside the box, he made the play work, and he used his team to do it. We've seen a lot of solo goals from Luna today. He is excellent individually, but he knows he needs his team for this one, and he uses them well. That's going to be a kickoff that goes quite well for TSM. That is a huge kickoff strat, but they can't make it quite work.
No, they can't yet. Pengoli off that right side. Kevin dropping it down. Catalysm did go for that as well, so we'll call it a mini double commit. As what on earth is happening there? Sphinx still able to stick with the ball, eventually cleared away by Pengoli, but a demo happening right there and then. Catalysm backboard looking for support, doesn't have any. Sphinx goes completely by. What a balmy start to game 5.
Off that left wall now, Pengoli looking for the shot himself. It's a great play, but huge defense. Catalysm was floating, waiting right where he knew the shot would come.
Yeah, for sure. Sphinx making good on that clearance, but Luna looking to attack. Sphinx was able to pick up the 100 boost, and seeing him on that back wall is quite dangerous if you're the opposition, because you know he can go coast to coast. Shot on from Catalysm. There will be a save. This time from Luna. He's going to have to make another one, and he does stand up. Now Catalysm, backboard. This time it's Taha to make the defensive play. Northstar back in shape. I'm going to make this difficult for TSM to score. Oh my goodness, they make it difficult for themselves to score.
That is a miraculous clear, though. Pengoli saves the day. The third man coming through should have had an open net realistically there to shoot on, and denied that. Pengoli really clutching up. And a first goal here to TSM would be really dangerous. Pengoli can make it through for Northstar, though, and 1-0 up is found. Great pass forward from Luna. What a beat.
Once again, TSM not having enough resources on defense to make that play, and you call it arrogance, call it confidence, call it whatever you want. This is back to how we saw TSM lose in Open 4. This is the kind of plays that they were making. Not to discredit the way that Northstar were able to break them down, because of course it was an excellent transitional play. So is this one. Taha, just wait an extra second or two on that, and you'll be able to score. But he hits the crossbar. Both teams now have had a real opportunity to score in the top shelf and hit the crossbar. But Northstar, the confidence showing much more in this game. Number 5. Taha hitting the woodwork again, but he makes good on the double touch.
This is huge. This gameplay from Northstar, they feel like they found that grip on TSM's play style again. They stratted around them last time, which was one of the biggest plus points for them. It was the reason they won this matchup last time. It's going to be so tough. They have to do it from a reverse sweep scenario here. And it may not be doable yet, but this is a really good way to show that it is at least possible.
Yeah, certainly. And this is now confidence building for Northstar. 2-0 up, less than half the game played. TSM have had a couple of opportunities, but nothing overly clear-cut, and anything that has been overly clear-cut, you've been able to deal with it. So, oh my goodness gracious, no one at the back post there for TSM. Taha just making his presence felt again, and yeah, Northstar holding on to this. I mean, the fact is they've kept TSM out. They've prevented them from scoring for at least the last 8 minutes, and that will continue. So,
you know why?
Something's working. Go on.
2 cams.
Yeah,
Northstar
right.
have the cam advantage. Sphinx will get one here. It doesn't matter. They've got the cam advantage. Northstar, I mean, this will have an impact on them. This is a great play from Sphinx. Plays it low, bounces that to get the top bin's shot, and it needed to be high on that. There was a second man coming in from behind the shot that would have saved it if it had been low.
Yeah, absolutely. That's good game sense, good reading of the game from Sphinx. We know he's definitely got that ability as well, so good to see it come to the fore. TSM battling from behind here in this game 5, though, and 1 goal, surprisingly, isn't actually going to be enough right now. Sphinx off that right side, looking for support. This is going to be Kevin looking to challenge Taha. Challenges really well. Sphinx will not rise highest. Pengoli can try and bring it away. Sphinx gets the pass back to Catalysm, who rises over the top, off the backboard. Oh my goodness, there is absolutely no way that ball doesn't go over the line.
TSM seem robbed there. North Star will be taking it though. And Pangoli downfield looking for Luna. Shot on. Kevin makes the save on low boost. Now Catalysm trying to just get some control found here with the help of Sphinx. They get it upfield. That outlet pass crucial on that one. And they get such a strong clear that they go straight into attack. Chance there again. Catalysm will have to chase it back.
Yeah, but Pangoli is in an aggressive area. Catalysm collects it. Plays it forwards, cleared away by Tahar, only as far as Kevin. Off the corner, needs help. Backboard. There is a chance here for Sphinx, but he just doesn't make contact. He gets the pass down to Catalysm, though. Ingenuity and creativity coming to the fore, but it doesn't work for them, and they have to move back towards their own half again.
And the problem for TSM is that ingenuity and creativity came off the back of a huge error. Should have been a goal there again for TSM. They're missing chances. And that is scary. I think they are maybe feeling the pressure now. And Catalysm comes in very, very hot on that. Cuts Kevin out of the play as well. Now, some desperate measures from TSM. They wanted to shut this out here, and it doesn't look like they will. 5 seconds on the clock. Last chance for offense. Catalysm to the ceiling. Chance here. Sphinx shoots high once more. Kevin can keep it alive. It's in the air.
No
Sphinx
way.
to backboard. Center ground. North Star. Secure and hold on.
Right, so here's the situation. I'm going to need this game to go to 7 because I can't live in a world where Boyo was talking like he was before this game and for him to be correct in his prediction. I can't do it, Gex. I can't do it anymore.
But I want him to be correct in his prediction because it contradicts his statement. And the statement is the thing I had the problem with.
That's true. Yeah, I understand that. We have, interestingly, got a timeout here from TSM. And I clearly they think it's necessary, right? So who am I to argue with them? But for me, you know, the series isn't on the line. You just started a little bit slowly in this game number 5. I think they were the better team going into the latter stages of the game, and they definitely looked like they were in the ascendancy. So I don't necessarily understand why that timeout has been called, especially given if they still lose this next game. You're then in a game 7 against the team that beat you in a game 7 2 weeks ago.
Yep.
The mentals kind of start to do flips at that point. So we'll see what happens on Neo Tokyo, but what are your thoughts on this?
Neo Tokyo has been disastrous for so many teams time and time again, especially on the attempts at the reverse sweep. I think TSM after a timeout will probably come into this looking pretty good. I think they are actually just feeling the pressure right now, which is rare for them. I mean, I don't think that was the problem the first game they lost there. I think they did just kind of hands up, we've already won this because we're 1 away. It doesn't matter what happens. And then they realized that that was not the case immediately and started to panic. So this is, I think, the right choice. It is kind of the standard. You lose 2 games back to back, you take the timeout. I'm just glad that they aren't being overconfident enough to say, no, we won't ever take that timeout, you know?
Yeah, maybe learning the lessons of previous Open again, where they didn't take the timeout in preparation for that final game. But I mean, if you're Kenotrope right now watching this game, you're licking your lips at whoever gets through, right? I don't think either team have really put forward a case that they are playing better than the way that Kenotrope played just a moment ago. And that will bring confidence to the Keno players as well. But who will they face in, well, we actually don't know that they're going to make the grand final yet. Godspeed are going to have something to say about that. And if they're able to beat Kenotrope, then they're also going to be thinking that they've got a real chance in that grand final. But who will get there first? That's the question. Kevin can't rise highest enough to get the first goal of Game 6.
Touch from Pangoli. They come out of that top corner as well. Luna now. Oh, can't quite take control here. Kevin will put it across. 50 is good from North Star. Where has the ball gone? Backboard found. And TSM are just hammering absolutely everything at the net. Nothing going through.
Nothing for the moment. But they will keep trying, that's for sure. That's one thing you can never...
Endless. It's endless.
Yeah, it is endless. You can absolutely never tell that TSM are just you know, letting their foot off the gas pedal. They always take opportunities. They always create opportunities, and they are doing that right here at the start of Game 6. Finally, they get the goal they've been looking for after 60 seconds.
I mean, you got to give respect to North Star here. They just held out on an absolute onslaught for so long. They had to be boost-starved and exhausted on goal line for a while there before that went in. TSM, they did have their chances, but to North Star's credit, they were mostly closed up. It really did just take that long to generate the shot for TSM, and that is because North Star had excellent defense there. It just didn't get them a clear.
But this is what TSM want to do with teams, really, is as long as they can camp in your half, steal all the boosts that they possibly want, make it difficult for you to gain resources, eventually you will find the need to go downfield to try and get those resources back. Whoa. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Surely that one goes.
What?
How is it kept out? I don't believe what I'm seeing. TSM, please put the ball on target. Goodness me.
That's got to be in the highlight reel, surely. I mean, there is no ball left outside that net. TSM will be fuming that one's not away, but North Star, they're thanking their lucky stars only for a moment. Sphinx takes the pass and makes it 2.
Is it bad that I was so ready for this shot to just hit the post and, like, just bounce
Yes,
back
it
out
is.
again? Like, it's 2 yards out right in front of net, but the way that TSM have been shooting today, it's not been their best performance in front of goal, and that
Sphinx.
might be a polite way of looking at
Specifically
it.
Sphinx.
Sure.
It's not all of TSM. I mean, there's been issues from all players, yes, but oh my goodness. Speaking of issues for TSM, Pengoli has become one once more. Takes control of this after the flick from Luna. The delay on that touch, though, forces Catalysm into a bad position and the bump attempt as well, and then just takes it as a dunk into net. They're back within 1.
Bit of confidence for North Star in Game 6. Of course, they need to win it to keep their hopes of going to that grand final alive, to realistically keep their hopes of Paris alive. As now over to this right-hand side will be a pass back. Lovely work. Oh. You're right, Catalysm. When he shoots, he scores. 3-1 back to a 2-goal lead.
The 3-man play here, this is just genius to pass that out to back towards midfield, like center field from Sphinx, not just across the face of goal. Easy reach for Catalysm on that.
Yeah, absolutely. Luna, bring this one back towards his own net. He might regret that decision. Pengoli bails him out off the backboard. Luna will get there first, clearing away. Pengoli down that right-hand side, popping it forwards. Pengoli always just looking to shoot on goal wherever he possibly can, and why not? An opportunity there goes by. Luna wins that challenge. Kevin has to be careful and is.
Is it careful enough? Does look to be. Catalysm puts that forward. He's bumped off control, but it will be a challenge from Sphinx. Can't quite get it towards center. Kevin off ceiling. It's a great challenge and goes straight to Sphinx. Pass. Catalysm demos, but no shot on target.
The moment, Kevin out of the corner to drive downfield, but again, just a little bit slow up to that one. Sphinx marshals it over the top, leaves it for Catalysm. The German moving down the field on the right flank. Be able to pick this one up again, and actually, it's not even a 50. He just wins the ball. Sphinx challenges, has a pass,
down.
Finds it to Kevin. Just can't shoot on target.
It doesn't really matter at this point if they get more goals, if they continue to put shots on target. It's not in their net, and that's all that matters right now. Minute and a half on clock, 3-1 up, and they're still firing. More and more offense just delivered by TSM time and time again. Catalysm with a basic shot blocked instantly by Luna. Now, back in their own half, it's North Star to push against TSM. They need one now or things get very dicey in this last minute, and it doesn't look like they're going to find anything. Answers just everywhere from TSM.
Yeah, but this is a good catch from Luna. He's going to look to go through and get the bump, but no. Yeah, you're absolutely right. No boost. Shot from Taha is pretty feeble. Now Sphinx in his way down the field. No second challenge for Pengoli. And North Star were able to get the miracle run in open 4. Unfortunately, it looks like miracles only happen once.
Oh!
Catalysm gets another one on the board. 4-1 with 34 to play.
Yeah, and let's be realistic. TSM had the opportunity to shut this out earlier.
Oh, for sure.
They took risks here, and once again, it looks bad for them when they do. They absolutely are capable of losing games to other teams in this region. That has been proven without a doubt in the back half of this season. And to do that again here against North Star, they really did take their chances for the major representation, for Worlds representation, into their own hands and make it risky. But they are locking things out here, and this will be their appearance in the grand final.
Yep, you would certainly expect that to be the case. And yeah, I mean, there's no time left anyway, so that is done. The game is over. It will be TSM who march on to the grand final, back where they belong. They will feel hard done by that they weren't there in Open 4. But now, here in Open 5, they have the opportunity to reclaim their throne. They might not look as good as they have done previously, Gex, but either way, they are still at least in position to try and win this region.
Hey, it's still odd though. TSM, they don't seem to play like themselves against North Star. North Star definitely have something there in the bag against TSM. They brought it to play with those 2 game wins, and it might not have been the best weekend that we've seen from North Star, but it's certainly still compelling for their ability to play out against the best of this region. If that is them on an off day, they've still got the opportunity to really shock at the end of this season, and there is still one open left for North Star, of course, but TSM, they are not out of this one yet, and they go through to the grand final.
They sure do. But who will join them? That's going to be the question we'll answer in just a moment. I will say I was just watching this highlight reel and I completely forgot about the shot that was like 1 pixel away from going over the line and saved off the goal line. Pretty incredible stuff. But yeah, there is a lot to take away for this North Star roster. Another very high-ranking finish here in the region. They are clearly, one of the top contenders for Apac. And when you have the names on that side that you are seeing, in the likes of Taha and Luna, who've been here a little bit of a while now, and Pengoli, who has been a breath of fresh air, it's clear to see why they just need to find a little bit more consistency, I think.
Yeah, exactly. And they have also proven that they are still in Open number 2, the closest team so far to taking down TSM. Kindertrope already had 1 chance at it. It can still be taken away from North Star, that stat though. So we have to see in the grand final. But like you said, we have to see who takes that match against them at all, because we are moving on to a series that for me is extremely exciting. A new peak performance from one up-and-comer team up against Keenatrope now. We'll see you. Welcome back to the desk of defeated pseudo predictions here as we add back in Boyer Arroyo. I'm so sorry that North Star couldn't complete that run for you, but look, it is what it is. They have had a great series there and go home in a top 4 position. I'm sure that's not a bad placement for them.
No, it's a really good finish from North Star Gaming. They showed a good showing. I did not say they were going to win the series. I predicted it actually exactly as a 4-2 in favour of TSM. Something that both of you didn't do because you underestimated North Star Gaming and have continuously disregarded what they did last event. They still lost though, and TSM make their way to the grand finals, where they'll be facing either Keenantrope or Godspeed, Keenantrope being that last event champion, and that being the real fight for the major spot.
It was nice to have a moment where you two weren't arguing, so that was good to have that.
It's rare. It's rare. Yeah,
it doesn't happen very often. It's only when one of you is off the desk. But of course, we do have to find out who we are going to be bringing on to that grand final to face against the side of TSM. Will it be Keenantrope? Will it be Godspeed?
Of course, you've seen both play out today already. Or no, you have not. You've seen Keenantrope play out already today. You've seen both play this open. Godspeed have made an impact out of their performance, both on Friday, if you're watching the team streams, and now into the Saturday as well, and on to Sunday. They are looking excellent, but they are up against one of the 2 biggest powerhouses in this region. There is Keenantrope and there is TSM, and it is yet to be decided who will be on top right now. Godspeed could upset that mix. They could put their name in it.
I mean, 100%, but after what we saw from Keenantrope and Rhino, me and you were having a great time during that series watching Keenantrope. This is going to be tough for Godspeed.
Oh, goodness, yeah. I mean, look, we've waxed lyrical about the way that Keenantrope played just about an hour ago for quite a while, but I want to also talk about the way that Godspeed played yesterday. The performance that they were able to show, Dansku, Echo, and Rigorous looked really, really good in the game yesterday against North Star. It wasn't the best North Star performance, but you can only beat what's in front of you, and Godspeed did that with aplomb. They looked lights out, I would suggest.
They did, and I encourage that to have somewhat of an impact on your predictions. So let's get them started now in the chat. I want to see your real predictions here. Hashtag KN if you are on the side of the huge overcasting shadow here, the big dog. Hashtag KN for Keenantrope. Or are you on the side of the new up-and-comers, the wild card here? Hashtag GS for Godspeed. I would love to be able to say that I have that for Godspeed, but it's maybe not quite there yet. I think that I'm going to go with Keenantrope on this one based on just, I mean, it is just quality. It has been quality that has been observed time and time and time again. Godspeed have not proven that yet in the long term, and this is their chance to do that. I'm not giving this as a 4-0 sweep to Keenantrope. I think Godspeed are coming up to a level they can take games here, but I'm still left with the question, so I need to see it. We'll see if that is what happens. I think I know where you guys are going to go with this, but Boyer?
I mean, yeah, after that last match that I saw I've got to go for Keenantrope. I think Godspeed are great. I think Echo especially played an exceptional series last time around. Really, really impressed me. He's a star striker on Godspeed. But I think he's going home now at top 4.
Yeah, call it recency bias, call it whatever you want, but Keenantrope looked absolutely incredible an hour ago. And I don't see what would have changed within that hour to make it so that they couldn't perform at that level. So I've also got Keenantrope to go through to the grand final to have yet another Keenantrope versus TSM grand final here in Apac. Who could have possibly predicted?
It's odd though, because I went Keenantrope to avoid the recency bias as well, because the only impact you would have to say that it would be Godspeed in this is their performance this open.
Sure.
I would never have even taken a thought into them taking the win in this series before now. I definitely do take that into consideration. Now, that is a shocking
close.
desk. Kinotrope have a fan base here, and yet Godspeed stepping up with that 45%. I think definitely the Finnish side of things coming into play maybe here.
I mean, yeah, maybe the Finnish fans coming out, maybe the Godspeed having just a pretty big fan base in general, but Kinotrope, I mean, they are the Japanese organization. They are the one with the big, massive fan base coming from Japan, and I'm sure they'll be getting rooted on, especially over at twitch.tv/Cocken. Put a little plug in the middle of that, but this Kinotrope team is definitely the favourites, but maybe not the fan favourites. It's 50-50.
Yeah, it certainly is, and that is insane. And now, actually, Godspeed have taken over. Chat want to be wrong once
down,
again here,
I liked it being close, but calm down now. Godspeed, definitely the underdogs here, and it's not being displayed by
goodness.
Twitch chat. They are dedicated to being wrong today, and
The Finnish fans are showing up. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Finland is showing up in chat.
I can actually see it, yeah. Oh, Renshiro's come back. Big shout out to Renshiro, who played their last season as well in Apac for the Finnish side of things too.
Yep.
Well, it's possibly the end of the road for the Finnish player. It might be the finish line.
We'll see.
But can they take down the last time regional champions of Kinotrope? Rhino, we're getting rid of you. Don't want you anymore. Not even a chance to say
He's
goodbye.
got lunch to have.
But into the series we go. Our second semi-final of the day, Gex. One of these teams will make it to the grand final. One of these teams has done it many times before. One of these teams looking for their first grand finals appearance to see who will be facing TSM in our grand finals to fight for a major spot. It is Kinotrope against Godspeed.
Now, I mean, I've gone with Kinotrope on this one, but don't get me wrong, I would love to see an upset here. Godspeed with the come up, this underdog story would be incredible. I mean, it would be the kind of things that documentaries are written about. And Godspeed has the chance to do it. They have been coming up and up and up. They have a brand new coach. They have a translator. They have so much more in their favor than they have ever had before. The org is coming through for them on that front. And now the team performing at a level we haven't seen before. But Kinotrope also peaking right now. Max, you went nuts last time. Cash tries to off the bat. Denied on the line by Dansku. And the pass forward. What a play upfield by Godspeed.
Oh yeah, we saw what they could do last time around here for Kinotrope. Will they do it again, or will Godspeed be that bit of a roadblock to slow them down, to hold them back? Here's Cash. Early shot going to be saved by Echo. On the other end, they'll go with Rigorous, hunting for a bump, hunting for a demo. So too is Dansku. Bit of a double commit there. It was mentioned in our interview with Dansku yesterday, a bit of communication problems with Echo. Being a Japanese speaker, not native to English speaking, and not the most well versed in it, but is improving and is getting a lot better as well thanks to having that translator on roster. See if that comes into play. It certainly has so far.
I mean, it had apparently been just about zero, the communications between the English and Japanese side of things. It is a tough language barrier to bridge, but now things are looking much better, and we're already seeing the team combine very, very well. They've had pretty equal chances, maybe even more offensive possession than Kinotrope, but every time Kinotrope get that ball, I've got it in the back of my head that this is going to be the first goal of the game. Hasn't happened yet. Chance again for Godspeed. Pass there. Dansku can't reach it.
Oh, yet to come. Remember, just in the last series, Kinotrope won it in a 4-0 sweep. Yet to drop a game today. Not been particularly close to that happening. And a great bump in the goalkeeper. And a bit of follow from Cash will get an easy goal for Kinotrope for goal number 1.
Great choice from Max Yu, and he was the star of that last series, but he's very, very willing. I mean, he had to make adjustments after early seasons of RLCS, but he did make those adjustments, and he's so willing to play the selfless role, to go up, be the utility player when he's needed to be, and play the backline when he's needed to be, and now he has come through on both occasions. That pass to Furlash from Max Yu, delivered on a platter. Dansku tries desperately to get to that, but what a play.
2-0. Kinotrope. 3 minutes still to go. are already up 2-0.
Oh, all right. I mean, we take it. It's a kickoff goal, but we take it. Godspeed, making it closer again, giving us some content, but is it enough to talk about yet? Really, it is just a kickoff goal. I feel like that's said a lot, but this is very much one of those occasions where it's just come straight to them. They get delivered one here, but still down by one as well.
Well, the goal does come back the way of Echo. Godspeed. Keeping themselves in this game. One goal in a difference, but it could very swiftly become two if not careful of what match you can pull out. Round the back wall, it's Cash. Beaten by Rigorous. What?
Whoa.
Backward he'll go. No goals to be found. Oh, into centre once again, but denial some more.
Still chances here for Keenantrope though, and the boost is starting to disappear for Godspeed. They are playing very
No more patience when I'm feeling low. On vacation, my mind wants to go. Overthinking when I'm all alone. Out of focus from all the unknown. Can you check for my vitals? Think I need revival. Broken down and fading, my heart keeps breaking. Caught up in the storm, but we're the survivors. Looking up for love in a little bit of darkness. Hold each other up when we're falling down. Never give it up because we are the fighters. Caught up in the storm, but we're the survivors. Looking up for love in a little bit of darkness. Hold each other up when we're falling down. Never give it up because we are the fighters. Underwater, swinging my fist. Tension rising, but no part of it. Nice to meet ya, been called a misfit. No need to fake it, we all got some shit. Can you check for my vitals? Think I need revival.
Hello, we're back.
And we are back in game as well. Boyo, this is last dying seconds of it as well. Keenantrope will shut out 4-3 there in that game. It had to happen. Keenantrope coming through big. We apologize for that one. Not much you can do about spontaneous tech issues, but we are back here again.
We are back. Keenantrope did win the game. Apologies for as I said, for the issues. It was a 4-3 victory for Keenantrope. Good on them. Didn't really see what happened, but I'm sure it was fantastic. Cash got the MVP. Perlas got
it's
2 goals.
not.
Let's do some.
It's not
like,
a dramatically different
retrospective analysis based
scoreline
on
to
the
what we
scoreboard.
left on.
Let's do some scoreboard retrospective analysis.
Yes.
Yeah, that looks
Lot
really
of
good.
shots
Lots of one
from
goal each
Kinatrope.
from the whole of Godspeed. I'm sure that was great.
It would have been if we could have seen it, but only so much we can do about that. We go on and we do move into another game here. It's got to be what we need to see from Godspeed if they've got any chances.
Well, Godspeed looked great. Probably.
Well, I mean, one
even,
goal
guys,
each, you have to assume that is actually, they were competitive in that game. They have more series to play. It's exactly what you do want to see out of an up-and-coming team, even if they don't take this series, is competitive gameplay where everybody is active.
Do not worry, I have even better news. The server went down for maintenance, so we have to remake the server and get in a test lobby. So, sit back and enjoy the show.
I need the breather. We're good.
I
need the time
that wasn't
to
an intense
recuperate.
game. After an intense game like that, I was... Oh, guys, you missed out, let me tell you.
Again, apologies, but we go into the next one fresh and you will get the rest of the series here. Fingers crossed. And I don't see that this is like an issue, this position going down by a single point. If you're Godspeed, you've got to feel fairly good about that game, right? You have to think that this is a series they were prepared to lose and they're coming close here.
Well, as we get into game number 2, the question will be, can Kinatrope do what they did last time? Because I would love to find out what they did last time in game number 2. If we get an exact replica, that would be fantastic. We're probably just like a replay or something, we'll just watch it and say it's game number 2. Now, they are in the test lobby very, very quickly, making sure things are all good for the players, and everything is up to standard. If it is, then we'll be getting underway very, very shortly. As I said, apologies for the little hiccup in things. Tech issues, internet dropping, it happens. End of.
Well, if you liked what you saw in the last dying seconds of that first game, there's so much more to come. That's the good news. A lot more than we saw of game 1. So let's get into that game number 2. That server almost ready for us for game 2 now. And Godspeed down by 1 in game 1. I really want to see them bridge that gap, just to take even an overtime here to make themselves look really good against Kinatrope. I mean, Kinatrope looked so good in their last series that, I mean, looking at that, you would think most teams in this region would be dropping dramatic scorelines to Kinatrope, and Godspeed didn't just now. So maybe still more on the table.
Well, the game 1 win for the way of Kinatrope. We move to game number 2. Godspeed. Only 1 goal out of it last time around. Can they make it even better this time? Or will Kinatrope have awoken and ready to do even more?
Let's look forward to the backboard. Godspeed starting very, very nicely. Going to go towards the net there as well. Cash calm and collected on the backboard to take control, but still chances here. Echo beaten by Maxiu on the 50.
With the Cash shot onto net, and it's off the post and in. The defender nowhere close to getting that touch on out there. I don't know what happened at the back line. Oh no, Echo's just nowhere near back enough, and that's just a goal easily enough for Kinatrope.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there. Godspeed, a little bit of a communication issue there on what the threat exactly was. Big bump on Cash for the beat from Echo. And the cut forward from Rigorous, the right choice here. Can make a play out of it. It's going to go very high. Maxiu, the threat, is denied away from the goal line. But Godspeed have had really good pressure here. They just need to prove they can do that without getting absolutely dominated on the return attack, the counter from Kinatrope.
To the side, the ball will go a clear away from Godspeed up to the Kinatrope half, but nothing to come of it. With him straight back into control of Cash. Lash 50-50 will fall out to the side. Here's Echo. The pass to Rigorous. Control in the air, looking for Dansku on the approach, but not able to find a connection. Dansku gets baked on out. That's in centre, and Maxiu will bang it into the back of the net.
This came from some mispositioning just there. There had to be a rotate quick back from Godspeed. Nobody was actually in position for defense. They all three committed to that right mid position on field. Within a few meters of each other. Godspeed panic back into defense. One tries to get into air, but it was already over by that point. It was set in stone by the moment they made that overcommit and misposition. Now Kinotrope looking for even more, and we said that this would be a team that a lot of teams would drop a dramatic scoreline to. Godspeed still have the chance to do that, unfortunately.
Rigorous. But reset attempt. Will send it into centre, but Dansku backing off and Echo not in their position for a shot. Be a wasted effort. Double commit at the sidewall. Godspeed getting a little bit bundled up here. Communication issues perhaps, or maybe just nerves and desperation trying to find any kind of goal they can against Kinotrope. It's hard to get past this team. A shot down the other end to the back wall will go, with Echo in control and a pass off the side. It is a bang from Matthew down, but saved on the line by Dansku.
The big concern out of those communication issues is that would happen between the two English speakers on the team, so it's not the language barrier that is the problem right this second. Echo back now, speaking of the Japanese part of this team, makes a brilliant save there, and now that control out past midfield. Dansku cuts, trying to fake to get a shot on target, beats Maxiu. Dansku making them relevant again. Godspeed within one.
One goal back, but it's one goal not enough. They still trail. Half the game to go. They have more to do on the side of Godspeed. Kinotrope hold their lead. But it does get a little bit tighter.
Chances again. Echo goes high. Maxiu is being beaten out a lot more than we probably would have thought possible out of his last series. And Godspeed trying to make advantage of those beats. Big 50 from Rigorous. 50 on Cash as well. It's looking nervous a little bit here from Kinotrope as Godspeed make their pushes. Rigorous deep third here and will get the ball back as that clears.
Rigorous now going solo. Past one.
Whoa.
Past two. Is anyone there for the follow-up? No, it's Cash. Quick to get that clearance off to the side. Get that ball out of harm's way. They're approaching that 100-second mark and not much time left for Godspeed, but they have got the pressure. They've got the control of the game on their side, but they do not have that scoring shot.
Cash again looking for that backboard. The read not found. Furlash could be entered here. He's bumped at the very least. Dansku demoed away, but nobody to take the shot immediately. It's going to be very high when it does come. And Echo with the boom clear. Couldn't find the coverage himself with no boost left. And first man upfield was looking for demos, I think. It's going to be a tough one to follow. Now Cash with a chance. There's one in defense, and it's Echo again to come through from that position again. He has been defensively magnificent for Godspeed, but yet again, second game in a row, they trail by one. Can they change that in the next 50 seconds?
Cash pulls Furlash off of that ball, and it's an excellent strike at net. Not expected by the Godspeed defense, but handled well to the backboard. Now that ball rises high. Is anyone up for it? Yes, they are. Shot to net. Echo looks at the bump, but cannot find it. Saved away. Dansku to hold that ball in midfield, trying to get some time for Rigorous and Echo to push on up, but it's a big miss from Echo around the back. Furlash can whip this one into centre. Another goal might come the way, but Rigorous just interjects in time. 20 seconds now, gets in the ball. Stuck in the Godspeed half. A moment of chill for just this little bit of time, but that's not what they need right now. They need to push, they need to do more, but they cannot break out.
They could have taken a third there as well. I don't think they were even ready for the opportunity when Echo made that miss, but it did mean that Godspeed lost what could have been their last opportunity on attack. Kinotrope take out that game early, apparently. We don't get to see the ball drop, but it will be the victory for Kinotrope there.
The 2-1 win for Kinotrope. They take game number 2. 2-0 in the series, and although Godspeed have been close, and not been enough just yet.
No, it has not, but every game so far, just that one goal drop. Godspeed are just that little bit away, and this is kind of what I was expecting here, that they would be just that little reach further required. And I mean, Godspeed have only just received that new coach. There will be time for them to improve by the final open here, but this was kind of their last chance to be in the running for the major here as well, and it's looking very doubtful that they have a shot into that. I think it was probably from the beginning, but you know, Kenotrope here, they're just proving that they are the star team we expected.
They have looked so good so far, and it's a continuation of the last series. They've done it once, they are doing it again. I am mightily impressed by them.
Yeah. It's tough. I don't think there's a lot of teams that could be getting this close, but it's not close in the series score, and that is what needs to change right now. Godspeed need to really dig deep if they want to change the scoreline up there right at the top. That 2-0 right now looking very, very dangerous. I would hate to see this be a sweep. I think there's very good chances it will be, but for Godspeed's sake, for the future of this team, for their confidence going through further, I would love to see them be able to push in, get the confidence they need to generate even more force in the future.
Well, as we get ready for game number 3, a timeout has been called for Godspeed, trying to qualm this attack, this constant pressure from the Kenotrope side, and to slow things down. But so much work to be done here. Is it too little too late? I mean, it's only in game number 3, but Godspeed, they just seem to be a level below Kenotrope. And will that change? I mean, I hope so for their sake, but I don't know.
Yeah, it's a tough one to see changing simply on the standard of consistency. It is that one goal that is the difference in consistency between these two teams. And consistency has been the problem all season from Godspeed. They've had good peak, but consistency wasn't there to a dramatic level. Now that's fixed to a large degree, but it will take time for that to lock in even further. And that's the advantage that Kenotrope have had. They have so much time already being the consistent team in a matchup like this.
Well, if game number 3 comes underway, if Kenotrope can win it, they will head to match point, 1 game away from making that grand finals appearance once again. If Godspeed can win it, they hold on, keep themselves in this series. But let's have a look. Can Kenotrope keep their perfect streak of today alive? Or will it be a chance for Godspeed to play a bit of spoiler?
Yeah, it'll be absolutely massive for Kenotrope if they can too. They're looking forward to a grand final here against TSM, and the first chance they've really had where they looked like they might be able to take that matchup to me. They didn't do it yesterday. The vengeance is there, but Godspeed looking for vengeance for their first 2 games, already pushing on that net. A first shot taken away by Cash, and a 50 goes downfield. Echo will have to double back quick smart for that one.
Here it'll go all the way down to Furlash. 50-50. Will fall on down off the corner. Chance on net. Godspeed will find the first. It's Dansku.
Okay, Godspeed, the timeout having its effect. And Dansku slots that rigorous though. I mean, look at that bump. Open the net. You can't expect Kenotrope to just make the mistake. You've got to force the opening, and it's exactly what Godspeed have done very early here as well. First minute of gameplay down, and Godspeed lead right now. They are going to be looking for more, though. It's not a safe territory to be only 1 up against Kenotrope. And it might already be gone. Echo, though, fills in the back line just in time.
Did a good job in the back line to keep that one from going awry. With Matthew back in control, we saw last series just what he could do. This time it's Cash receiving the pass and striking bottom corner.
Yeah, this is the right play from Kenotrope. Keep it basic, keep it connected. Cash just slots that. I mean, the power is good, but that is just a play that is done by textbook from Kenotrope.
On a piece. Only a minute gone. It's rigorous to receive. He gets the reset. Tries to go out even further, but with Maxu already up, he's not going to have a chance to even look at the net.
That's good defense from Godspeed. I didn't think the 50 would be so dominant there, but they've pushed that forward, and a good chance here. Oh, Dansku! He's missed the mark. It might still be possible. Shot on target from Echo. Dansku gets a demo as well, but it's only on rotation. Back to net. Defense holds. But Godspeed 1-1, and they keep getting chances. If they continue like this, they can get their lead back. Godspeed are the focus here, really, if you want, like, the future for this region. Kenotrope, they are the here and now, and they are relevant. They are looking for absolutely everything out of this match. For Godspeed, they're looking towards their future.
Well, the future, unfortunately for them, is not the present. They have to win now if they want to make a good mark. Maxu, off the sidewalk. Reset found.
Whoa!
Flicks it high. It's a shot incoming, but Furlash instead passes it over to Cash. Maybe a mistake, maybe a choice. Either way, it does not work out. With half the game to go, the scoreline remains one apiece.
Godspeed still do make a double commit there for a moment, but they correct it very, very quickly. Furlash had a chance on that, 0 boost, but still kind of beyond excuse there. Kenotrope are a better team than letting that go without even an attempt on the net. And that one as well. What is happening? Godspeed missed that, let it directly in front of net, and the shot is not taken. Echo upfield. Very, very scary gameplay from, frankly, both sides of things just there.
After stealing the ball will bounce down to Machu in control. Fakes out the incoming attacker and he'll slip it past. Flip reset, we'll get it again. Shot to net, saved by Echo. Now it's Cash. Flick up high. Big clearance away, it will fall back to the hands of Machu. He's done it once, he can do it again. He tries to slip the ball past Echo, but he's been having a great bit of defensive work this time.
I was going to say, of course it's Echo. It's always Echo. Godspeed are just living off the backline defense from Echo, and he has been monumental to the team. That's a great pass to Rigorous. We know he has the mech to make things out of this, but he doesn't have the boost. Cash has plenty. He's going to force it forward. That's a lot of physical pressure. Cash doesn't even need the bump. That is placement and a half. Kenotrope up by 1.
Cash goes solo and they help him. Furlash and Maxu just clearing the way. Go for Kenotrope 2-1. Been a bit of a quiet game from Furlash. I'm seeing him finally get a little bit more activated here, but I think if Kenotrope want to keep this up going into the grand finals, he needs to do a little bit more. Off to the side, a minute to go. 1 goal separates these two teams. Once again, Godspeed have always been within a reaching distance, but never enough to take the game away.
I mean, the positive on that front, as another block on the goal line for Kenotrope comes away. The positive on that is that if you did miss game 1 after the network disruption there, you've kind of seen it again since. It is the 1-goal storyline here that Godspeed cannot get past. They are pushing that limit time and time again. Dansku goes high here. A force long. They will get control out of it, but Echo doesn't have a lot of boost to work with. Pops high, Maxu. Now, we've seen him peak today. Does he do it again? Off the backboard, left for Furlash. Dansku can handle it in time.
The attempt to clear from Echo not working out. It puts Cash straight back into control. They may have missed one shot, but they're not going to slow down in the pressure. As long as Kenotrope are attacking, it means Godspeed are not, and that is a great bit of defensive work in itself. 10 seconds to go now. One last ditch effort from Godspeed to try and take this game away, but Maxu will deny. Past the centre, caught by Furlash. Away it will go, and down to the ground. Game number 3, the Kenotrope.
I beg. I just want one game. I just want to see one game go across to the underdog here. I want to see that we've been promising that depth from the region. I do believe it's there, but this step up from Kenotrope makes it hard to see. They have been excellent. They're just locking in on consistency here. They're not going for anything special. It might not look like much, but Kenotrope are just so hard to get past right now that they are going to be able to play this out by 1-goal leads every single time and still be confident in their wins. It's very similar to TSM when they are playing their best gameplay.
Well, Kenotrope on the verge of a sweep. Godspeed, they don't have any more timeouts. They would have to best of 7 reverse sweep this Kenotrope side. It's looking less and less likely as time goes on, but what it does do, it sets us up for a very exciting grand final.
Doesn't it just? I mean, that is the rematch. It has been the rematch all season long, Kinotrope versus TSM, but we still aren't there yet. One more game to go for Kinotrope. It's looking like they are going to be able to take it, though. I mean, Godspeed already took their time out. Kinotrope have the ball rolling. They have done nothing but 1-goal lead games. They have just been consistent, and there's no reason to believe that that would change now. There's no input on the game that would change that fact.
Well, game number 4. 1 away from the grand finals for Kinotrope. They win it here, they go perfect so far on the day, have a chance to face TSM and possibly secure their major spot if they so win today. They've got to make it there first. They've got to win one more game against this Godspeed roster every single time. It's only been a 1-goal differential. Will that change? Will Godspeed find a game finally? Will TSM secure it? Or, sorry, will Kinotrope secure it even further? Game number 4 we go. It could be the end of Godspeed's run, or it could be the beginning of something new.
Kinotrope on the back foot off the kickoff. They will get some control of ball, and it is turned into a passing play upfield immediately. Not going to be allowed, though. Cut off in the making. And that is one there. Oh my goodness, Cash with 0 boost drops back into the play unintentionally. And it pinches away from the shot on an open net.
Shot the backboard over to Echo. For a bump on Matsu as Rigorous can't find it.
There's the bump.
The demo and an opening for Dansku found. Godspeed start the game off in the lead.
Yeah, I mean, they tried to make the play once. Echo makes it the second time around. Maxu gets removed and the backline not filled in immediately. I think there was a demo in there as well. Godspeed just making really aggressive plays to try and correct for a game that maybe they think they've been too passive with.
Dansku take control, no success. It's already up for Cash, and you see the incoming defender. He knows to back off and get in position to follow again. Matthew, that's optimistic, not got enough push to follow it. The back wall, it's Cash. He's got Echo pouncing. It's another shot, and another goal by none other than Dansku.
This is a look we haven't seen from Godspeed. It's not the timeout, but they make the adjustment between games, come back and fire stuff like this on target as well. This one, not even a bump to open the net. It is a narrow angle. The pass made, the shot taken. Godspeed up by 2.
2-0 for the underdog side in game number 4, a game that they have to win to keep themselves alive in this tournament. Round that side wall, it is Furlash, gets shut down. Ball's high, and a 50-50 will be sent to the side. Rigorous, he's got teammates waiting. Dan's going to be the one to take control. He gets a reset pass 1.
Oh!
Echo cannot find the bump on Cash, but it's a great effort.
It's still not over. Rigorous fires top corner, but it's in front of net. Echo puts it back there again. It's off post. Kinotrope survived that one by the skin of their teeth. Godspeed have everything in this game. What is happening? It's still there. Put away again. Godspeed with Echo to lead them through 3-0.
What on earth has happened there? A mess in the defensive line by Cash, and Matsu sets up Echo for the easiest goal he could have got. 90 seconds gone, and Godspeed are 3-0 up.
In probably the day I think Kinotrope has looked the least faltered. They have been flawless. They have looked excellent. Maxiu is back peaking, and it just does not matter. Godspeed do not care. They're just going to play their gameplay. They have upped the aggression, and it is the right choice. They are just pounding the line of Kinotrope, but now back the other way. Chance left for Furlash and put down. Only 2 behind now. Kinotrope with this much time, it's plenty to get back into this for them.
Look at Matthew there. Although Regular's not able to actually even get close to that ball, Matthew makes sure that even further by just blocking out the area where Regulars would come from in net, denying the chance, presuming that a bump might be needed. It wasn't, but he's already in position just in case. Now, with 2 goals of difference, let's make that 3 as Regulars get the goal of his own to make it 4-1 for Godspeed.
Kinotrope seem to just be struggling to find the right answer to Godspeed right now. Certainly that commit was not it. There was nobody behind. That is a huge commit on ball where Godspeed is already in air. Very dangerous, but it shows the threat they're under. They know that they need goals. They're willing to throw everything at it. But they throw too much.
Over to Maxu. 50 off to the corner. That ball falls into centre. Cash gonna get it again. One touch found, but the second not gonna find the back of the net. Half the game now to go. Already 5 goals scored in total, 4 for the side of Godspeed. Kinotrope gonna do that themselves if they want to win this in a 4-0 sweep.
Rigorous pushes forward for another demo there, despite not even having control on the ball. That is big faith on the teammates there. Rigorous again now. Tries to just pick it up slowly, but Max, you won't allow it. Now, that's an awkward one. Rigorous has to get out of this play. Dansku pushing up. Rigorous is there again. This is looking a little bit dangerous for Godspeed. Too much sent. And Echo on the back line. Again, he has been the key defender for them, but I'd rather see them not take the risks when they have the lead at this level.
Maxu. To the side, going to be caught by Echo. 50-50 to the corner. Off the backboard now, Cash. Positioning by Maxu to push this ball further. Might just be a goal on the horizon, if not for Rigorous' great save. Urlash taken out.
Demo.
And Maxu barely avoids getting demoed himself there.
Again, the physical play is working. That's a great decision from Echo. Rigorous didn't have the boost to make a beat on the person who would have been making the shot there from Kinotrope. It's going to go backboard chance. Rigorous off the crossbar and down. 5-1. It's dramatic. Cash doesn't look happy, and you wouldn't be either. I mean, this is a tough beat. Godspeed getting their chances and taking them.
5-1. I mean, the game's over. The theory is well and truly not. Godspeed keep themselves alive in it. I do not see a 4-goal comeback coming in the next 80 seconds for the Kinotrope side, but I mean, hey, if they pull it off somehow, fair play to them.
They need a lot more than this in the series, but they might need more than this in his game. Back to 3, Cash gets an opening and just fires one on the net, vacant as it is.
1 minute, 8 seconds. 3 goals needed to tie up this game and potentially find a sweep for Kinotrope. The odds of that happening are extraordinarily low. But if a team could do it, it probably is Kinotrope. So I wouldn't count them out just yet, but the odds are certainly not in their favour.
They're going to have to play like a different team, though, right now. They've been playing for that 1-goal consistency, and right now they just need to play for insanity. They need to go for every possible opportunity to make that happen, and the timer is dropping significantly here. Last 40 seconds on the clock. 5-2 still. Godspeed looking for their first game in the series here to escape elimination right this second. Maxu back downfield, and it will be Dansku to reset the offense.
Dansku floating through the air there with Echo in control, and a shot onto net. It will be saved away by Cash and a clear upfield. Chased off the ball as Dansku into centre. It's Cash. Only 2 goals now, 16 seconds. Many would say it's not possible, but Kinotrope will try and prove otherwise.
And Apac has proven otherwise time and time again. This 16 seconds is a concerningly barely enough amount of time for this to be possible. Godspeed, though, win that kickoff, and that should be enough to lock this away. 9 seconds. Dropping now. Cash. Echo. Up. Gonna get the read on that as well. Reset goes to Rigorous, and that is it. They shut it down. A 2-goal lead left by the end, but Godspeed step up massively. There was a 5-1 lead in that game at one point. Godspeed, where did that come from after what had been a struggle of a series until this point?
5-3 for game number 4. Godspeed find one back, but they've got a long journey to go. Kinotrope remain at match point. Godspeed need 3 more wins in a row to take this series.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a very, very tough reverse sweep, but I mean, the way to prove you can take that is to be dominant in a game. They were dominant in this game. My concern is, though, that they didn't lock it in when they had the chance. They went up to 4-1. Huge lead. Still kept pushing their chances, even at the cost of leaving a one-man defense. And then 5-1. Still no change. Multiple goals back against them, and then they kind of woke up to the fact that they would need defense here to keep this alive, even with the dropping timeline. So Godspeed need to be very careful that when they have that lead, they do lock it down. I'm not saying park the bus, but caution is advised.
100%. They've got to be cautious now. They've got a game win. They can at least go home happy if that is the conclusion. But we are straight into the action for game number 5. Off to Paris once again, where Kinotrope have their sights set. They're just going to get past Godspeed first.
Cash. The ball in front of him gets that 50. Maxiu looking for an upfield play. Nobody's there. That's a boom that's going to be starting a game of boomer ball here. Cash neutralizes it, takes it into control. Should be reached here by Dansku, only barely. Much faster challenge on that than I was expecting from Furlash.
Echo. Like a launch up field, 30 seconds gone on by, and it's Maxiu to take control once again. Shot to net. Save by Cash. Furlash looks for the clearance away, but that's off the post and in from Dansku.
I mean, the first shot was a rocket and a half. Cash gets it away, but Furlash just awkward there. Rigorous leaves the ball for Dansku to 50 into the net, and it is barely in, but that is all they need. Godspeed with a lead again, and it's looking very similar to the last game. Same timeline, pretty much, within a couple of seconds as to their first game, last game.
Cash off the ceiling, they drop that ball in center. It might just tipple in, but no! Somehow not a goal, even though Maxiu makes a touch. It's pounced on out and away at the other end. Rigorous is up, he's looking for bumps, he can't find the connection. Into centre, it's Dansku, one heavy touch is not going to get it past Cash. The follow-up's there, but Echo goes flying past the ball.
Dansku into his own corner there. It's a clever play, but will go forward for the utility now as it gets left with Rigorous. Now Echo, though, can he get it over the field? No, one left. Shot on, what a bump. Cash comes through. Savior of Kinotrope right now.
After the back wall, it will be caught by Rigorous. The Dansku now, he's got Echo to his left, but he's going to go solo. Fakes out to defender, but hits the bar. Oh, Dansku, he's showing some confidence though. He knows what he has to do to win, and it is show just how good he can be.
Godspeed have so much confidence as well. They are playing everything in their arsenal because they're just brave enough to do so. That's going to be Echo to finish this play on an open net. I don't know what happened to Kinotrope on this one, but they were neutralized here on that 50 on Maxiu, and Echo just waits for it.
Kinotrope's starting to capitulate. This is not the look we saw from them earlier in the series, earlier in today. 2-0. Cash will try and make one by, but Dansku with a monster pinch off the post.
That post pinch leading upfield as well. Now threat again from Godspeed will be instantly. Cash will take the shot off the redirect from Furlash.
Well, good redirect there by Cash. That's a powerful shot onto the back of the net. There's no defenders back, and 2-1 for Godspeed.
Only up by 1, but it's still a lead. Godspeed not really used to being in this position still after only 1 game, and will need to lock this down. Echo, great pass down. Rigorous is going to back off that. Great choice. Godspeed starting to play out for the scoreline they contain right now, but this one, I still definitely want a press for more. They need comfort here.
Just upfield is Rigorous. Off to the side wall, Echo will push this ball even further. Connection not to be made. Cash trying to stay in control, it'll be left to Maxiu. Round that back corner. Furlash. Away he'll send it. Shot wide.
Very wide there. It was a 50. It was tough to calculate in the long run, but Kinotrope, they still needed it to be right. Down by 1 as they exist, and Godspeed now starting to just kind of lock in on defense, and a counter-attack here should have been in the net, just barely off target.
2-1, the score remains in favour of Godspeed. Time ticks on down to the 90-second mark, and Kinotrope, they've got to start acting fast or else we'll have to go to game 6, and the longer this series goes, the scarier it must be getting for them.
Cash with boost and ball here. 50 goes to Furlash. That is very wide though. Dansku will get that one for free. Cash just trying to have an effect on this play, but the 50 goes to midfield. Rigorous, not a ton of boost, but will get that hammered to the backboard. Cash, now, midfield play, starts into the corner, grabs the boost, passes in. Maxiu to finish. They even up with a minute left.
2-2, and Kinotrope are back in it, tying up the game and looking to win the series here.
This is, I mean, there is nothing left in this. Kinotrope are giving their all, and Godspeed are still holding the line. It is 0-0 here. I could almost predict an overtime with this minute left, but it could change here. Great challenge from Dansku. Getting in there early over the bump attempt. And a chance again from Godspeed goes to nothing.
Echo to the back wall. Pacing away is Dansku. Maxiu sent long down the other end of the field. Here's Cash with control once again. And a beat out Rigorous, no success. Down to Furlash, the ball will go. Travelling the distance. Echo beating on the approach. Furlash has another turn. A bump on another. Maxiu will get the finish. And Furlash has pulled up a worldie.
Godspeed has been giving their all, but it is not enough when you play like this. I don't understand. Furlash with a second pop on the ball that sends him down into a bump. 0 boost on the entire affair there. And Kinotrope get delivered a ball into net that seems just about miraculous. Off the post. It's not over. Godspeed are still there. Their mental holds, and 1 goal back into it means nothing separates these two teams.
Cash can't find the touch in net. And there's a free scoreline now, all tied up. 3 apiece. 15 seconds to go.
10 closing now. Do we find that overtime? It's Godspeed that could take it away from us, but that could change. Right now, Maxiu back down the other end. Control, down, and into the net with 1 remaining. Maxiu has won it for Kinotrope. Surely the kickoff cannot deny them this 4-1. Godspeed have put a monumental effort into this series, but I think it ends here.
The dribble, the bump, and all fall into a beautiful crescendo as the series may just come to a close unless Echo and Rigorous and Dansku can do anything to stop that ball touching the ground. Echo will keep it up. Dansku will try. The ball bounces down to Rigorous in failure. And Kinotrope win the series 4-1 and head to the grand final.
I'm happy. I mean, the underdogs, they came up, they made their fights. Godspeed looked good, but Kinotrope looked better. They are going forward. After a huge warm-up game here, let's be honest, for TSM, Kinotrope want to be at their best. They were pushed to be it right here.
Well, Godspeed may have fallen, but they certainly gave us a show. Kinotrope, though, to the grand finals they go once again, where TSM is awaiting. And that is going to be some serious gigs.
Yeah, I mean, it's now going into a scenario where it is the regional champion, the current regional champion, up against the top point holder in the region. Can TSM survive and make their appearance at the major? If they do not, they will likely lose their position at Worlds as well. So this next series, absolutely everything for this region on the line there. And it only continues to be that way if TSM can find their win.
Well, all we've got to do now is watch that grand final get. All we're going to do is figure out, is Kinotrope going to almost secure their major spot, or is TSM going to fight back and make it all to play for next event? We've got to find out after the break. We've got to just go to break, wait, and find out. We will see you then.
Send it off.
for an exciting grand final.
You have habits just like me. Talk too much with strangers. Get way too serious around family. And I don't have any wishes, but when I kiss you, our lips fit well. And I don't have expectations, but when I daydream, I fall asleep, and our hands melt. It started out as teasing, but I had deeper meaning when I touched your chest. Now I don't know how but if I did, and I don't
Well, for the final time here in Open number 5, welcome back to the desk as we head into our grand final. But what a series we had to lead it in there. It was looking like a sweep for a moment, but not to be. There was the fight back from Godspeed there, and you gotta respect that the underdogs did come up. The region has depth. There is still pressure from everybody, and here to talk about it with us is, of course, the magnificent hair himself. It is SirPigasus. Buddy, you have been all around the region this entire season. You have made your appearance for 3 Rats. You've made your appearance now for North Star, I believe. Welcome onto the desk, and feel free to introduce yourself.
My name is SirPigasus, ladies and gentlemen. I've cast in every single RLCS region point for a team stream now, but I've absolutely fallen in love with Apac. I've really enjoyed my time here, so it's an absolute pleasure not only to be on this stream, but to be able to share the desk with some legends of a region now, Boyo, Gex, and of course my good friend Rhino.
Well, you've came at a good time because we are getting into some exciting times in APAC. We're used to just having the one team win every single event. Now we've got some chaos here, and I'm sure Rhino's a little bit jealous after this being an SSA caster as well, but some chaos happening now in the Apac side as we get to this grand final, and I mean, Rhino, we're seeing TSM versus Kenotrope. We have been alluding to it all day long. Kenotrope are in the driver's seat, and TSM, for maybe the first time ever, I'm going to utter the sentence, are coming in as the underdogs, the back foot team.
I'm so glad you put a question mark on the end of that statement. Because, like, yes and no, this is a really weird position to be in. You can literally look as far as yesterday to be able to figure out that TSM do really have have it over Kenotrope right now. A 4-1 victory in the upper bracket yesterday is definitely something that we are going to discuss more about. And the way that Kenotrope have played so far today, certainly in the first game, maybe not so much in that second game, we'll have a talk about it as well, but the way they've come into this championship Sunday with a chip on their shoulder looked quite dangerous. So I think this is the closest this region has felt at the top level for a while.
Now, I would agree. Is that something that you've got a strong opinion on here, Piggy? It's TSM and it's Kenotrope. They've both been at the top here for a while. They've been number 1 and number 2. Has it flipped? Do you feel that strongly? Do you not feel it at all? What's the take on it?
This would be a really easy question if it was a couple of months ago, if this was RLCS 2025 or 2026. I've been sent in a spin, not between every single split, not even between every single open. It's every single day. Yesterday, I was looking at TSM. I predicted Kenotrope in that initial matchup in uppers, and then they got blown completely out of the water. So I knew I was going to be here today, and I was like, this is going to be easy. I'm going to be going for TSM tomorrow. It just looks like Kenotrope haven't been able to keep it up. And then Maxiu arrived. Maxiu arrived in that quarterfinal, and he looked unbelievable. And all of a sudden, I'm back in that really dizzy position. So I certainly don't have a favorite here. I agree strongly that this split of Apac has been one of the most topsy-turvy we've ever seen. I mean, Dream Station hasn't even featured on your stream this entire weekend. What happened there?
Yeah, there's just so much competition. It goes all the way back down to, like, 14th spot now, I would say. Maybe not the bottom 2 in that top 16 still need a bit of work or something, but it's crazy. We've always talked about maybe the top 4, maybe the top 6, and now it just keeps extending down because the ability to appear in this top 8, to make your name known and to put presence against the top teams in the region, it seems to be held by so many more teams. So, in saying that, the 2 teams most relevant to the region right now are about to play, and we need to have some opinions. So let's get chat in on it first. We're going to keep you on for this one too, SirPigasus, because look, you seem to be the one that was flip-flopping on this the most, so we'll keep you to last as well. But hashtag KN if you want to support Kenotrope. They are the reigning regional champs, but they are challenged by hashtag TSM there if you want to support TSM. They are the reigning point holders. They are top of the region. As far as the season goes, they are currently the leader in the race for the World Championship, just not the Paris one. So this one could decide it here. Kenotrope with a win could just take it all, but we have to wait and see. For me, this one, it is the hardest decision I have ever had to make on a grand final in the last few seasons, at the very least. I'm leaning stronger towards Kenotrope than I thought I would, but I think I've got to go with TSM, if not just for the faith that our Open 6 is exceptional.
I felt very similarly to you here, where I've been going back and forth between Kenotrope and TSM, and although Rhino tries to push this narrative that I am Kenotrope's biggest fan and that I am always going to pick them, that is categorically not true. Not that I don't like the team, I'm just not their biggest fan and I'm always going to pick them. That's in the past. That would be Dream Station now is the case. But I do think they looked exceptional today. I think the only reason I'm not picking them now and I'm going for TSM is that the last 2 games of that series gave me the tiniest bit of doubt. That is it.
I completely understand that. I really do. And I think if you'd have, I agree with you. If you'd have asked me after the first 4 games, maybe certainly the first 6 games that Kenotrope played today on the field, I think this desk would look a lot different. There was enough in those last couple of games to give a question mark. However, I'm not sure we're considering that TSM also faltered, also didn't look especially great in that semi-final.
Very valid.
And for that reason, I'm going to be going for Kenotrope. I think Kenotrope are finally going to vanquish that white whale that they've had looming over their head for a long time. I think this is the moment that they need to take a stand.
I don't like it. I don't like being the last pick here. This is so difficult because I've got no biases here. I've been the team streamcaster for 4 out of the 6 players that are going to be taking to the pitch here.
True.
And one thing needs to be made sure. Okay, Sphinx has to have checked the match ball for a magnet because he was hitting that post, he was hitting that crossbar way too much during that series. You mentioned there, Boyo, you were concerned with those last few games from Kenotrope. There were definitely a few scares from TSM, and the style at which they were playing also has me a bit worried when they come up to play against Kenotrope. They were pressing extremely high. They had that careless ego in their gameplay, which we love to see them play with, but you just cannot get away with that when you are against Kenotrope. However, TSM have that chip on their shoulder, and they've got a youngster on that team who has only not made the grand finals twice in his illustrious career. And I'd be a fool to go against him with my first time on the desk, so I'm gonna go for TSM. It is, I would say, the boring choice in most opens, but this truly feels like, for one time, I could be put to question.
Because you are the center here right now, I want to actually ask you. Yeah. Because I need some of my memory refreshed. How many times has Kenotrope beaten TSM?
They've not done it yet, Boyo. They've not done it. But
how many times have they lost
about that in my prediction? I think if you actually listen to what I was saying, Boyo,
how many times have they lost to
TSM? Not to do that.
Do you have like a number?
It's time for that to change.
How many times TSM have beaten Kenotrope in a grand final? Is there like a number on that, maybe?
Oh, there's I believe it's around 3.
I can give it to you if you want.
I believe it's around 3.
I think it's on a grand final, it's certainly 0. So we will have to see if it can be changed here. I do believe, though, that Kenotrope, they absolutely deserve a pick here on the desk. We have had TSM across the desk many, many times, and TSM have proven that that has been the correct choice. Almost every one of those times, or no, actually every one of those times, because they didn't make the last grand final. Yeah. But definitely, though, I think that Kenotrope are in the best shape they've ever been. TSM are maybe in the most questionable they've ever been in a grand final. But there it is in the chat. I think that's a really nice looking chat prediction, actually. 59% to 41 is looking, that's pretty correct to me.
That's a fair one there. I'm happy with that. I think that chat are onto something there, and I'm sorry I put you in such a bad position here, picking your first match on the mainstream here. You're talking about TSM v Kenotrope coming into this match, where usually it might be a bit of a gimme. This time, a little bit harder to call.
I would say this is the fair percentage to give it. If I was thinking in my head, trying to weigh up what prediction I was going to go for, it is 59% to 41%. It is about that range, but unfortunately, I'm only able to say one team. But when you look at the history of what I have always dubbed on my streams as Sphinx, Kata, and Co., of course, we've had Sosa, now we've got Kevin to round off that roster. You know that no matter how far this series is going to go, you know, no matter what deficits they find themselves in, that can get flipped so quickly. I think back to, I believe it was Open 3 in Split 1 of 2025, where we finally thought Luminosity were going to get beaten. And it just did not happen. There was a 3-0 to 3-3 comeback, and it feels like it's going to be one of those kinds of performances that is going to be required today against an on-form Kenotrope.
I think before we go into this series, I need to ask one more question, especially to you, Gex and Rhino. I think we're going to go to a game 6, 7-ish kind of place here at the end of it. I think it's going to go the distance, surely.
Yeah, I've got 7. I've got 7.
What do you think, Rhino? 6 or 7? Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm not answering you for the reason of I heard what you did. Gex clearly didn't pick it up the first time.
No, I don't. I'm too old to have really identified it early enough. That's on me.
It's upsetting.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you for that useless bit of whatever that was. We have to move on. Pigasus, thank you for joining us. It's certainly been a great season. Your stay here in the region, we love to feature our community members at this point in the show. Your stay has been shorter than some, but certainly impactful. Like you said, you've been around the block for these teams now, and a lot of these players going into this next matchup definitely have shout outs for you, I'm sure. So please give us some shout outs before you leave as well, because we have to get into that next one. And we'll leave it with Boyo and Rhino for them to take it away.
Well, thank you very much, everyone. And thank you to Chad as well. You've been very nice whilst I've been over here. But most importantly, yourself, Gex, Boyo, and Rhino for allowing me to share this space alongside you as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's been an absolute pleasure. Maybe I'll come back one day. Who knows? I'll steal Gex's place. I'll rip him right out of that Namjoke. Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy the grand
Please
finals.
do.
Wow.
They all come for the crown. They all come for the crown. Enjoy, guys.
Thank you very, very much. Goodbye to Gex and goodbye to Piggy and Rhino.
Yeah.
We get the pleasure of casting a fantastic, well, hopefully fantastic grand finals on the horizon. It is shaping up to be a good one. All the context behind everything we have seen today, I am very, very excited.
It can't be anything other than exceptional, Boyo, because that would be an immense disappointment given all of the stories that we've had up to this point, given the storylines that are moving forwards. You just get the sense that this may be one of the greatest grand finals that Apac has ever witnessed. And we need as many people in here, because if that is the case, you will want to say that you were here when you saw it. So, Boyo, I've just got a feeling. I've got a feeling in my gut.
Just got a feeling. Just got that feeling. Well, as I seem to like to do every single series I cast, it's time for the grand finals. Kinotrope, the reigning Apac regional champion, against the challenger of TSM, trying to regain their crown. The fight for the major, the fight for the Paris is well and truly underway, and it all starts here in game number 1.
Apac, stand up, your time is now. Kinotrope versus TSM. Gonna kick things off with a Kinotrope attack, but it's moved over to that far side. Sent long by Sphinx, and he will now try and follow through. No backboard defense. That's a huge mistake. And TSM lead the grand final.
We may have had Mr. Worldwide of SirPigasus on stream before, but Mr. Apac is here to start off 1-0.
Only just started this grand final and it's off to a bang, but I hope that's a lesson to Kinotrope. You cannot leave that backboard open when playing against TSM. You've got to give them the respect. You've got to deal with that ball, at least make a play. Over the top, Catalysm hits the crossbar. There will be a few more woodwork hits this game, I assure you of that. Max, you down the line won't be able to get past the first man.
Into the back wall it will go. Connection to be made by Catalysm, now found by Furlash. Catalysm's 50. Going to go the way of Maxu. He's in control. He has had an excellent day today, especially in that first series. And I'm sure more to come. Off the ceiling it will go to centre. Here's Sphinx. Pass back out. And good control by TSM. They are on a different level in terms of communication and knowing what each other are thinking. Let alone just the communication. Pre-jumps are just a normal part of their repertoire, and they are always ready for each other, something that Kinotrope have got to learn to deal with.
It's not just that, it's the mechanical ability to find teammates across the field as well. It's all good, well and good knowing where your teammate is, but if you can't get them the ball, then it's completely irrelevant. Whereas what TSM do so well is they find the passes directly onto where their teammate wants it. It's so impressive to watch, and Kinotrope, as you rightly say, are going to have to adjust to that issue. Backboard chance, Catalysm, drop down, pass is perfect! It's almost like I was just talking about it. Sphinx finishes the job, 2-0.
It's all Sphinx right now. The pass on Catalysm cuts out Cash, and Furlash inches away from making that save. That last regional was his first time finding a first place finish. He's looking for another one today, but it will not be so easy.
Mark Furlash collects. Kevin makes a block. Max Yu will collect moving forwards, but once again there's a TSM player there, and Sphinx breaks down the line. Chance taking the shot, but Furlash back in a good position to make the save. Catalysm also well positioned to block that play down the line. Pass to the back post. It's perfect. It's TSM 3-0.
Oh, Kino Trope will not be happy about this beginning. It's another assist from Catalysm as Kevin bangs it top corner. He's been the newest addition to this TSM roster, coming off of that first season with Sphinx and Catalysm together, replacing Sosa. It was big shoes to fill, but he's certainly shown what he can do.
Here's Sphinx. Collects. Furlash. Early jump, showing his cards before he's even got them, I think. Cash down the right side, flicking beyond one, saved away by Catalysm. The German's such a steady player at this level. Furlash over to the right-hand side, intercepted by Sphinx, and he gets a good 50 there as well, but Cash still with possession until Catalysm rips it away from him.
So we've talked a lot of times today about awful goals apparently, because that was a bit of a mess. No, we've talked a lot today about the 1v1 prowess and a lot of players and what we have saw from them, and you know, people like Harry and Rigorous come to mind. Unfortunately for Kino Trope, they are against the best one player in Apac of Sphinx, so it's only going to get more difficult. That fourth goal going in is this insult to injury, because it was a bit of a mess, but it's a goal nonetheless.
This is the worst possible start to this series that Kino Trope could have had. This is like in the theory crafting about this potential grand final, they would have said, the one thing we must make sure we don't do is allow TSM to get the ball rolling early and get a big lead in the first game. This is catastrophic, cataclysmic, as now they really need to try and bring that confidence back that we saw them have in the quarterfinal today. It was somewhat lost in the semi-final, but it is all the way lost here so far.
A slow start. Of course, they're just coming off of their previous series here. Maybe they're taking a little bit of time to get back into it. A new pace of play, trying to adapt. I'm sure we'll see more from them in the coming games. There's the goal back. Defense left wide open. It's a pass from Furlash into Cash to secure the first for the Kino Trope side.
Incredibly important goal for Kino Trope. Doesn't have to be flashy. It doesn't have to be posh. It just has to go home. And with a minute 25, 3 goals to find against who many consider to be the best in the region, and RLCS points for Worlds would indicate that as well. That is a very, very tall order. But if they can get another one, just maybe one more on the board, just to settle those nerves again, prove that they can do it, prove that they can score against this TSM roster, and even more importantly than that, well, they've not been able to do it. They need to keep them out. Catalysm, beautiful work off the backboard to find a fifth.
It's a 5-1 game 1 scoreline here. Rhino, it's off to an awful start for this Kino Trope side, and I mean TSM will be loving it right now.
Yeah, the vibes are going to be so high in that VC right now. They're going to be loving every single second of this, because realistically, going into this grand final, TSM would have had nerves. They would have been a little bit concerned about what happens if we lose this grand final, although I will say I don't think that kind of thinking is in their mindsets ever. I don't think they ever think, oh, if we lose, this happens. They're a team that focuses on winning. And why not? They've done it so many times before. Bumps a galore. And Catalysm puts us one more goal away from going to South America.
Don't tell me we're going to get a Brazil in our first game of the grand final.
I really
it's
hope not.
6-1 with 36 seconds to go. I mean, at this point, he might as well get to Brazil, get something out of this game, because it had been utter domination from TSM. They have came back with a vengeance.
Yeah, they really have. It's a block from Catalysm. Furlash taking it on the right-hand side. A goal would do wonders again for Kino Trope. They can't get it on that occasion. Extra touch from Catalysm. The recovery as well. So smooth as he plays across the field. Now Sphinx on the right-hand side. Misreads it. Very rare. Wifty between Maxu and Kata. There's a chance here. Catalysm keeps the play alive. Furlash should really have put that into the ground, decided not to, and it will eventually be left. No Brazil to be found, but TSM are looking lights out in the grand final.
Well, it may not be a Brazil, but it is a 6-1 dominant win from TSM. Catalysm, 3 goals, 2 assists, and a save along for the road. Look at the differential there. In the shots alone, 9 shots to 4. Dominant from TSM.
Yeah, there's no other word for it. You're absolutely right. And Kenotrope, what do you even say? Playing scared, playing nervous, playing without communication, playing like they're the underdogs in this game, which realistically, based on this split, they simply should not be. And that is a ridiculous goal to concede, certainly, as Maxu comes across the goal line. Catalysm is not moving there at all. But, oh, boyo. Based on what we were expecting to see in this grand final, this has gone against that entirely.
Disappointing start for us as the viewers, and especially for Kenotrope, a team who is expecting themselves to show up big time here. They may not have ever beaten this TSM team before, but they have been awfully close in the past. Things have got to change as we get into game number 2. Will the change be now?
I actually... Oh, no way.
Oh, it's a kickoff strat. It's a kickoff strat already.
It is a kickoff strat. Kenotrope not ready for it. I mean, Maxu and Cash had their own kickoff strat, and it did work, except for the fact that TSM's directly countered theirs. Unfortunate. I will say, I actually would not have been surprised, and this sounds crazy to say, but the fact of the matter is I wouldn't have been, if Kenotrope had called a timeout after that game 1.
I wouldn't have been shocked.
Like, so many things went so far wrong. Get your coach on the VC. Figure it out between yourselves and try and give yourselves a better chance going into Forbidden Temple. They're already 1-0 down. Just got to calm the nerves, I think.
I do wonder, though, if maybe part of the reason not to call a timeout there is when you're, 4-1 down. At that point, you already know the game's over when it's such a late score time in the left. Then maybe that's their kind of pseudo timeout. They have that time to discuss while playing still, and while still trying, and they could see 2 more goals in that moment. But I think they can use that latter half of the game to communicate what's gone wrong and try and figure out a plan for next time as a kind of pseudo timeout. I do think coming in and instantly getting a kick-off goal scored against you is not going to help the mental side of things. But with a minute gone, there's still plenty of time, and the attack develops for a goal for Maxu.
There we go. Sustained pressure for Kenotrope eventually finds Pader. Furlash off the left-hand side beats Catalysm. Kevin in absolute no man's land, just nowhere to be found on defense. And that will be 1-1. And now Kenotrope have to try and build from this. TSM want to shut this momentum down as quickly as they possibly can. That initial kickoff won't help.
A 1-1 scoreline, Kenotrope tie things up. We might just have a game on our hands if things keep the way that they are. Catalysm. Yes, things waiting centre. Will he go for the pass? No, he goes solo. Shot saved by Machu. He's left awkward, but everyone is back ready for a save. Furlash will get it out. A little bit tentative there. Catalysm now onto net. Will be saved once again, this time by Machu. Demos all around, but Furlash will interject. Takes the ball away from Machu, but more importantly, takes it away from the offense.
Suffocating TSM pressure does end as Kenotrope move back down the other side. The transition not as quick as TSM might like, but Catalysm reset, goes low, chance, yeah. Sphinx not having the same hesitation that everyone else around this ball had. Came through like a freight train. And that's going to be 2-1. Kenotrope looking at each other, trying to figure out who was meant to take that ball.
Not a good show in there from Kenotrope at the back line. We've saw their offense shine many a times. Their defense there, and so far in this series, has most certainly been lacking. That save will be found, and Furlash looks for the clearance away, with Catalysm diving on in.
Wow.
It will not be so easy to get that clearance out. Remember, this Kenotrope team was built to beat TSM. Right now, they are doing the exact opposite.
It's so scary, the spacing that TSM are able to get as well on their 50 challenges. Whenever you take a 50, even if you win it, there's another TSM player right there to give you either another 50 or the ball has moved too far away so that they just take the ball from you. It's so well done. It's so well executed. Furlash has to keep some pressure on for Kinotrope, but those kinds of back passes from TSM as well, they do not go unnoticed. And that's going to be an opportunity. Maxiu diving across the goal line backwards. Another back pass. Another chance spawns. This one off the backboard. The waterfall is awkward. Cash just decides to leave it and Furlash clears away. Kinotrope scattered to the winds right now.
I honestly think that was a goal-scoring opportunity for Kevin, but he expected the clear to come from Cash. That net was left wide open for his taking. It's an unfortunate read for him, and lucky for the Kinotrope side that he didn't go for that shot. Off the sidewall now, that's a big clearance away. Catalysm to the back wall, looking to make it free. Sphinx now, pass into centre. Kevin not able to make the touch on it. Here he comes again, shot denied. Maxu has no boost and he cannot make the connection. Starved constantly by TSM. With 90 seconds to go, they hold a 1-goal lead.
You do. Sphinx over onto that left-hand side. Furlash looking to collect and drive through, but I tell you something, Furlash in these 50s just has not been able to step up. TSM have been getting him every single time. Down the left again. That pass back not strong enough. Cash intercepting. Dropped down by Sphinx, but he's bumped off the play. So now this is Furlash moving from that left corner. Once again, a relatively weak 50 from Furlash. He doesn't take it at the right time. And now TSM can build again. Sphinx through the air, dropping it down for a teammate. Blocked on the goal line by Max.
I think part of the question you've got to ask for Kinotrope is what are they supposed to do when they seem to constantly have no boost and when they constantly have rockets getting sent by Sphinx? Another goal, it's a hat-trick, and it's a massive boom to net.
I'm just looking at that again from a Kinotrope perspective and thinking, where is the challenge at the point of the shot? Where is the player who's going up to try and get that 50 and make sure that the shot doesn't come through on goal? Trying to sit back in net. The problem is TSM can fire in powerful shots that make it difficult to react in time, and they've been able to do that multiple times this series. There is a chance to get a goal back for Kinotrope, but no, it's forced away on the goal line once more. TSM, well, I think it's fair to say, open full lit of fire under them. They are here to take their region back.
These teams faced off just yesterday in the upper bracket match, and it started the exact same way in favour of TSM. Kinotrope were not able to find an answer in time, only taking one game. They need to do more this time if they want to secure their major spot, or else it will go the distance all the way to Regional 6. But even still, just to give a bit of good series to give themselves hope for the future, because right now it's looking dire.
I have made some outrageously bad predictions on stream at times, Boyo. I have, and I'll admit to that. I don't think after 2 games in a grand final, any prediction I've ever made looks as bad as a Kinotrope prediction does today. Of course, you can talk about before the game and everything getting into it, but based on the performances, based on what we've seen in front of us right now, how could I ever have discounted TSM? How could I ever have gone against this super team of Apac quality? Because they are showing us why we called them kings of the region for 3 open straight.
Well, it is 2-0 and a timeout has been called by Kinotrope. It doesn't mean it's the right time to do it. I think you are right. Maybe should have called it after game 1, but definitely now after 2 game losses in a row, both of which they didn't feel particularly close or able to win that game. They have got to figure something out. They, of course, got Coach Homie in the back to try help them figure something out. But, of course, during this time, so too did TSM have Coach Trill trying to help them stay focused, stay controlled, and stay winning.
They stay winning indeed. But Kinotrope now having the discussion amongst themselves of how to stop that winning so that they can get some for themselves. Just again, I feel like this is another timeout that's happened today where what do you even say to your players? Score the first goal? But at the same time, you don't really have any agency on that, because if TSM come through with another effective kickoff strategy, which they've been doing all day, there's nothing really that Kinotrope can do about that. Here we go. Kinotrope win the initial kickoff. Maxu on the right-hand side wants a double fight it too, goodness me. And there will be a pause. Something has gone wrong, but Maxu has a sighter already.
Well, it was a short game 3. Don't know who won it, but we'll figure it out later. No, a quick issue, probably with a player there. I think it looks like Sphinx might have been DC'd on the goal line, but we'll find out very, very soon and get things back going shortly. Nevertheless, it still remains 2 over TSM. Kinotrope really just getting more time now in their timeout. They don't get to talk to their coach anymore, but a bit more time to talk amongst themselves and discuss what is really going to happen. I'll be honest right now, I'll be blunt about it. If they do not win this game, they're not winning the grand final. It's over for them. Simple as that.
I'm inclined to agree. You know, TSM have won a game 3 where their opposition have called a timeout after game 2 already once today. Yep. They then started to lose that series a little bit. They lost their grip on that series a little bit after that point, but they still were able to win the series. So if they do win this next game, TSM absolutely in a position where they should just be able to roll onto the final game and take it home. But you never know. You never know in Apac. That's what I always say, Boyo. There's always a question mark to be raised in the Apac region. And it looks like we are just going to be going for a straight up reset here of the game. So game 3 will get back underway in just a moment.
Yeah, I do believe as well that I just don't see a chance of a reverse sweep happening. Kinotrope, they were in chat earlier. I mean, Cash was in the Twitch chat earlier, begging for TSM to win against Northstar, which you would think kind of goes behind their really wants. Their main competitor for that major slot is TSM, and to have them in this grand final spot, to have them in an opportunity to take them down and possibly take this major away from them, it means they must have been confident coming into it, and they are right to be confident. It is just not actualized on the pitch.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we do go back to the pitch then, as game number 3 officially gets underway. Kinotrope versus TSM. A really bright start into the previous game 3, if you want to call it that, from Kinotrope, and they actually continue that form off the kickoff. Great 50 win by Furlash. Needs an extra touch, doesn't get one, but actually Maxu collects, looking for a 50 himself, but Sphinx saves and clears away.
Well, it is time for Kinotrope to show what that timeout was meant for. Can they find a game win here? Can they fight back and challenge what we would always call the Titans of Apac? They were moved from their throne for a moment and maybe taken down a peg or two again, as Maxu will find the opener.
Great solo play from Max coming through off that right-hand side. Makes 2 TSM defenders miss, and I said they needed the first goal. I said they needed to start well. That's exactly what they have done. 30 seconds in, Kinotrope lead game 3 to try and bring themselves back into this grand final. Kevin goes over the top. Cash is coming through from deep. Gets the reset. Demo on the back line. Oh, Sphinx! How have you rotated so quickly?
You know what sucks for Cash there? If he went for a regular shot, it would have been a goal. Luckily, he's got Matthew on his team. He may have cleared the way out for Cash's first attempt, but he'll do it all by himself the second time.
Oh, that's gross. That is gross. Getting beyond all 3 TSM players in the same play. Maxu has woken up in the series, but hang on a moment, there is a response.
No one's on the pitch.
That you,
Kevin took
you
them
can
out.
challenge. That's
Kevin
crazy.
gets a demo. It went the wrong way on kickoff. It's an open net for Sphinx, and as quick as 2 goals have been found for Kinotrope, 1 has been found back for TSM.
Just over 4 minutes still to play, and we've already seen 3 goals in this pivotal game 3. We might have seen 4.
Then.
We certainly have. Kickoff goal from Furlash.
It's a goal for Furlash, and 3-1. Kinotrope extend their lead now. Only a minute gone, and we've already had 4 goals.
What a strike from Furlash. So powerful into the bottom left corner. There might be another opportunity. No one's cheating for Kenotrope. Catalysm over the top. Maxiu tries to bring it away. Once again, the confidence on show from Maxiu. He really does feel like he's found his final form. But once again, too many players pushed forwards for Kenotrope. Costs them on the back line. Sphinx with 2.
It's an overcommit and a demo at the back. Sphinx will steal the goal from Kevin. He gets himself a second on the board. 3-2 for Kenotrope. Now that lead very quickly becomes only 1.
Does. And now Furlash, good catch. Looks for the backboard. Has he got a teammate there? Not before. It's pushed away by TSM. Sphinx down the right-hand side looking for his hat-trick. Forced off the play. Maxiu with the save. Sphinx off the left-hand side. Maxiu again to meet him. And a demo as well. It might not be effective though. Kevin finds the right-hand side. Kenotrope crumble. TSM back level.
90 seconds have gone by for this game, Rhino, and we have already had 6 goals scored.
Huh. That's interesting. I mean, normally we're used to both of these teams scoring a lot of goals, so it makes a lot of sense, just not against each other. Defenses need not apply in game 3, apparently. Backboard, Cash. Thought he might have gone for it there. Decided not to. Oh, that corner shot. Almost creeping into the top right corner. Double commit for Kenotrope. They do eventually send it away, though. Furlash will just let that one drop down to Maxiu. Furlash intercepting. It's now Kevin looking for the shot. Oh, the pass actually almost made connection with a teammate's bonnet, but it doesn't. And Kenotrope clear their lines.
3 minutes now to go. The game even at 3 apiece. All those goals from before matter not. An even game. Furlash. Over to Maxiu on the sidewall. Cash trying to fake out the approach onto Kevin. It'll lead to the corner now. A clear away, half the game to go. With Furlash taking his time on the ball, trying to slip it past Catalysm. No success.
No success. Double commit from TSM again, but because of the size of the clearance, because of the power behind it, they won't get caught out. Good 50 win from Maxiu. Cash now going to make it difficult. Gets the demo. Furlash intercepting. Catalysm just dropping it into the corner. Maxiu doesn't get there first. And now Cash. High to the sky on the right-hand wall. Again, just forcing his way through. Sphinx with the interception, and finally things have started to calm down on the goal-scoring front. That might change soon. Out of this right-hand side, no, Maxiu forces TSM away. Another put middle, but that will be Cash to clear the ball. Sphinx leaves it for a teammate, collected by Catalysm. Furlash, good interception on the halfway line. Unfortunate second touch for him. Ball across, no one there.
Well, 90 seconds now and the scoreline remains 3 apiece. It took 90 seconds for 6 goals to be scored. Ever since then, no, we have had absolutely nothing. Now 90 seconds to go. What more can be found down the other end? It's Maxiu. Shot to net, saved by Kevin. The follow-up not going to be quick enough by Cash. The ball falls to the midfield. Furlash, he's got no boost to play on this one, but he has to dive on in. Left awkward now. It's Sphinx with a shot. First touch is great. Second touch even better, but saved by Cash on the line. In comes Sphinx to centre. No. Furlash to hold the ball. Catalysm to Kevin. The ball is high and Sphinx is up. Can he send it to the backboard? No, he's going to go solo. It's a close all by himself. The air dribble's there, but shot saved away. And now, a bit of a moment of peace for both bits of defence.
Get the feeling not for long. Cash takes out Kevin, which leaves a 3v2 for the moment. Furlash wins that play. Now it's Maxiu. Backboard, no. Blocked away by Kevin. Showing Kenotrope how it's done on the backboard defense. And it will be Cash now. Just gets beyond that player, but again, there's no one upfield for Kenotrope. They've learned their lessons of making sure to have resources in the defensive line rather than offensively. Furlash just can't get that one to go. Maxiu off that near side. Cash into the middle, might look to follow through. Catalysm reads it well. TSM trying to turn the tables, but they can't make it work. Oh, that pinch might actually go the distance. Sphinx will catch.
Thanks. Yes, it passed. Overtime looming here. It is a must-win for Kenotrope. Last time these two teams played, Kenotrope lost game 1 and 2. And then they went to overtime in game number 3, where they also fell to defeat They have to make it different this time. They have to find success if they want a real chance at winning this grand final.
3-1. Keenatrope led this game at one stage. And now,
That's a
okay. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness me. How? You can't do that. You cannot do that in the grand final with your major hopes on the line.
Well, 3-0 to TSM in very unceremonious fashion. It is a hat-trick for Sphinx. 7 shots taken, dominant on the offensive front for TSM. But that's a bad way to end that game.
You know what? I don't think bad does it justice, boyo. I don't think bad is enough of a word. It is inexcusable. It is outrageous. And we only say this because we know the quality on both sides. We know the quality that Keenatrope have. We know the way that they've been playing. It's been good. In fact, it's been great in this game specifically. But to throw it away with such a lack of communication in overtime, that's really poor. And I tell you something, if their mental wasn't fried before, if their mental wasn't in the bin before, after going 3-1 up and then getting pushed back to 3-3, this game 4 could get very ugly very quickly.
Well, they have to do, which I said would be impossible. They have to win 4 games in a row, starting now, if they want to take down TSM. If they can't win this game here or any game thereafter, well then, it all comes down to regional number 6, and their chances grow less and less to the backboard early chance. Keenatrope, risen up by Matchu from the ceiling. An attempted pass to centre not going to be found. I've been disappointed this series by Matchu. We saw him just earlier having an excellent time, and he has had his moments here, but not to the same degree. Furlash as well, quiet. We've seen him before really take over a game, not enough, and Cash as well. Getting beat to balls he should be winning, getting out of the position and places he has so much experience in. This is going to be the game they tidy it up on the side of Keenatrope.
Has to be the start of the comeback. Really do need to at least make something happen. Cash trying to do just that. Furlash can't get in front. In fact, he gets demoed anyway. And now this is Maxu. No. Sphinx trying to bring this through. Cash can't keep possession of the ball. So it will be left to Furlash on the backboard. He sees 2 teammates down the field. He doesn't find either of them. Shot on. Maxu saves. But it's all getting a bit frantic on the back lines for Keenatrope. That pass to the back post won't find anyone either for TSM.
The centre going to be caught by Matchu. Here comes Furlash now. The pinch off to the side. It's up for Cash to launch that ball long. Very quickly shut down by Catalysm. He's usually the star for TSM and one of the ones who does the most on the offensive side, but today it has been the Sphinx show in the striking front. Catalysm often facilitating, but it's Sphinx the one to finish.
Is the clearance away. Sphinx drops it down, but actually as a play over the top, Catalysm in good position to make that play backwards and now clear the lines. And that's what Catalysm is so good at on this TSM side, collecting the ball in defense and sparking that attack. It's dropped down there. Cash takes a shot. Catalysm once again the last man back to make the save. Maxu off the left-hand side. Kata brings it forwards. Furlash gets beaten, and now Cash has to make a save on limited boost. He does do so. There's another job for him to do, though, at the angle. It's off the crossbar. Keenatrope survive.
Keenatrope survive, and it's a very defeatist statement to have to say about them, but it is the truth for now. They are surviving, but not succeeding. 0-0, 2 minutes to go in a must-win game for Keenatrope. They are getting battered and bruised. It's TSM with a lead, and you see the elation on the side of Sphinx and the disappointment on the side of Cash there in those player cams as the clock ticks on down and the chances go less and less and less.
TSM know how big that goal is. Oh my goodness. Thought they were going to get found out on the kickoff again. But Kenotrope haven't really had any offense in this game number 4 yet. It's been TSM asking the questions. Kenotrope have had answers most of the time until just a moment ago. Now they realize they might need to turn things around. Goodness me. Cash makes the save up to the top right corner. And how important could that save be come the end of this game?
It was incredibly close, but he does just make it. Here's Sphinx now, going solo, looking for a pass to centre. He'll find the pass, but no one there to connect. Cash to Maxu. Can he make up for it? Can he do what he was doing before? Not this time. The Furlash, the ball will fall in the corner. Punished on it. That's a wide open net. That's goal number 2.
Way.
It's just falling with a fizzle here as it becomes absolutely nothing but calamity for the Kenotrope side.
And they're going to be looking around, wondering what's going on. Because up to this point today, Kenotrope have looked like the team billed as the best in APAC. They have looked like every step alongside TSM. But sometimes it takes a one-on-one. Sometimes it takes a grand final. Can you do it on the big stage, in the big moment, where the lights are brightest? Kenotrope, unfortunately, it seems that they can't this time around.
There is a reason that we call this team the best in APAC. There is a reason that we have constantly said that they are the team to beat and that they are the Titans. There is a reason that they are 4-0 up in game number 4 and about to win this grand finals 4-0. There is a reason that we expect to see them at the World Championships and at the Major. And there's a reason that last regional was so insane that they didn't win.
I mean, that's the story here, really, isn't it? That's the thread we're going to have to start pulling on. Is this result sets up an absolute grandstand finish for the season. Kenotrope will still be number 1 in the region after this regional. That is guaranteed based on TSM's 3rd, 4th finish. However, they will only be a matter of 4 points, I believe, away from this Kenotrope side. And that is going to be very, very nervy, as Kenotrope have tried to solve the problem that is TSM for so long this season. And every single time, they have not been able to.
That was the clock. 6-0. All that happens now matters not. What matters is that TSM are your Paris Open number 5 APAC champions.
Oh, what on earth have we just seen? What? We said it, didn't we? Before the game, before the grand final, that anything outside of an extraordinary performance from both sides was going to be disappointing. And here we are, disappointed. I just don't understand really what the difference between Kenotrope earlier today and Kenotrope now is. But the fact of the matter is, they were not up to scratch.
No, not
they
at all.
were not up to the challenge of TSM.
And you know what? It's crazy that after all that time on the desk before, it didn't even go to game 6 or game 7. It ended at game number 4 in a clean sweep there. I mean, there was the one overtime, and that was it for Kenotrope. Nothing else got close in that series, and Rhino, we have got a race on our hands in regional number 6 now. Kenotrope still lead the charge for that spot, but TSM have certainly made claim to it.
Yeah, let's bring Gex back in to talk through everything that we've just seen and witnessed, because I think Well, I think he's probably going to have some opinions. So let's see if we can get Gex back on the desk, and we'll have a little debrief on what just happened.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna need that one. The debrief is definitely needed there because there's some explaining to be done. I do think that there is an easy answer to one question you had though, Rhino, and that is, what is the big difference between Kinotrope earlier when they were playing out of their minds, doing, you know, essentially freestyling? It's that they weren't given the time. It's the team they're up against. TSM stepped it up. It is the first time in my mind that TSM have taken that matchup full seriously. Don't get me wrong, they've played that out properly before, but never have they put their mind to it like that. You could see how happy they were to convince themselves that they're still as good as they originally thought they were.
I mean, even compared to yesterday, it's a step up. We thought today that TSM maybe would struggle a little bit more because Kinotrope looked better. No, it was easier for them to win coming from yesterday, and that is the part that's quite insane to me in that regard.
Yeah, that is the bit that I am pretty shocked about as well. Is Kinotrope put up a better performance yesterday than today? With the momentum that they had going into today, with the way that they've been playing, they seem to have everything figured out. They seem to have everything going in their favor today to make that challenge. And they just went out with a whimper. Yeah. It was insane to see the difference in level.
It's like you said, it is disappointing for Kinotrope and maybe in them to some degree as well. But it is also very, very encouraging that we can see the top team in our region be so dominant. That the team that, if they continue to perform like that, we will send to LAN again, has the potential to play so much more Rocket League in a fashion that is reserved enough to have defense, to actually challenge these teams. You go back again, I'm going to say it one more time. If you go back and look at Open 2, you will not see a team there that didn't look capable. They looked like one of the best teams in the world to me at that point in time, and they may be able to get back to that position. We may have seen it in that series. So that's what I'm hoping. If we have to see big dominations, it has to mean something.
Well, I believe we have our interview ready as well. We have the coach for TSM coming on in, and no camera this time, so you have to do too busy looking at us instead. But I mean, yeah, it's a great showing from TSM, and Trill, I am sure you will be overjoyed about that match.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys. Yeah, we definitely are. We're glad to finally get another win. It was a tough 2 weeks.
Yeah, it absolutely was. I mean, you guys seemed like you had a lot of adjustments to make in those 2 weeks that really would have taken the hours to put in. And were those there? I mean, was it a grind out, a slog to get those changes in place in a way that was going to be determined enough and stable enough to bring it into a regional and guarantee a win?
Yeah, so ever since we went to Boston, we've been kind of thinking of how we wanted to play, what's going to allow us to be better internationally. I wouldn't say that we've ever really underestimated Kinotrope. I think we've always thought that they're a really great team. We all think Cash is a great player. I had the pleasure of having Max on my team last season. I understand how great of a player he is as well. So we've always kind of been aware that at any point, if we slack off or if we aren't performing great, we could get taken down by Kinotrope. We weren't expecting North Star to do it, but I think it kind of showed us, you know, we can't really what we call dilly-dally anymore. We have to actually make sure that we're putting in as much effort as possible to also succeed within Apac, and I think it's been a great learning experience for us. Every day, I mean, we're doing like 3 scrims a day, separated between like 7 hours, so we're doing a lot of replay analysis. I think that not only are the players really motivated, but I think in general we kind of understand that, all right, we have to work for it. So it's been a fun 2 weeks. It's been hard, but I think moving forward it was a necessary loss to be able to be better overall as a team.
Well, kind of talking about that loss that you had last week, I don't want to keep harping on about it because it obviously is in the past, but what was the general team energy coming off of that one? Because of course getting that top 4 finish is the worst that a player like Spinks has ever had. Like, it will tie the worst that he's ever had, basically. And it's got to be a bit more demoralising, I guess, like coming off of a top 4 finish when you're in this major race, and even slipping from top 2 is so detrimental. Was the attitude maybe a little bit, more determined, I guess, to win than usual, or was it just another day in the office, you had one mistake and you're kind of getting back into gear?
Yeah, definitely. I think if we had lost to Kinotrope, for example, I don't think we would have locked in as hard, which, I mean, it sounds bad to say, but I think it was a big shock for us to lose to the North Star roster. And it's not that they're not as good as Kinotrope. I think we just weren't expecting to have as much competition against them. I think even today, going into this day, we were thinking that North Star was going to be our main competition. And I think because of that, like because of the fact that we lost, we came in here and we weren't underestimating anybody. We were like, the whole time we're like, okay, we've got to actually be focusing the whole time. We got to make sure that we're doing well. So I think we were a lot more locked in today, and I think it showed in how we performed. But yeah, I think the loss definitely woke us up. It definitely made us realize that we aren't really invincible.
Yeah, for sure. I want to talk to you a little bit, Trill, about the conversations that would have happened between yesterday and today, because of course you guys have now played Kinotrope twice in 2 days. Yesterday looked very, very tight. You won the game 4-1, but 2 of those wins that you won were in OT. Whereas in this grand final, it seems like you just swept them aside with ease. Can you talk to me about whether there was something you saw in Kinotrope's gameplay yesterday that you thought you could exploit, or what those conversations looked like? What was the big difference?
Yeah, I think yesterday we went into the Kinotrope series not really knowing what to expect. We've scrimmed them, but of course scrims are very different from tournament. There's the nerves, there's the confidence that comes with anxiety. So I think as a team, we didn't know what to expect. We just knew, okay, we have to try to do what we can do. We've got an extra life. Even if we were to lose here, we still got an extra life, so use it as a learning experience. I think coming into today, knowing that we could beat Kinotrope as long as we're on our own game, I think we were just a lot more focused on how we could play for ourselves rather than how we can adjust to the opponents.
Yeah. And we've asked you about kind of the full season here. We've asked you about last Open. We've asked you about this Open. But what about the future? You mentioned it very, very briefly that you guys, at the last major, you had those plans kind of start to take place in your mind as to how you want to take on global teams. There is one more Open left. If you take that one, obviously, you will be guaranteed that spot, and it's seeming like that is the likelihood at this point in time. Is that where your focus is, and do you have that game plan set for global teams, or is the focus still more on this region at the moment?
Well, I think this regional was our snapback to reality of focusing primarily on Apac. We're like, yo guys, if we lose, we're done, Sure, we have to win 1 out of the 3 regionals to pretty much guarantee worlds. But we were still under the mindset of we want to make Paris. Even while we were there in Boston, we're like, how can we use this experience to be able to perform at Paris, perform at EWC, at Worlds? So I think going into the next regional, I think we understand that we will be the best team if we play our own game, as long as we're not worrying about other people, as long as we're not, doing the dilly-dally. So I think I think that's
Sphinx saying that.
Yeah. It's everybody's got their own little catchphrases, but I think moving into the next regional, we are still going to be focusing on how we can beat the teams, because I don't think it's I don't think it's I think the region's kind of blown open right now. I think there's a lot of great teams forming. I think North Star has the ability to honestly beat any team, which I don't think us or Kinotrope were expecting.
Godspeed?
Yeah, Godspeed was looking good today as well. I think there's a lot of great teams out there in the top 4 level that could be great. I know Risk announced that he's going to be LFT. We've seen a little sneak peek of that roster. They're looking pretty good. So in general, there's a lot of things that we still have to focus on within APAC, but I think once we secure that, I think we'll know where to go moving forward, and hopefully what we've been working on in APAC can carry over to international. But at least we've dipped our toes there, so we know exactly what we can do.
I mean, you've been in the region for so long, Truly. You've turned every team you've touched up by a factor of 11, but you've done no better than you have with these guys. It has been a privilege to watch you work on the best team in this region right now. They are once again the regional champions. Congratulations. It is awesome to hear you shout out that the rest of the region is kind of rising to the challenge, but you guys are at the top of the pile right now. So we're going to have to leave you there. Give us your final shout outs before you go, and then we will have to close out the show.
Yeah, well, shout out to my team first and foremost. They've been amazing to work with. They've been friends before teammates. They've been there for each other. They've been there when, when things are rough, they banter with each other. So, I mean, first and foremost, big shout out to the team, to all the players. Big shout out to Taino. He's been great with being there for everything and being a voice that's also there to be neutral. Really big shout out to TSM as well. Scales has been great to work with, and in general, I mean, all the people that have been, even the people that have been scrimming us, we've been getting a lot of help. But yeah, overall, I just want to give a shout out to the rest of the region. Thanks for all the casting, and yeah, also big shout out to Malakim. That's a big one. He's been doing our cast over there for TSM. You can watch him for the next regional. But yeah, I want to thank you guys for having me.
Thank you for coming out. All right, thank you so much for the interview as well, Trill, and all your work in the region. We do have a lot of input from a lot of these names that have been mentioned. We had Tinobad on as our community guest yesterday. Of course, Melakim on the mainstream after his first guest spot on Open 2. And yeah, it's been great. So thank you again, Trill. We will catch you in the next one, I'm sure.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. All right, we have to close out the day. But boys, it has been a shocker of a day indeed. And if you want to go back and see Tinobad as well, the VODs will be uploaded to the YouTube at 1&E Esports as well. We've had a privilege running the back half of the show for this season, as well as at Open 2 as well. We will be moving into the last one in Open 6 as well. But, I mean, there's just so much yet to be decided, isn't there, boy?
Oh, 100%. And I want to kind of lay a point down. There's a bit of suspense for this next event. It was talked about by Trill that he thinks that even Northstar have the capability here to win a regional. There is a scenario where Northstar get first, TSM get second, and Keener Trope get third and fourth, and then we have a three-way tie for first place. And then things get really chaotic. And I'm saying now, from what I have seen from all of these teams, it's really not out the realm of possibility. Like, am I insane for thinking it's very much possible next event that happens?
Yeah, it's terrifying that you there is some level of truth to that, yeah.
It's possible.
It's not out of the realms of possibility. You're absolutely right. And it's funny, sometimes we'll say on commentary, when we think something is very unlikely to happen, but there's still a chance, we'll call it a non-zero chance. I think it's higher than a non-zero chance right now, based on how these teams are playing and the chaos that we've had. It's absolutely insane. So you will definitely want to come back and watch Open 6 and how things shape up, because arguably it's the biggest Open Grand Final that we have had in the region for, I don't even want to put a number on that, but I don't
know if there's ever been one. I don't know if we've ever gotten to the final day of a season in Apac and had a true competition, not just for the major representation, but for Worlds as well.
And not between two teams, but between three teams. That's the important part as well to me. It's between three teams fighting for it.
All right. Well, I mean, you've just got to see it as well. Then, like you said, Rhino, though, one of the most important of all times, if not the most important, and it is all still on the line. Of course, we have to all see it, and that includes all of our desk. We're welcoming back Melakim on Saturday for that one, and Rhino will be rejoining us for the grand final. You missed out on an awesome Open number 4, Rhino, and it was great to have you back. So welcome back to the desk, and a big shout out there. And if you want to find more of Rhino, it's at RhinoCast11. It's at DexCasts for me, and it's at Boyo RL for Boyo as well. And it has been an absolute privilege to watch through a stunner again today. It's not done. The content just keeps coming from Apac. If you weren't satisfied today, there's going to be more. Open 6 ahead of us. We'll see you then.
Cause you were always on my mind, and you were never far away. I know you'd always take your time. You light the sky up like the day. Cause you were always on my mind, and you were never far away. And you would always take your time. You light the sky up like the
We used to think our words were gold, that our blinded hearts could withstand cold. We were catching diamonds in the rain, letting precious water through the drain. Stars were dancing in their light, paths that we could never ride. Oh, they were dancing way up high. We built these walls so we could find who could prove themselves through the waves of time. We're trying to repent before you sin. It's like giving up before you begin. Stars were dancing